Hey guys. This is part 11 of What If Naruto was captured by Madara and went back in time with the tailed beasts. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 35, Move Out. Stop, Naruto. What do you think you are doing? Naruto snapped back at Sasuke in anger. What do you think I'm doing? Of course I'm going to Kirigakure. From what they said, Pain must have done something to Kirigakure, and you, of all people, should have known what he can do. Just calm down and listen to me first, idiot, Sasuke said patiently, grabbing the shoulder of his friend and fellow Jonin. First, are you going to run all the way to Kirigakure on foot? The village is literally on the other side of the map. Even if you run with all your speed there, you will exhaust yourself completely before you can even do anything, not to mention you will probably have to face the most powerful member of the Akatsuki if that's the case. Do you really want to do that and throw yourself into the hand of Pain again? Besides, you really think that Pain would sit there and wait for you to come to Kirigakure to get him? Even if you managed to arrive there without burning yourself off, Pain would have already left the village long before that already. Sasuke's reasoning completely shut Naruto up. He gritted his teeth. I know, but we cannot just sit here uselessly without being able to do anything. Everyone in Kiri is in need of our help, not only Utakata-san, but also Zabuza, Haku-chan. I know. Kakashi walked towards him while pulling his Hitai down, covering his Sharingan up. But I think the wisest move for us right now is to return to Konoha as quickly as possible, and report this to Lord Hokage. Maybe in Konoha right now, they already realized the problem and sent other teams to support Kiri. If not, well, we would be able to let Lord Hokage know to send force for Kiri as soon as possible. Konoha is actually the village closest to Kiri geographically anyway. Then what are we waiting for? Kakashi sighed. We have to wait for Sakura to be done with her work first. It's a person's life we're talking about here. Naruto blinked. Well, if you want to report to Gigi, I think there is a much faster way to do it. Team Guy and Team Anko, reporting for duty, sir. Hiruzen looked at the 8 shinobi in front of him with grim eyes. Good, you are all here. I want you all to pack up and get ready for an S-rank mission as soon as possible. The sudden declaration of the Hokage made every member of the two teams jump. Why such a sudden mission, Hokage-sama? Tenten asked nervously. And what kind of S-rank mission requires 2 whole teams of Jonin and Chunin? Usually, as far as I know, a mission like that takes at most 1 Jonin team. The Hokage nodded at them and said in a serious tone. You're right. It's because this is not a normal mission. Your mission is to go as fast as you can to Kirigakure to see if there is anything happening to them. After that, if it is confirmed that the Jinchuriki of Kirigakure was kidnapped, you will, together with Kirigakure force, track down and apprehend the kidnapper and rescue the Jinchuriki. Answering him was a blink coming from Karen. But isn't Sunagakure the village the Akatsuki is attacking right now, sir? Why do we need to go to Kirigakure if that's the case? Hiruzen and Jiraiya looked at each other. Actually, this is just what we thought of based on logic and instinct, from what Team Kurenai and Baki of Suna told us, the Hokage admitted with a sigh. But it seems the attack on Sunagakure might just be a distraction. For what reason, we don't know, but if we don't do anything now, it might be too late. So you're giving us this mission because of something you thought of on a hunch? Anko raised an eyebrow. That's not like you at all, Hokage-sama. It is so unyouthful of you to doubt the instinct of someone like Hokage-sama. Guy howled at the kunoichi. Even if you don't want to go on this mission, I might Guy, the beautiful blue beast of Konohagakure, together with my team, will still take it and will do our best to complete it. Anko shook her head. Seriously, do you even know what you're saying? I know you're enthusiastic about missions, but going on something like that without even a proper explanation is just unreasonable. Fu raised her voice hesitantly. Sensei, I don't think. Right at that time, there was a loud knock on the window of the Hokage chamber. Everyone's head turned towards the source of the noise, and they all blinked when they saw a toad slapping its webbed hand at the glass. Gammaiden? Jiraiya hastily opened the window to let the toad in. Why are you here? Naruto sent me here to report to you about the mission in Sunagakure, sir. The toad answered while jumping into the room. The invasion of Sunagakure has been repelled, but turned out it was just a ruse of the Akatsuki to prevent us from assisting Kirigakure when their leader attacked the village. Shock spread through everyone in the room. After a few seconds of silence, Anko was the one who spoke first. So, what are you still waiting for? All of you, go prepare and meet up in front of the main gate in 1 hour. Yes, sensei. After the two teams had left the room, Jiraiya looked at his teacher. Do you think it's wise to let these two teams go like that? I mean, it's Nagato we're talking about here. Who knows what he'd learned from the loss against us after 3 years? Maybe I should go with them. Hiruzen shook his head. I cannot let you be away from the village right now. 3 of the most powerful teams in the village, including both of our Jinchuriki, have been mobilized. If you're away now and the Akatsuki suddenly changes their target again, we're not going to be able to defend against them. Then the Hokage suddenly stood up from his chair. But don't worry, I'm not planning to let them go alone. Tuchiya Chiraka's face brightened up when he realized the man who had just walked into his ramen shop. Hokage-sama! What an honor! How can I help you? Hiruzen smiled pleasantly while pulling a stool and sat down. What else but to have a bite of your delicious ramen? One of the usual, please, Tuchi-san? The ramen chef laughed. Of course, of course. 1 bowl of deluxe miso ramen, coming right up. Oh, and by the way, is Itachi here? Suddenly, the Hokage asked. Tuchi blinked. Well, yes he is. He's at the back preparing the food. Is there any problem? The Hokage's eyes twinkled. Oh, nothing. It's just that I want him to deliver some ramen to Kirigakure. A bowl of Red Moon ramen with Naruto on top. The one I want him to send it to is named Pain. There might be dangers on the way, so I already assigned 2 teams to go with him, but it might be wiser of him if he prepared weapons, just in case. Tuchi's eyes also twinkled. Oh, I'll tell him to make the delivery immediately. Here's your ramen, sir. Hiruzen smiled, and dipped his chopsticks into the steaming bowl of noodles. Lady Chiyo's condition has stabilized. I extracted all the poison in her blood. She will live, but will have to rest for a while before she can recover completely. Sakura walked towards Gaara, who was standing with Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi together with his siblings. The Kazekage gave her a bow. Thank you, Sakura. Sunagakure will remember your assistance. Sakura waved him off. Nah, don't worry about that. Helping people is the duty of a doctor, you know. Sasuke stared at her. You do realize that you are talking to the Kazekage, don't you? The female medic blinked. Oops. She chuckled nervously. Sorry, Kazekage-sama. This time it was Gaara's turn to wave her off. Don't worry about that. I don't like being called by honorifics except when being in official meetings anyway. Alright. Then let's go back to Konoha, Naruto declared. But before he could turn his back, Boss! 2 of his remaining shadow clones landed in front of him with 2 loud thuds. Each of them was carrying something on their shoulders. We managed to capture these 2 when the monster army was retreating. They threw what they were carrying to the ground, 2 tied-up white Setsu, with seals all over their bodies which completely blocked the movement of their chakra. They are actually the only ones we could capture alive. We already sealed their chakra up so that they can't run away. What should we do with them? After a few seconds of thinking, Kakashi suddenly said, Kazekage-sama, can you allow us to take these 2 back to Konohagakure? His students blinked at him. Why? With the condition of Sunagakure like it is right now, bringing them to Konoha might be a better choice, as you won't have to waste food and drink to keep them alive, and prison rooms to keep them in, Kakashi explained. Besides, I think every person in Suna will have to focus on restoring the village right now, so no one would have the time to interrogate them for information about the Akatsuki. And Konoha has a whole division of torturing and interrogation ready for that job. Feel free to do so, Kakashi-san, Gaara nodded. Now, if you excuse us, I have to go find a way to bring down this dome without it collapsing on Sunagakure and crushing everything. Good luck on your trip back. Team Guy and Team Anko were leaping from branch to branch in the forest at the east side of the Land of Fire. They had moved at their highest speed, and already crossed 1/4 of the distance between Konoha and Kiri. But even with the speed they were moving right now, it seemed it was impossible for them to reach the coast, from which they would take a boat ride to cross the sea before they could reach Kirigakure, before midnight. Alright, let's take a break here tonight. It's dangerous to cross the forest at night when we cannot see anything. Stopping under a particular large tree, Anko said. The other members of the squad blinked. Isn't it a little bit early to stop, Anko? Asked Guy. I can still go a little bit more. Anko nodded. I know, but the other members of the squad cannot. Besides, if we are going to assist Kirigakure in their search for the Jinchuriki, we cannot afford to exhaust ourselves by running like crazy to the village. And the other shinobi blinked and waited for her to continue, but no other sound came from her. And? Finally, Karen asked. And I'm hungry. Anko finished cheerfully, earning a face fault from the other squad members. Now you all, go make a bonfire and find some water. We'll be here, setting up camp. Anko-sensei is still weird even after 3 years, huh? Fu whispered Karen when they walked away from their sensei. You don't know anything, Fu, Karen whispered back. Seriously, I always shudder when imagining if instead of Irika-san, she went and married Guy-sensei. That's a terrifying image, indeed, Fu nodded, shuddering. Then the two young kunoichi jumped when they heard Anko's voice whispering right next to their ears. Oh? Are my cute little students talking bad about me behind my back? They bolted in utter fear. You also realized, right? That's why you sent the children away. Anko answered the sudden question of Guy with a smirk. As much as I hate to say this, I was once a student of Orochimaru, you know. Then without a warning, 2 snakes lashed out from under her sleeves, aiming at something behind the shadow of a tree nearby. And just as the Jonin expected, someone jumped out of his hiding place, hastily retreating from the snakes. But there was no way he could escape from the taijutsu master. With a mere leap, Guy closed the distance between them, ready to deliver a brutal roundhouse kick to the shadow's face. Then his feet halted their way abruptly in midair when he realized who the hiding man was. Ah! But unfortunately for him, even though his kick was stopped, his body, flying on the air, didn't. Crash! 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 Per trees. Anko winced. So why are you stalking us, Itachi? Anko went straight to the point, after the 3 had settled down under the tree, next to the bonfire the teenagers had made. Hokage business, was the only answer coming from Itachi, making the female Jonin's eyebrow twitch. Fu asked hesitantly. I know I'm not supposed to ask, but what is the mission you are assigned? Because as I remember, you're not allowed to take missions anymore, right? Actually, I'm not on a mission. The Jinchuriki blinked. Then, Itachi raised a scroll he stored in his pouch up. I'm just a humble ramen deliverer, on my way to deliver a bowl of ramen to the leader of the Akatsuki at the request of Lord Hokage. Everyone face faulted. I can't believe you could say that without even changing your expression, Karen deadpan. Yeah. Who the hell would believe that you are delivering ramen when you're armed to the teeth like that? Tenten also muttered. Indeed, right now Itachi was wearing his ANBU armor with his tanto strapped on his back, and 2 ninja pouches full of weapons on his belt, not to mention kunai holsters tied at the sides of his thighs too. Ignoring the youngsters, Guy turned to Itachi with a serious face. Itachi-san, you used to be in the Akatsuki. Do you know about what they are going to do with the Jinchuriki after capturing them? They are going to extract the tailed beasts from the Jinchuriki and seal them into a statue, Itachi answered. After having their tailed beasts extracted, the Jinchuriki will die, as tearing the beasts out of their bodies is just like ripping their chakra network apart. No one can survive that, as far as I know. How much time do they need to fully extract a tailed beast? Anko suddenly asked. Itachi pondered. From what Pain told me before I defected from the Akatsuki, it would take 3 full days to fully extract and seal a tailed beast. But that was when they had the chakra signal of every member there with their rings. With Kakuza and Haiden dead, and Orochimaru and me defecting, maybe it would slow the process down. I guess we will have a little bit more time. Wait, Jugo suddenly raised his voice. Orochimaru used to be in the Akatsuki? Yes, Itachi nodded. After defecting from Konoha, Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki, where he was partnered with the notorious traitor of Sunagakure, Sasori of the Red Sand. In there, he once attacked me to steal my body in order to acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan, and after failing, he ran away from the Akatsuki, taking his ring with him. I heard before joining, he also tried to take the Rinnegan from Pain without success. I think that's the reason Pain let someone like Orochimaru join the Akatsuki. He knew that someone like Orochimaru cannot harm him no matter how strong he is. What Itachi had just said gave the other shinobi a chill to their spines. They had heard about how strong Pain was from Naruto, But if someone like Orochimaru, of all people, had to fear him. Still, if what Itachi said is true, we will still have some time before they can finish extracting the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki, finally, Anko said. I'm just not sure if we can manage to get there before they finish. Oh, we don't have to worry about that, Itachi answered her. With their home base in Amigekure exposed, I doubt they will bring the Jinchuriki all the way there to extract. And Kirigakure lies on an island far away from the mainland. There is almost no way to reach there without flying overnight or going by boat. And they would want to do the extraction as soon as possible just in case Kirigakure sends someone after them. So my guess is, they will choose a secured place not too far from Kirigakure, maybe on an island nearby to complete the extraction. And if we can reach the coast before noon, I have a way for us to reach Kirigakure before midnight tomorrow. The Hawks carrying Team Kakashi, together with their 2 prisoners, arrived at Konoha at midnight. Team Kakashi reports, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen stood up from his chair in the Hokage chamber. Good job, Team Kakashi. What did you manage to find out during the mission? Most of the things we got were already reported through the toad we sent to you, Hokage-sama, Kakashi answered. However, before leaving the village, we managed to capture these 2, and Sune gave us permission to bring them back and interrogate them for information. Hiruzen looked at the 2 sickly white creatures lying at his feet. Then he nodded. Good. Bring them to Ibiki. Let's see what we can get from those things. Well done, you 4. Go home and take a rest. You deserve it. Wait, what about Pain and Kirigakure? Of course, Naruto was the one who protested first. The Hokage chuckled. Don't worry, Naruto. I already sent 2 teams to Kirigakure right upon receiving your report. They are on their way to the village as we're speaking right now, and I assure you they are more than capable. Even so, Naruto insisted, I'm not going to sit here to wait. Even if I cannot join the teams to go after Pain, please let me go to Kiri. I have to make sure that my friends there are all right, and help them however I can. Hiruzen threw a sharp glare at Naruto. I understand how you feel, Naruto, but I cannot let you go right now. This is not the time for a total war. Mobilizing all the most powerful shinobi of the village to one location is not a wise idea. You, of all people, should understand this best, Naruto. What if the Akatsuki decides to switch their target towards us again? What the Hokage said was so true Naruto couldn't find any word to retort. He couldn't do anything else but nodding unhappily. So who did you send to Kiri, Hokage-sama? Sakura asked. Hiruzen pondered for a few seconds. Then he smiled. I guess letting you know won't do any harm. The teams I sent were Team Guy and Team Anko, and I also sent backup after them, so you don't have anything to worry. Team Guy and Team Anko? Sasuke exclaimed. Isn't that Fu's team? Do you really think it's wise to send a Jinchuriki after the ones who are after her? You don't have to worry about that. Everyone turned towards the window, where Jiraiya was leaning on right now with a bright smile. I was the one who taught Fu. I understand how good she is, the Toad Sage continued, still with the big grin on his face. Trust me, Pain is not going to like what's going to hit him. Morning came so fast it felt like just a blink of an eye to the Konoha shinobi. Before the sun rose from the horizon, they were already on their way out of the forest, and they would reach the coast in less than 2 hours. It seems we are going to make it after all. Itachi looked up. The sun was going higher and higher, noon was coming. And right now, they were running along the coast. You said that you have a way for us to reach Kirigakure before midnight if we arrive here before noon, right, Itachi-san? Tenten asked. The Uchiha nodded. Yes. And we're going to get there very soon. Oh, it seems we have arrived. The group was standing in front of a small dock. The warehouse on the dock was full of goods ready to transport, but there was only one ship there, and it's not running. No one seemed to be working to load the goods on the ship, either. Must be because of the attack to Kirigakure, Itachi thought. Instead of entering the dock, Itachi walked towards a small wooden house a few steps away from it. He knocked on the door 3 times. The door opened, and from inside, a giant of a man walked out. Just a single glance was enough to show the Konoha shinobi that the man wasn't just a normal civilian. His body was full of powerful muscles, but they looked different from those of martial artists like Guy and Lee. While the 2 shinobi were also muscular, they were still lean enough to move fast without losing any power of their hits. This man, he definitely wasn't a shinobi, but judging from his appearance, he must have been someone who spent a lot of time doing labor works, a sailor. The man opened his mouth. Despite having such an intimidating figure and face, his voice and expression were surprisingly cheerful. Ha ha ha! Itachi-kun, long time no see. What brings you to the humble house of ye old Fuku, eh? Itachi smiled back at him. Yeah, Captain Fuku, long time no see. How are you? Karen sniggered. A sailor named Fuku? Really? The old, rugged man glared at the girl. Who is this insolent brat? To stop the incoming fight to the death which was about to happen, Itachi hastily stepped in. Captain Fuku, you're not transporting anything today? I saw quite a lot of things ready to move out there at the dock. The sailor scratched his head. Aye, that's what I'm supposed to do, but it's kinda hard to go to Kirigikyo now, huh? Not after that horrible explosion there yesterday. The Konoha shinobi's stomachs churned when they heard those words. Explosion? Fu stammered. What happened there? The captain shrugged. Beats me. Luckily I managed to get out of there half an hour before it happened. But damn, it sounded like someone just dropped a nuke on the village. Wonder if there was anything intact there anymore. What's a nuke? Lee asked. Tenten glared at him. He gulped. Never mind. So, Captain Fuku, if you're not doing anything today, can I ask you to carry me and my friends here to Kirigikyo? Itachi said, looking at the sailor in front of him. Your boat is by no doubt the fastest one in the whole continent, if you can carry us there. The captain raised an eyebrow. Are you kidding me? Why the hell should I put myself in danger going back to that bombing site again that soon? I still have my family to take care of, mind you. Well, there goes the plan. Then maybe you can let us borrow your boat, Itachi suggested. You don't need to go there with us. We can take care of ourselves. Another head shake. Like hell I'm letting you take my going away alone. How should I know whether you're going to return her to me or not? Itachi cursed in his head. Everything was going out of his control now. He decided to use the last card he had. How about considering this as payment for the time I saved your life? I remember at that time you said I could ask for anything from you. You would do everything within your ability to fulfill it, right? The elder sailor winced. Well, I did say that, but... You don't have to worry about protecting yourself, the Uchiha continued smoothly. These people are among the greatest of Konoha shinobi. They are not going to let anything touch you on our way to Kiri and back. I can assure you of that. The man glanced at the shinobi. Then he sighed. You really leave me no choice, huh, brat? All right. On board of going, quick, monsters. 5 minutes later, the Konoha task force was already crossing the wave on their way to Kirigikyo. Wow, this boat is so fast. Karen marveled, feeling the water splashing her face. It's the fastest thing I've ever seen traveling on the sea. The captain of said ship laughed boisterously. Of course. Going was made using the best technology. Who would think that such an antique like that can make a boat run this fast, eh? Anko blinked. An antique? What do you mean? The captain shrugged. Found a sunken boat a few years ago when going fishing near an island over there. Thing looked pretty old, rust covered the whole surface, you know? Cost me a fortune just to haul it up from the seabed, but totally worth it, eh? Where exactly did you find it? Guy suddenly asked. His voice surprisingly lacked the usual jolly tone. Captain Fuku just shrugged. Near some island on the other side of Kirigikyo. But don't bother, there was nothing else down there, already checked up and down. Maybe everything turned to dust already. The boat I saw over there also crumbled right after I managed to remove the engine from it. Must be centuries old, that thing. The three higher-ranked shinobi looked at each other. If there really was such an advanced civilization in the world, who could create technologies like this, how hadn't they ever heard about it? And if there actually was one, where were they now? Their trains of thought were cut off abruptly when a deafening caw pierced their ears from above. What the hell is that? The three elder shinobi rushed out to where their students were staying, and saw it. On the sky, a huge bird of prey at least the size of the boat they were traveling on was descending down their heads. Its talons spread wide. One slash from those talons could already tear the boat apart. Look out! Itachi yelled, and immediately rushed through hand seals. A wall of water surged up from around the boat, and the bird crashed into it with all of its weight. A sickening crashing noise echoed through the air, and the wall managed to stand ground against the bird, but not for long. As the bird was thrown backward by the collision, the water wall also collapsed. From the other side of the wall, the boat dashed out with a groan from the captain. I knew that I shouldn't have gone to the sea today. What the hell is that? Anko repeated the question, glaring at the bird on the sky, which was now making a U-turn to launch another strike at the boat. Itachi's Sharingan followed the movement of the bird, and when they reached the creature's eyes, he immediately understood what's going on. That bird has the Rinnegan, he said. This must be one of Pain's summons. He set this up on our way to prevent anyone coming from Konoha's direction from reaching Kirigakure. What should we do now? Tenten yelled. No matter how fast this boat is, it won't be able to outspeed that freaking thing. Then she was nearly thrown off balance when chakra blasted out from Jugo, who was standing next to her. The man from Ryuta clan had already entered his sage transformation. His body was now covered in brown skin, but different from the monstrous form he had taken before. Right now it looked just like he was wearing an armor made of the substance. Around his head, there was a helmet made of the same material, and some construct which looked really similar to a jet pack they usually saw on movies protruded out of his back. With a loud roar, he kicked the board of the boat and launched himself into the sky, straight towards the bird which was once again coming down on their heads. His left hand morphed into a giant fist, and when the two met on the sky, he delivered a brutal punch straight at the bird's beak. Moving at a neck-breaking speed, the bird couldn't change its direction in time, and ate the whole fist to the face. It was blown backwards with a startled squawk. Woo! What a youthful blow! Lee cheered. But Itachi grimaced. No, attacking like this won't stop it. Indeed, the bird had recovered almost immediately from Jugo's blow to its head. It seemed the hit only managed to piss it off. It snarled and changed its target to Jugo, who was now hovering on the air by the chakra blasting out of the construct on his back. The man's eyes widened, and he desperately made a dodge roll on the sky, right on time to avoid the sharp talons of the bird from gouging his stomach out. Creatures summoned by pain can't be stopped by normal attacks, Itachi explained when Jugo blasted the bird with a beam of chakra from the cannon he had just formed on his arm, to little effect. We need to hit it with something strong enough to take it down in one blow. I'll go help him, Fu yelled, and from her back, a pair of wings spread out. She lowered her stance, ready to launch herself into the sky, before Karen stepped in front of her. What? You should save your energy until we face the real pain, Fu, the Uzumaki girl smiled. Trust me, Jugo will be able to handle that. The giant bird squawked angrily after being hit by another blast coming from Jugo. Even before the 3 years of training, Jugo had still been the most powerful shinobi in Konoha in terms of firepower, only fell below Naruto, Fu and the Hokage himself. Wielding the power of nature herself in his body, he could easily take down a village in one blast if he went all out. And as long as he stayed transformed, he would never have to worry about running out of chakra, as the infinite energy of nature would recharge him immediately without fail. The only problem was, before, he hadn't had any control of his power. Whenever he'd tapped into his ability, his crazy, bloodlusting alter ego would have taken control and slaughtered everything in his sight mindlessly. But now, after the time he had spent in Konoha, and with the help of the Hokage, his sensei and his friends, he had learnt a lot of things. And the most important thing he managed to learn was common sense. No, I cannot overpower this creature with sheer force alone, it just doesn't work, but… Jugo's eyes widened. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Pushing himself away from the bird with a blast of chakra from his jetpack, Jugo launched a barrage of small, but precise chakra shots at the creature. The power of the shots wasn't much, but they were more than enough to attract the attention of the bird. It cawed angrily and tried to rush Jugo again, but the shinobi easily dodged the reckless charge by launching himself upward. And with that, he had completed the setup for the final blow. I see. Everyone turned to Niji, who had just said those words. His Byakugan were activated at full force, and on his face, there was a victorious smirk. Jugo won. That bird is going down. It's not a surprise that Niji was the one who noticed that. After all, the Byakugan has the ability to see chakra. Therefore, it's just natural that he could see the humongous amount of chakra focusing in the cannon on Jugo's left arm, which was now pointing at the bird right below him, with its stomach, towards the deep sea below. And Jugo unleashed the blast. The giant bird was hurtled into the sea from the sheer force of the chakra beam coming out of Jugo's arm cannon. It crashed into the blue surface with a loud boom, sending huge waves of water everywhere, but didn't even stop until it reached the bottom of the seabed. The sea trembled with the terrifying collision, then stopped. There was no sign of the bird emerging again from below. And that Jugo landed on the board of the boat shows how birds cannot fly if they're drowned in water. Even Itachi had to nod dumbly hearing this, rather obvious, statement. Pain's Devapath's eyes cracked open. What's wrong? Next to him, on the left index finger of the demonic statue, Conan asked worriedly. The bird I sent patrolling Kirigakure was defeated. Konoha is coming. It's the Seven Tails, and Itachi Uchiha. Too bad I'm not here for real, the phantom of Deidara standing on the middle finger of the other hand sneered. I really want to take that traitor down by my own hand, for everything, the humiliation he and his bastard of a brother gave me. Kisame's phantom from the ring finger glanced at him, but didn't say anything else. At this rate we might not be able to completely seal the Six Tails before they catch up with us, Conan said. What should we do now? For a while, there was no answer. Then Toby said, we must do whatever we can for now. When they arrive, we shall deal with them. They are not going to get through all the protections we put on this island easily. He threw a glance at the unconscious body of Utakata, floating in the blob of colored chakra, his tailed beast chakra being sucked out of him. And after all, it's not necessary to gather every single bit of chakra from the tailed beast to form the 10 tails anyway, he thought without saying out loud. He didn't notice Conan glancing at him with a strange expression on her face. The moon was reaching the zenith when the boat touched the dock with a light thud. Here you are. Kirigakure. Team Guy and Team Enko, together with Itachi, stared at the scene in front of them in horror. What the hell happened to this place? The village was completely devastated. Houses were destroyed, and dead and injured people scattered everywhere around what used to be a very crowded and prosperous shopping street within the sight of the Konoha shinobi. And Itachi could see the ruins of what used to be the Mizukage Tower at the center of the village. An injured Kiri shinobi, seeing the group walking into the village, pushed himself up from the ground and yelled while still clutching his bleeding stomach. Stop right there. What do you want? Enko immediately walked up to the shinobi. Calm down there, man. We're Konoha shinobi, coming here to help Kiri as soon as we heard the news. See our headband here? She said, pointing at her Hittite. What happened here? How can I be sure that you're not some other invaders coming to finish off our village? Hittite can be faked. Arg. The man couldn't finish his sentence before collapsing back to the ground from the multiple wounds on his body. Enko sighed. Karen? The Uzumaki girl walked up, kneeled down next to the shinobi and started using medical jutsu to treat his wounds. Fu blinked. You can heal people without letting them bite you now, Karen-chan? Karen answered, not looking up from the wounded shinobi. Of course I do. I cannot let everyone bite me to heal them, it's just too indecent. Okay, done. The shinobi looked at his body in surprise to see all of his wounds closing up quickly without a trace. He glanced back at the group wearing Konoha Hittite in front of him suspiciously for a few seconds. Then he sighed. What do you want? Enko nodded. Can you take us to Lady Mizukage, please? The shinobi's expression turned into a grimace. Sure, but I don't know if that would do you any help. The two teams looked at the body of the woman lying on the bed with the same grimace. Mei Terumi looked horrible. The natural color of her hair was red, but now it looked more brownish than red because of all the dried blood soaking it and running down her cheeks. Her skin, which was exposed to air from having her clothes nearly torn to shred, was also tainted with dirt and blood, and there were a few nasty cuts across her face. And she was in a coma. In fact, if it was not for her chest moving up and down weakly, no one would even think that she was still alive. Under the dim lighting of the medical tent, she looked even paler, even more like a corpse. What happened to her? Zabuza, sitting next to her bed with his right arm in a cast, his face, head and body full of bandage, sighed. When they attacked the village, they targeted her right from the beginning. She fought back so fiercely, but the attack was too sudden and they managed to overwhelm her easily. We couldn't even react, had it not been for Utakata. The Konoha shinobi looked at each other. Having heard the story from Naruto, Jiraiya, Itachi and the Hokage himself, they knew what the being called pain could do. So did you send anyone to track them down? Zabuza shook his head. Sending normal trackers after them was nothing but suicide. If only I could go. I can't even hold my sword properly now. Everyone looked at Karen. Oh, come on, she protested. I'm not going to let an old man bite me. Everyone stared harder. Okay, fine. The Uzumaki girl snapped. She stuck her index finger out. Here, bite my finger. But this is the last time, understand? Zabuza blinked, but still complied. His mouth reached the tip of the girl's finger. Oh, this is gonna be fun, Anko snickered in her breath. She knew what would happen when someone bit Karen to be healed by her chakra. And to imagine that happening with an old man like Zabuza. But instead. Yoch! What the hell was that for, you jerk? Are you planning to bite my finger off? Slap! Anko knew she would go to hell when she started laughing out loud. It actually worked. That's the only words Zabuza could say when he felt his body healed up completely by the chakra of the Uzumaki girl. In fact, he felt that he was even stronger than he used to be before the attack. He flexed his arm, and the cast cracked and shattered under the force. Of course it worked, Karen, now recovered from the healing session, but still had a slightly blushing face, scoffed. Don't underestimate the ability of an Uzumaki. Zabuza blanched. You're a relative of that Naruto brat? Damn, no wonder. So, now that you are completely healed, are you planning to track down Pain and rescue your Jinchuriki, Zabuza-san? Guy asked. Of course I'm going to, Zabuza nodded. However, it would take some time to find out where they are first. I doubt they could have gone far. Had they gone all the way back to Amigakure, they wouldn't have left a scout around Kirigakure like that, he said, obviously referring to the bird the Konoha group had faced on their way. They must still be somewhere around here, possibly on an island out there. It would take 1 or 2 days for us to locate where they are. 1 or 2 days? Anko exclaimed. That is just too long. Who knows what the Akatsuki can do in those days? Actually. Everyone turned towards Fu, who had just raised her voice. On her face there was a confident, but a bit mischievous smile. I didn't tell anyone about this before, but I actually have a way to track down anyone in this world. You're kidding me. Even Guy and Kakashi's report during the test didn't say anything about that. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya in surprise on their way to the torture and interrogation division. Jiraiya answered the Hokage with a cheeky smirk. Well, a shinobi cannot show everything he can do to his enemies, right? The third Hokage sighed. Touché. But how proficient is she with it anyway? The smile still didn't leave the Toad Sage's face. I can only say that during training, we discovered the Nanabai's unknown special ability is the utmost proficiency in controlling and manipulating nature chakra. One of the requirements for Sage Mode is that the user must become one with nature in order to balance the chakra of the user with nature chakra. The more fine-tuned the user is with nature, the easier it is for them to access the power of a sage. If the user contains inside them the tailed beasts, beings who used to be parts of the 10 tails, the creature born from the god tree which holds the power of nature itself, it would be even easier. As if it was really that easy, any Jinchuriki in history would have become a sage. There is a reason why Hashirama Senju was the only known Jinchuriki who had achieved Sage Mode in history. After all, no matter how powerful you are, the immense power of nature is not a toy. Even though the tailed beasts could help them access the power easier, without proper training, nature chakra would destroy the user from the inside out. Just look at Naruto to see. He'd had to practice with 4 shadow clones at a time during his time for weeks before Pain's invasion, and still couldn't enter Sage Mode without staying still for some time. And that was still very quick, as Fukasaku, one of the Toad Sages, had said. Well, considering time flows much slower in the realm of summons and the sages themselves were hundreds of years old, their definition of quick might be different from what we think, but still. Only after taking complete control of Kurama's chakra, and especially befriending her, could he decrease the time he needed to access the mode. And he still couldn't maintain the form for long without recharging it from time to time. Those like Orochimaru, who tried to manipulate nature power through unnatural means like the cursed seal, wouldn't be able to do it properly without their bodies being destroyed gradually from the inside. Even those who were blessed with the power naturally, like Jugo's clan for example, still suffered from their bodies being morphed into monstrous forms whenever they tapped into the power. Most of that clan was wiped out, mostly from their tendency to become axe-crazy from the influence of their alter ego whenever they used the power anyway. However, there was one being in this world that held the innate power to fully control and manipulate the power of nature without any drawback. When creating the tailed beasts, the Sage of 6 Paths gifted each of them one of his abilities. When it came to the ability to control and manipulate nature energy, which qualified him as a sage, knowing that it was an incredibly dangerous ability which would potentially destroy the world if falling into the wrong hand, he decided to give it to the beast holding all of his positive emotions, without even letting her or any other tailed beasts know about it. He hoped that, in the hand of a being filled with love and happiness, the power would not be used for evil purposes. And in the worst case, if she happened to fall into the wrong hand, without her knowing about it, the power wouldn't manifest to be abused. And that being, Chomei, was only able to find out her true potential when her best friend, her most trusted Jinchuriki, had departed on a training trip with the legendary sage Jiraiya. Holy shit! Karen exclaimed when Fu opened her eyes. There wasn't much change everyone could see on the Jinchuriki. The only thing noticeable was that her irises had turned yellow with a ring of orange bordering them, and there was green pigmentation around her eyes, extending to her temples, which resembled a mask. But a sensor like Karen could feel how terrifying the power within the Jinchuriki was even without activating her Kagura Shingon. The chakra inside Fu had become extremely dense and humongous, and at the same time, it was something else, something different. Even with Chomei inside of her, Fu's chakra had never become like this before. This is Sage mode, she heard Itachi muttering behind her. But this is incredible. Even Jiraiya-sama has never shown such a great level of power when he entered his own Sage mode before. The energy inside her right now is very similar to what I get when I use my power, Jugo also said. But it's just the energy, every other thing is different. She doesn't even transform, and it's like she's taking nature energy into her body unconsciously, without even trying. It's just like she melded into nature herself. Yep, Fu answered cheerfully. In this state, you can think of me as becoming one with nature, and because of that I can find anything which exists in this planet. Now let's see. She closed her eyes again, and reached out with her mind. Her consciousness started flying across the elemental continent, across mountains, across lakes, across the sea, across forests. Huh, that's weird. Everyone held their breaths. What's wrong, Fu? Anko asked. I can't find them anywhere. I mean, I know how Utakata-san's presence feels like, but it's just like he had disappeared from the surface of the planet. No, even if that had been the case, I should have still been able to find trace of him. It's more like he just doesn't exist in this world. How is that even possible? Zabuza asked, completely confused. I mean, they have just attacked Kirigakure yesterday. Had it not been for Utakata, we would have been wiped off the planet. How can he not exist? It seemed no one could answer this question, because following it was a long and suffocating silence. Finally, Itachi said, Toby. Everyone turned towards the Uchiha. He nodded. During the time I was in the Akatsuki, I managed to find out the main abilities of every member. This Toby, he has the power to send himself and other things to a different dimension only he can access. Maybe he also sent Utakata there for the extraction? Then he shook his head. No, it cannot be. Even with that power, even if he could send other things into that dimension, Toby himself can only stay in that dimension for 10 minutes at best, so how should he? I think I have the answer. Now everyone's eyes turned to Karen. She was smirking proudly. When I read the sealing book Naruto gave me as present, I found a sealing jutsu which can isolate an area from the space-time continuum. Basically, what stays in the range of the sealing jutsu would be separated from this dimension into a completely different dimension, while still staying on the surface of this planet. But if that's true, I don't know how they managed to get a hand on it. It is a very advanced Fuin jutsu of Yuzushiogakure after all. If it is possible, then I don't doubt the chance that they might have discovered a similar one, Enko nodded. The one we're fighting is the leader of the Akatsuki, the wielder of the Rinnegan, after all. If that's the case, finding where that place is not difficult at all. Niji raised his voice. Fusan, can you use your ability to search around once more and find if there is a place that should have had something in there, but there isn't one? Like a sudden empty void, for example? Fu blinked. That was an oddly specific question, as if the Hyuga had already known something. I will try, she said, and closed her eyes again, focusing. Seconds later, her eyes snapped open. I found it. There is something that looked like a dome about 9 or 10 kilometers to the north of here. But I cannot sense anything inside it. As I thought, Niji nodded. Byakugan. You're right. Even the Byakugan cannot see through that. It seems the only way is to go there to find out. When everyone was getting ready to depart, Zabuza whispered to Guy. That's the Hyuga boy who lost to the pink-haired girl in that Chunin exam, your student, huh? Have to admit, he has matured quite a lot since then. He might have been Jonin now if I wasn't wrong. Guy nodded. Of course. But even though I urged him to accept the Jonin promotion so many times, he just didn't want to. The swordsman looked at the Hyuga again. A smirk formed under the bandage covering his mouth. Heh. Such is the power of youth. Things have become really interesting indeed. Every genin and chunin around Kirigakure suddenly felt a deathly chill creeping up their spines. So, let's go over everything again. Are you sure you weren't able to get anything out of them even with the Sharingan? Kakashi nodded at Inoichi's question. Yes. I don't know, but usually with the Sharingan I can use Genjutsu to look into enemies' mind when interrogating them, but somehow, it seems these things don't even have thoughts. It's just like they don't have a mind of their own. Hiruzen, who was standing next to him, grimaced. That would be quite troublesome, indeed. If the Akatsuki really managed to create an army of mindless drones like these. Inoichi, do you think you can do something? I will try my best, Hokage-sama, the Yamanaka clan head nodded. But if what Kakashi said was true, it might be useless anyway. If they're just mindless zombies created only for the purpose of killing. I don't know, Aoba Yamashiro, one of Inoichi's colleagues, said. It seems pretty human-like to me, expression and everything. Well, we will see when I finish scrambling his brain up, Inoichi said grimly, and put his left hand on top of the white Setsu's head. The Deva Path's eyes cracked open again. Kiri and Konoha are starting to move. From the ring finger, Kisame's phantom glanced at Pain. Who in Kirigakure was sent after us? From what my scouts saw, it is Zabuza Momochi, Pain answered. Zabuza, huh? Kisame muttered. I know what you are thinking about, Kisame, and you cannot do that, Conan warned the shark-like swordsman. We don't have enough time to seal up the tailed beast, and if you leave to fight them. No, actually, just let him go. Pain turned towards Toby, his eyes narrowing. And why should we do that? At this rate, we won't be able to complete sealing the six tails before the Konoha and Kiri force arrives here, the masked man answered. Forcing Kisame to stay here won't speed up the process much. If we let him go, he might be able to hold them off for us for a while. And besides, he looked at the missing Nin in question through the eye hole on his mask. You really want a chance to fight against that Zabuza, right, Kisame? The other Akatsuki members glanced at Kisame's phantom. Then Pain said, Very well. But you do not have to go by yourself. It would be dangerous, as Itachi is also there. We will use this. After leaving Haku in charge of the village while he was absent, Zabuza, together with the Konoha task force, was now on their way to the island where the sealing process was being performed. Right now, the group was running full speed on the surface of the sea at the coast north of Kirigakure. Is it proper to leave the village in her hands like that? Asked Anko. I mean, she looks too young to handle the job of a Kage, even temporarily, you know. Zabuza laughed. You can believe it or not, but Haku is one of the very few people I can put all my trust in this world. She is young, indeed, but she's more than capable of handling everything on her own. I was the one who nominated her for the position of Kirigakure's ANBU captain, you know. Then suddenly his voice turned into a grumble. Although I still cannot understand where she got that habit of telling people that she's a boy from. Seriously, the first few times it might be funny, but acting like that every time she met someone new is just ridiculous. I'm sick of people looking at me funny whenever we go on diplomatic missions together. Anko snickered. So, how long does it take until we get there, Fusan? Lee asked. Fu, who was running ahead of him, nodded without turning back. We're half the way there. We can reach the island in about an hour. I wonder if we can get there in time, Zabuza muttered. It's already 2 days since Yudakata was kidnapped. Do not worry, Itachi assured him. The process of extracting a tailed beast completely from the Jinchuriki takes at least 3 days. They won't be able to. Everyone watch out. The group screeched into a halt when they heard the yell of Niji. And fortunately they did that, because suddenly the sea in front of them exploded upward and would have swallowed the whole group into the deep, dark water had they not been able to stop. Ambush! Zabuza yelled, and with a mighty swing of Kubikura Bocho, the screen of water in front of them was cleaved in half by the shockwave coming from the sword. The shockwave didn't stop. It ran through the water screen and collided with something behind it. A loud boom shook the air. From behind the water screen appeared the grinning face of Kisame Hashigaki, holding the demonic sword Samahata in front of his body to shield himself from the attack of the opposing swordsman. It's been a long time, Zabuza. And Itachi. At a corner of Konohagakure, a small snake crept up from under the sewer. Chapter 36, Groan, Kisame. Zabuza looked at the Kirigakure missing nin with a glare full of disdain. The shark man grinned back at him with a smile full of sharp teeth. Zabuza. It's been a long time. The Kirigakure loyalist's eyes didn't leave the missing nin an inch. He knew how powerful the monster of the hidden mist was, and if he thought he could ignore him even for 1 second, he would be a fool. He growled. Are you here to stop us from reaching where you Akatsuki are extracting the 6 tails from Utakata? Kisame grinned, and raised Samahata up a bit. You got me. Then without even a warning, he kicked the water surface and launched himself at the group like a bullet. Samahata was swung in a wide, horizontal arc, absolutely aiming to maim at least 3 members of the group. But before it could reach even a strand of hair on Kairin's, the first one standing on his head, it was stopped by the blade of Kubikura Bocho. Putting all of his power into his arms, Zabuza swung his sword with a mighty strength, throwing both Kisame and his sword away. He yelled back at the Konoha group. You all go ahead. Leave Kisame to me. Your mission is to go and rescue Utakata. Do you really think that I would let them get away? Kisame sneered while regaining balance, and immediately flipped through hand seals. A horde of sharks made of water burst out from under the surface and rushed the group with the ferocity and power of torpedoes. But they couldn't even touch the group of shinobi. A horde of something also made of water from below Zabuza also lashed out and intercepted the barrage coming from Kisame, so fast that no one could even see it coming, or realize what the attack was. Except for Itachi. With his Sharingan in action, he could see it as clearly as a film in slow motion. Water dragons dance, he mused. I've only seen this jutsu performed once by Lord Third, but even his wasn't even this powerful and fast. And he doesn't even seem to lose that much of chakra either. Niji, standing next to him, also said in awe. He must have mastered that jutsu to the level of Lord Second himself. From the other side, Kisame also showed a slightly surprised expression. Oh? It seems you also gained some power after all, Zabuza. I didn't accept my position as the captain of the new 7 swordsmen for nothing, Kisame, Zabuza answered. I know that before I was weaker than you, so I also pushed myself to the limit to be worthy of the name captain. I'm not someone who would sit still to receive what I don't deserve to bear. Then it means I will have to kill you before I can get to them, huh? The monster of the hidden mist grinned menacingly and brandished his sword. Indeed. And you're free to try. The devil of the hidden mist also brandished his own sword and answered when the Konoha shinobi nodded at him and started moving. Is it wise to leave Zabuza alone with Kisame like that? Guy asked worriedly when the Konoha task force was on their way again. I mean, I faced that Kisame guy before, remember? And he was one of those very rare people who managed to force me to use the 7th gate. Before anyone could answer, Itachi cut in. I don't think you should worry about that. Isn't your mission right now tracking down and rescue the 6 tails Jinchuriki from the Akatsuki? Even Zabuza himself said so, remember? The other Konoha shinobi looked at each other in worry. Even so. Don't worry, Itachi reassured them. Zabuza hasn't shown everything he has yet. From what I saw about him, he must be at least as strong as Kisame himself. I'm sure he would be fine. And there's something wrong with that Kisame too. Naruto couldn't sleep that night. Without Karen, the Uzumaki house seemed to be strangely empty. It was understandable. After all, he had just come back to Konoha for 3 days, and yet his Jonin exam and the mission to Sunigakure already took almost all of his time to spend with his family. He didn't at first, but now he realized how badly he missed his sister. And now Karen was on her way for her own mission too, against pain. Nagato, of all people. He looked at the alarm clock standing on top of the drawer next to his bed. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. Usually Karen would have barged into his room to pull him out of his bed at this time. He sighed and climbed out of the bed, and dragged himself into the bathroom. And immediately, a shampoo bottle landed on his face, knocking him to the ground. Oh. You really got the nerve to peek on me when I was bathing, huh, Naruto, Kurama? walking out of the bathroom with only a bath towel around her body like usual, looked down at her Jinchuriki lying on the ground, clutching his nose in pain. Then she blinked when Naruto just sat up with a sigh. You're worried about Karen and the others, right? Naruto sighed heavily. Yeah. Don't torture yourself about that, Kurama said, gently rubbing his hair. Guy and Anko are both powerful shinobi, and they have full with them too, you know? Not to mention the Hokage already sent Itachi after them as backup. You know what that man can do, right? That team is more than a match for Pain or anyone in this world. Actually, that's not what I'm worried about. Kurama blinked. Then? What if they couldn't get to Utakata-san in time? Naruto looked at her. Remember the last time with Gaara? He actually died. Had it not been for that old lady, he would have stayed dead. If our teams cannot get to them in time. The tailed beast blinked again. That was indeed a very reasonable fear, and she didn't have any answer for that. There is nothing we can do about that for now. The two looked up to see Isabu and Gyuki walking towards them. It was the turtle man who had just said, I had been in Kirigakure for quite a while. I know that Utakata. He's not going to let Saikyo be extracted that easily. Besides, even if the worst happened, we wouldn't be able to do anything now. The best we can do is to hope that our force arrives on time. Then Isabu smiled. Come now, Naruto, believe in your friends a bit, will you? There is no point sitting there and be worried. It's not gonna be good for your health. Naruto punched the ground in anger. Damn it, if only I had mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu like my dad. Kurama stared at him. Are you kidding me? That jutsu cost your dad nearly 10 years to recreate and master. The fact that you can use it right now already shows that you are more than just prodigious. I was sealed in his girlfriend's belly. I know that for sure. What else are you even asking for? Naruto looked at Gyuki with deadpan eyes. Well, maybe it would be easier if you just told me the concept of the jutsu in the first place. You knew it all the time, right? The Seal Grandmaster just snorted. So now Naruto Uzumaki wants to take shortcuts to become stronger quickly? Don't forget, it was you who insisted that you would figure the jutsu out by yourself. Besides, figuring out about the seal is one thing, but the concept of that jutsu is something totally different. As you already knew, it isn't a sealing jutsu at all. The seal on your dad's kunai is just some fancy thing your dad thought of to hide the real meaning behind it. I just know the concept, not how to use the jutsu itself. And even if you knew the concept, there's no guarantee that you would be able to use it properly. Remember that time when you nearly cut yourself in half when practicing it? Luckily Jiraiya knew enough medical jutsu to patch you up, had he not been there. Alright, I get it, Naruto cut in, annoyed. He knew if he didn't, the seal nerd would babble about it all day. He still shuddered whenever he reminded himself about that day, anyway. Besides, he also realized that he was being hypocritical. But still, it's just... I hate sitting in one place feeling useless like this. If only there is something I can do. He suddenly jumped when Gyuki's right hand clapped his shoulder. The octopus man gave him a huge grin. You should just relax yourself first, Naruto. Let me tell you a secret. During the time we stayed at Kirigakure, I and Jiraiya already decided on a plan. Even if the Akatsuki could get their hand on Utakata, they wouldn't be able to extract Saikyo from him that easily. Right at that time, the doorbell rang. The blonde sighed, standing up. I'll get the door. After Naruto disappeared behind the room entrance, the two male-tailed beasts looked at Kurama. Maybe you should have just dressed up first, Isabu said in a deadpan tone. Kurama just glared at him. Naruto blinked when he realized who was behind the door. Sakura? The pinkette gave him a cheerful smile. Yep, it's me. And anyway, I'm not here to play. This morning Tsunade-sama told me to come get you to the hospital as soon as possible, so I thought I would bring you with me on my way to work. Naruto blinked again. What was so urgent that Bachan would tell Sakura to come get him this early in the morning? Then he remembered. Ah. Must be about the arm. 20 minutes later, the pair were standing in the laboratory next to Tsunade in front of the bubbling tube with the replacement arm. So, are you ready to receive the arm yet? Tsunade looked at Naruto. Naruto nodded. Duh. If I hadn't been ready, I wouldn't have come here, believe it. So who are going to do the operation? Besides him, Sakura spoke up. Anyone else but the three best medics of Konohagakure, me, Shizen-senpai, and Master herself? Then I have nothing to worry about. Naruto answered cheerfully. I'm ready any time. The legendary medic nodded. All right then. But in order to do the operation, we have to sedate you first. So, she raised the syringe up, and Naruto's eyes widened. Oh no, 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 there is no way I would let that thing come near me again. Tsunade sighed. I knew this would happen. Sakura? Huh! Sakura, what are you? Hi-thi-I 3I. 4 seconds later, he fell to the ground, with a syringe stabbed deep into his right butt cheek. Sakura sighed. This is just pathetic. Naruto groggily cracked open his eyes. Ugh! Welcome back to the land of the livings, Naruto. A familiar cheerful voice rose next to him. The operation was a total success. Naruto groaned, and pushed himself up from the bed with his left hand. Sakura, next time if you dare doing that, I don't care if you are my best friend, I swear I will strangle you with these bare hands. The pinkette rolled her eyes. Oh please, I couldn't believe you are still like that after 3 years of training. Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki extraordinaire, Jonin of Konohagakure, Master Sage, blah blah blah, is afraid of needles? Naruto glared at her. You won't be able to say that if you stay and train with Haku-chan for 3 months, I assure you, he said, and shuddered. Seriously, why are nearly all of my female acquaintances sadists with pointy needles? Sakura deadpanned. Nope, they're not. Name one who isn't, Naruto challenged. Hinata. Naruto glared at her again. You're so unfair. Sakura just answered him with a cheeky smile. Naruto looked at his new arm. From what he could see, it looked rather normal, beside the fact that it was covered wholly in bandage. The annoying thing was, I can't feel anything. And I can't move it either. Is it supposed to be like that? Tsunade, who had just walked into the room, winced and answered for Sakura. Well, you kinda got too familiar with your artificial arm already, right? You spent 3 years with it after all, mind you. So obviously you would need some time to be able to control the new arm properly again, since you cannot do the same thing as you did with your fake arm to it. And it would take some time for your brain to reconnect to and accept the nerves and everything inside that new arm, too. Naruto groaned. It would take me weeks like before, wouldn't it? Might be even longer, depending on how well you adapt to it, the legendary medic answered. But yeah, you would have to stay in the hospital until the day after tomorrow for me to finish diagnosing all the changes you have after your body accepts that arm. Do you feel anything strange in your body right now? Naruto frowned. Beside the fact that I cannot move my right arm to save my life right now, nope. Is there anything that is supposed to happen? Tsunade blinked. Not even a single feeling of discomfort? She pressed. When Naruto shook his head, she frowned. That's weird. Your body seems to accept the arm a little bit too willingly for some reason. Even if I did create it using mostly your own cells, I still had to include some cells from my grandfather in order to complete it. I know I said that there won't be anything dangerous happen, but the fact that there is totally no rejection from your body is just too strange. It's just like that arm is a part of you in the first place. Maybe because I have the QB inside my body? Naruto guessed. Anyway, since the operation was successful, there is nothing left to worry about, right? This is not something to joke about, Naruto, Tsunade glared at him. Do you know what would happen if the information that your body can accept my grandfather's cells freely leaked out? A lot of people in this world crave the power of wood style, but it is incredibly difficult and dangerous to implant the cells of my grandfather into a human body. Now if someone knows that your body can harbor his cells freely without any drawback, what do you think would happen? Remember Orochimaru? And it's even worse now, since there are now 5 Orochimaru instead of 1. Who knows what that crazy bastard would do? Naruto blanched. That was actually something he had never thought about. Seeing Naruto's face, Tsunade waved him off. Oh, stop it with that face. I know you can take care of yourself. What I mean is, do not let the information that this arm contains my grandfather's cells leak out. And be constantly vigilant when walking around. You cannot know when enemies would jump you, after all. Now, what you should be worried about is getting familiar with that arm until you can use it properly like your old arm. It would take some time, but I know that after you manage it, it will help you a lot. After Tsunade closed the door into the room behind her, Naruto sighed and dropped his body back on the bed. So this means I will be out of commission for at least a week, huh? That sucks. Oh, suck it up, Sakura snorted. This is not the first time you have to do it, you know. And that's exactly the problem. Naruto wailed. Karen Nichin is out for mission at the moment. Who is going to feed me during that time like before? Then his mouth twisted into a mischievous smile. Unless you want to feed me in her place, Sakura. Sakura just waved him off nonchalantly. Nah, don't worry. I'll just file a D-rank mission hiring Hinata to nurse you until Karen is back, paid by you. Naruto glared at her again. You really are evil, Sakura. I really still cannot comprehend this, Tenten exclaimed. I know the Uzumaki clan was famous for their advanced sealing jutsu, but what kind of jutsu is able to make a whole island disappear? Right now, the Konoha task force was standing at the island where they were supposed to go to. The problem was, there was no island there. It's not only that, Karen shook her head. Watch. She took a deep breath, then took off running forward, and disappeared from everyone's view. What the? Before anyone could realize what had just happened, the Uzumaki girl once again popped into view. What happened? Lee asked, confused. Where did you go, Karen-san? Did you just teleport? Karen shook her head. Obviously not. I'm not Naruto, you know. When I ran into the border of the island, I was immediately transported to the other side. It means space around the island was bent and warped so much that it literally separated it from this dimension. Watch again. She once again walked towards where the island was supposed to be, but instead of running headfirst into it, she just bent her body forward. And everyone gasped when the upper half of her body disappeared from view. Niji activated his Byakugan and winced. She's right. Her head and chest are at the other side, 5 kilometers away. That's just creepy, Tenten shuddered. So this sealing jutsu is so powerful it managed to create a space-time distortion. Wonder how the Akatsuki managed to get their hand on it. Guy muttered. But surprisingly, Itachi shook his head. Actually, space-time sealing jutsu, while rare, are definitely not something unheard of. I remember even Hokage-sama has something like that installed in his office in case he wants to have a completely private conversation that no one can overhear. I think it has the basic concept similar to this one, separating the office into a different dimension. Even the concept of a normal storage seal is like that, sending the item you want to seal into a hyperspace which only the holder of the seal can access. I guess this one is just that jutsu used in a very large scale, much larger than the one in Hokage-sama's office. Karen turned towards the Uchiha in shock. How do you know about that? She asked. Itachi just chuckled. Trust me, a lot of the supposedly incredible things in the ninja world are just simple things souped up by those so-called geniuses to make them look better in the eye of other people. My deceased friend Shursui gained the name Shursui of the body flicker just because he could use the body flicker jutsu in a flashier way, that's all. There goes those secret advanced sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki. Karen confirmed with a sigh. Basically, as far as I understand, this sealing jutsu is indeed based on that concept, although in a way larger scale than that normal one in Hokage-sama's chamber. It doesn't even need constant influx of chakra from the user to maintain its effect. Breaking it is a big problem. Let's see. She unsealed Uzumaki's hidden sealing arts, which was sealed inside a tattoo of a sealing array on her right hand, flipped through it and grimaced. Just as I thought. Seals in such a large scale are usually created and maintained through a series of sealing talismans, as it is very hard, possibly nigh impossible to make a sealing array large enough to cover something as large as an island. If we can find those talismans and destroy them, we will be able to break the seal and enter the island. It's always useful having an encyclopedia about sealing nearby, huh? Anko said, amused. All right. Karen snapped her book close and resealed it, then looked at Niji. If what I know about this is true, the talisman should lie somewhere at the border of the boundary field created by the jutsu. Niji, please use your Byakugan to check the area in a radius of 10 kilometers from here, even underwater, to find if there is something resembling a sealing talisman or not. You can do that, right? Niji nodded and activated his Byakugan. 1 minute later, he closed his eyes. Found them. All right, they are all in position. Karen nodded, then said into the microphone of the earset she was wearing. Good. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Vortexes of water exploded upward from underwater, at the places where the sealing talismans were at. A few seconds later, the water surface returned still. When the island, which were about 5 kilometers large in radius, with a mountain peak at the center, faded into view again, Anko looked at Guy. You know, I suddenly feel glad we thought about using shadow clones for this. The taijutsu master nodded in stunned silence. Toby frowned under his mask. The Konoha group has just managed to get past the dimensional barrier. They are going to arrive at our place soon. How long more does it take to finish the extraction? Pain looked at him. We need about 1 more hour to completely extract the beast from the Jinchuriki, the masked Uchiha answered. But if what I calculate is right, Konoha might only need half an hour at most to arrive and break into this place if no one is intercepting them. The leader of Akatsuki didn't say anything for 5 seconds. Then, at the 6th, he opened his eyes and said, "So that means we only need to hold them back for an hour, right?" "I found it!" Fu exclaimed. "The chakra signature of Utakata-san is at the center of the island. And something is sucking it out of his body really fast. We have to be quick if we still want to rescue him alive." "Yosh!" Lee pumped his fist. "Then what are we waiting for?" Veins bulged up at the corners of Niji's eyes. "There is some kind of cavern at the place," Fusen said. "Whatever they are doing must be happening inside that cavern." Pushing more chakra into his eyes, he said, "I'll try to look inside that cavern, to see if there is anything happening in there first." The Hyuga's view stretched even further, piercing through the rock, reaching into the deepest parts of the cave. Then he saw something. A lone man, wearing the signature black coat with red clouds of the Akatsuki, walking in a dark corridor, obviously heading outside. Orange hair, body full of piercings. Then the man looked up, and Niji immediately understood fear. "Ah!" he screamed, and stumbled back, his Byakugan deactivated. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheek. "What's wrong, Niji? What happened?" Guy immediately caught his student and asked urgently. That man with the rippled eyes," the Hyuga stammered when trying to push himself up. His killing intent was so terrifying, just one look into his eyes. Itachi grimaced. "So Pain is here, this might get nasty really soon. Even with all of us going at the same time, we are going to have a hard time against him. The Rinnegan is not something we can joke about, so you guys need to prepare yourself." What the Uchiha had just said sent chill into everyone's spine. Finally, after a few seconds, Anko said, "You are the only one with the experience of fighting the Rinnegan here, Itachi. Do you have anything you can give us about it?" Itachi nodded with a grim face. "The Rinnegan grants its wielder the access to 6 different paths, with different abilities. From what I saw during my fight and from Jiraiya-sama's information, those abilities are absorbing jutsu that use chakra, reviving the dead, extracting souls from living bodies, creating weapons from chakra." Tenten's eyes gleamed dangerously when hearing this, summoning unkillable creatures and controlling gravity. It also grants the user the ability to see chakra and look through genjutsu like the Sharingan and the Byakugan, but whether it has any special jutsu for each wielder like the Mangekyo Sharingan or not, I don't know. Also, the wielder can split those powers to 6 different bodies, so basically, one single Rinnegan wielder alone is already an army by himself. Anko bit her lips. Damn. That Pain might actually be able to take on a whole village alone if that's the case. No wonder how he could crush Kirigakure that easily. Jugo looked upward. The sun was moving closer and closer to the zenith. And we're almost out of time, too. If only we had Zabuza-san here with us now. Phil also said in worry. After a particularly nasty clash of the 2 gigantic swords, the 2 swordsmen jumped back a few steps, leaving a distance between them. What's wrong, Zabuza? From the other side, Kisame taunted. Aren't you the master of silent killing? I haven't seen you using it against me yet. Or did the great devil of the hidden mist become so soft that he doesn't dare use his famous skill anymore? That, usually, was an insult to the pride of Zabuza. Basically, taunting someone using their fighting style is something that is considered taboo among warriors in general, and swordsmen in particular. But, hey, your skill in taunting is still as bad as ever. After all, you are not worth using silent killing on. Then with a sudden powerful movement, he brought his sword down on the water surface. Water climbed up, then came down on Kisame's head with the size and power of a tidal wave. It doesn't matter whether the shark man could breathe underwater or not. If this wave lands on him, it is going to hurt. This is not a ninjutsu using chakra. Samahata cannot absorb it. Kisame immediately launched himself backward, narrowly avoiding the incoming tsunami. The tidal wave crashed down with a violent bang, sending water everywhere, temporarily blocking his view. There! Then his eyes widened when he saw Zabuza dashing through the water screen with a neck-breaking speed, the tip of his sword aiming at him. Even though Kubikurabocho was well known by the beheading edge, the round tip was also sharpened to the point it could cut a rock in half easily with just a thrust. If Zabuza managed to land the attack, he would be killed for sure, no question. He immediately withdrew Samahata and held it on the way of the other swordsman, blocking the incoming attack. He winced when the two swords collided. The force coming from the charge was so great it managed to push him back even though he was standing firmly on the water surface. Before Kisame could do anything to strike back, Zabuza had, with a very quick and precise movement, flipped his sword and delivered an upward slash from below. At this close range and with the immense length of Kubikurabocho, there was no way for Kisame to avoid being cut vertically in half. Except for... It seemed Kisame already realized it, because he immediately channeled chakra, reinforcing his sandals and leapt up, onto the edge of the executioner's blade. Then, using the force coming from the upward slash, he launched himself into the air. With that jump, he knew he would be able to make a bit of distance between them when he landed, enough for him to prepare a ninjutsu strong enough to overpower Zabuza. But, to his horror, Zabuza's eyes gleamed. Then, the devil of the hidden mist disappeared from view. What? Over here. From behind. But how? The giant blade once again descended on his head. But... You underestimated me, Zabuza! In the middle of the air, Kisame spun. The momentum of the movement sent Samahata crashing against the descending blade of Kubikurabocho. The two blades once again collided with a deafening clang, but that was more than enough for the shark man to stop the other swordsman from taking his life. No. It was you who underestimated me. Kisame's eyes widened when the force pushing down on him and his sword suddenly tripled in intensity. And with a brutal swing, the Akatsuki member was sent hurtling down to the sea. He crashed at the water surface, sending a huge wave everywhere. Goh. Then he found his body unable to move, thanks to the 4 water clones of Zabuza surrounding him, casting the water prison jutsu at the same time at him. The real Zabuza landed on the water, and walked towards the restrained Kisame, who laughed maliciously. You really have become stronger, eh? The loser of the 7 swordsmen. But you are still weak. If only I didn't have to spend half of my chakra fighting that accursed Kakashi yesterday. The devil of the hidden mist glared at the Akatsuki member. You are right. Maybe I'm still weak comparing to you at full power. But a fake like you do not have the right to say something like that to me. The giant executioner's blade came down again, and this time, it met the target. Zabuza scoffed at the 2 halves of an unknown shinobi which were sinking down slowly while harnessing Kubikurabocho back onto the holster on his back and walking away. Next time, if you want to know how strong I actually have become, bring your real self here and face me. The real Kisame opened his eyes upon the destruction of the human clone he sent by Pain's jutsu. That Zabuza is actually getting better, huh? After discussing for a few minutes, the Konoha team decided to go along with their original plan. They would go straight to where the Akatsuki was doing the extraction and rescue Utakata before they could complete it. They knew that Pain was on his way to intercept them. But they already had a good idea of what to expect about their enemy, and as people always say, preparation is one of the keys to victory. Pain had 6 different bodies which he used for combat. All of them had shared vision, and could use the abilities granted by the Rinnegan to both support each other in attacking and defending. If they were allowed to work together in tandem, they would be unstoppable. So, the best thing they could do was to try their best to separate them from each other, taking away their advantage of having connected vision. It would be much easier for them to take care of the bodies after that by utilizing the specialization of each member of the team. Guy and Lee were both taijutsu specialists whose strong fist didn't require chakra to work, so they could take down the Preta path easily. The human path needed to touch the body of its target to work, but someone like Niji could neutralize it either through the rotation technique, or just simply avoiding it altogether by the 360-0 view of the Byakugan. The Azura path could create weapons from chakra, but Tenten and Karen, both masters of using weapons in battle and holders of powerful sealing jutsu, could counter it. The giant summons of the animal path might cause trouble, but Enko also had her own giant summons in reserve, and could call them out to fight against the enemy summons. And together with the superhuman strength, speed and firepower the Sage transformation gave Jugo, the 2 could break through the enemy summon formation and destroy the summoner before it could do anything bad. And they could also take down the Naraka path easily, as without the King of Hell, it didn't have any other way to defend itself or attack back. And Itachi believed that together with Fu, they could handle the Deva path if they had to fight it alone. It wasn't a perfect plan, but right now, it was the best thing the Konoha task force could come up with. The only thing they could do right now was praying all the gods above that the plan would unravel just as they thought. Incoming! Niji suddenly shouted, and thrust his palm forward. The vacuum palm lashed out and met its target, a rocket launched from nowhere, in midair. It detonated, sending everyone stumbling back a few steps. They immediately regained balance and slipped into fighting stance. He's here. As if answering Itachi, 3 figures landed on the ground in front of them. The Konoha shinobi tensed up, ready for battle. Wait a second. 3? So you finally came back, traitor, the one standing in the middle, the same body which had held the Deva path in the battle 3 years ago, said. Very good. Today you are going to die here, by my hand. The gears in Itachi's head started spinning furiously. Why did he only send 3 bodies to intercept us? Has he become so powerful after 3 years he thought that he didn't have to send everything he has against us? Or is he just arrogant? No, it can't be, after that horrible loss against Hokage-sama. We'll have to see if you can do it or not first. Despite thinking that, the Uchiha still threw a taunt at the Akatsuki leader. Oh, and by the way, something from Itachi's hand flew at the middle pane in a blinding speed, and was stopped abruptly before it could touch him, sending the content everywhere around. It was a bowl of ramen. Seriously? Itachi said in a very deadpan tone. Oh, too bad. It seems I won't be able to get a tip this time. Conan glanced at the masked man who was standing on the middle finger of the opposite hand. No, she did not forget what Naruto Uzumaki had told her the last time they met in the prison room. Since then, she had done a lot of secret researches about that masked Uchiha, in order to find out more about him and warn Nagato before it was too late. But that was the problem, secret. Because she couldn't do a large-scale investigation without tipping him or Nagato about what she was doing, it was impossible for her to find out much about the mysterious Uchiha, even after 3 years. Hell, she didn't even know if he really were Madara Uchiha or not. He had never shown his true face to anyone in the Akatsuki, and the only jutsu he'd ever used was that wormhole jutsu and the ability to turn himself intangible. And from what she knew about the man named Madara Uchiha in history, those jutsu were never shown in the list of what he could do. But it could always be because Madara Uchiha in his prime had never found a need to use those jutsu, as anyone who had faced him in the past had been forced to run away or died under his hand, except for the first Hokage. The mystery about his identity made the masked man even more dangerous. But it didn't mean that Conan did not manage to find out anything about him. At the very least, she knew about the 10-minute limit of his intangible jutsu, and had been preparing a plan to kill him by exploiting that weakness. Even if the worst case happened and he managed to survive, she had also devised a plan to bring Nagato and escape from Amigakure. Even if that meant she had to abandon the village into the hand of Tobi, protecting Nagato and the Rinnegan from him must be prioritized. If the Rinnegan falls into his hand, what she was worried about right now was the change in Nagato's personality. For some reason, he had been more and more ruthless and cruel than the Nagato she had known in the past. Did Tobi do something to him? Or maybe it was because of the influence of the Rinnegan? Or maybe it was just because of the loss to the third Hokage 3 years ago which made him so bitter and hungry for revenge. She didn't know. There was only one thing she was absolutely sure right now: this was not the time for them to escape. She needed to be patient and force herself to follow Tobi's orders for some more time. After all, Nagato was only the leader of the Akatsuki in name. The one who was really pulling the strings behind them was the masked Uchiha, and there was nothing they could do about it. Yes. She needed to be patient and wait for the chance. This is not going to be easy for us at all, huh? Anko let out a chuckle. Indeed, she was right. Even standing over there, the chakra and killing intent coming from the 3 panes were so great and menacing the Konoha group could even feel them from a distance. The aim of the Akatsuki leader was clear. He's not going to let them pass until the extraction was complete. Fusan, you know where they are now, right? Let's follow the plan. Itachi yelled at Fu, and the Jinchuriki immediately understood. Wings spread out from her back, and she took to the sky. In front of her appeared a shining ball of light. Continuing to glow brightly, it started to lengthen into the form of something with the shape of a rod. Fu raised her right hand and grabbed it, Immediately, her body started glowing. No, not her body, it was her clothes which started glowing in an orange light. Bathing in the same light, they started to transform. Layers by layers, the new outfit took shape around her body, a snug-sleeved leotard hugging her upper body tightly, showing off her curves, with a short skirt together with a frilly waist cape covering her lower body. Guards formed around her forearms and shoulders. A ribbon took shape right in front of her breasts, and the wings on her back glowed and turned into orange energy while also growing larger and broader, like that of a giant butterfly. Her short green hair also grew longer and automatically twisted itself into a braid which reached her but ended with an orange bow. The weapon on her hand, now without the bright light, finally revealed its true appearance, an almost 2-meter-long staff with a sharp blade-like tip in the shape of Komiai's middle tail, with 6 smaller glowing wings made of the same energy as her wings sprouted from the sides of the energy blade, symboling the 7 tails of the tailed beast, and at the same time giving it the appearance of both an elegant staff and a very mean-looking spear. All of those were accompanied by a lot of spinning and sparkles. Regalia of the Soul, 7th Tail, Hyperia, Spear of Light, set up. The weapon on Fu's hand declared cheerfully. Tenten blinked. Is that a magical girl transformation? Anko couldn't do anything else but face palming. What the hell did Jiraiya-sama teach this girl during those 3 years? Geez, this is still so embarrassing. Oh, come on, Fu-chan. You know that this is the most effective way to utilize my power, and also the proof of our bond, right? You should be proud of it. I know, but why do I have to dress like this every time I use the regalia? It's so embarrassing. What are you even embarrassed of? The beautiful, frilly outfit is what makes a magical girl. It goes together with the rod. You can't be a magical girl without it. For some reason I feel like this is just what you pulled to force me to become your dress-up doll, huh? Enemy ahead? Fu sighed. Sometimes it was impossible for her to deal with her tailed beast's antic. Besides, the enemies were right ahead, and this was not the time to think about things like this. Gripping her weapon tightly, she started flying towards the mountain in the center of the island, where the Akatsuki were doing the extracting ritual. Pain didn't have to look up to know what was happening. The middle body raised its hand, obviously planning to use gravity power to pull Fu down to the ground. Itachi's eyes narrowed. Focusing chakra into his feet, he prepared to charge. He could not let Pain stop the Jinchuriki girl. But Guy was quicker. Chakra suddenly exploded next to Itachi, and the blue beast of Konoha, with a single leap, closed the distance, and launched a devastating kick at the Pain who was preparing for the jutsu. Not expecting the sudden strike, and not even having a second to react, the best Pain could do was to reverse the jutsu he was preparing to pull Fu down to push the incoming taijutsu master away, but even that couldn't stop him completely. Guy and the body which casted the jutsu stumbled against each other, separating it from the other 2 bodies. As a cue, the other members of the Konoha force also sprang into action. Style, Swamp of the Underworld. Anko yelled, slamming her feet down after finishing some hand seals. The favorite trapping jutsu of Jiraiya, taught to her by the Hokage just a few weeks after she was promoted to Jonin, immediately turned the ground into a swamp under the feet of the 2 Pain bodies, which started swallowing them down. Before they sunk too deep, however, the Pain with summoning jutsu managed to call out 3 giant birds in a puff of smoke. 2 of them took off chasing after Fu, while the last one grabbed both sinking bodies and pulled them up. Right into the range of Niji, who was now charging up a double, full-power vacuum palm. Hiya! With a loud shout, the Hyuga thrust both his hands forward, and the 2 condensed blasts of chakra shot out from his palms, aiming straight at their hearts. If this attack landed, it would take out both of them in one shot, as even though Pain used the Rinnegan to control those bodies, the fact that they could use chakra meant that they were alive. If they were killed like a normal human, they would be disabled and become useless. Immediately, the left body twisted itself into the way of the attack. Both blasts struck it, but they were absorbed by the path quite easily without dealing any damage. So that is the body with the ability to absorb jutsu. The identity of all 3 bodies were confirmed. Now it's time to launch their attack. Now Lee! Chakra exploded behind him. Faster than anyone could blink, Lee appeared on the air right behind the 2 paths. His body cloaked in the blue aura of the first 4 gates simultaneously opened. With a deafening battle cry, he threw a punch with his right hand, and they landed on the supposed Preta path with a force so great it was ripped off the talon of the bird holding it and hurtled away. The bird squawked in pain and disappeared in a puff of smoke, dropping the animal path on the ground right in front of Team Anko. Not even stopping a second, Lee rushed in again and continued his relentless barrage on the Preda path, which had to try its best to dodge and scramble away. It's worth saying that during the 3 years Naruto and Fu had gone away for their training, every single remaining one of the Konoha 15 had also pushed themselves to the limit, and all of them had already advanced to levels they couldn't have dreamt of before. However, it's safe to say that none of them could ever push themselves harder than Lee. Unlike his friends, Lee didn't have natural talent in anything. He couldn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu like Sasuke and Sakura, didn't have a smart brain like Shikamaru, didn't have humongous chakra reserve like Naruto, Fu or Jugo, didn't have good enough handwriting to focus on sealing jutsu like Tenten or Karen. He knows for a fact that it is simply impossible for him to catch up with them in those aspects. So, he had focused everything he had on the only thing he was good at, which was taijutsu. Just like before. However, this time he had a different reason for it. Before, what he had wanted was to prove to everyone that even a talentless person like him could someday surpass true geniuses with sheer hard work. However, after hearing the story about Naruto, that goal had changed. While seemingly noble, it was still just a selfish and childish wish of a boy who wanted to show everyone he wasn't useless. But right now, Lee wasn't a childish boy anymore. He was a man whose friends needed his help, and what he needed to do was to provide them with the best thing he could do. And he would not let them down. Leaf hot wind. Lee's spinning kick advanced towards the path like a literal fire typhoon. The force and the heat roared around the taijutsu specialist, threatening to evaporate everything on his way. But to the surprise of the Leaf Shinobi, the Preda path suddenly slammed his hands together into a bird hand seal. Arg! Something suddenly emerged around the body and tossed the 3 members of Team Guy away violently. It was like a tornado, which pulled the 3 shinobi along with its spin and threw them away with the momentum, just like. Isn't that your rotation technique, Niji? The Hyuga, now managed to stand up after being tossed painfully to the ground, gritted his teeth while eyeing his enemy cautiously. It is similar, but it isn't the same. It was him creating a wall of wind around himself to act like a barrier to protect him, a tornado. It was an elemental ninjutsu. What? What did he say? Pain is using ninjutsu? Itachi, on his way to assist Guy who was fighting what he thought to be the Deva path, was startled. Never before, even during the time he'd been in the Akatsuki, had Itachi seen Pain using any other technique except for the ones granted by the Rinnegan. He cursed himself. Now that they were talking about it, he remembered that Jiraiya-sama mentioned that Pain was supposed to be one of his old students, and the Toad Sage must have taught him jutsu during that time. And for some reason, Itachi chose this time to forget about it. Damn it, things are starting to get out of my hand. At the same time, Team Anko was having to deal with the animal path. Right now, Anko herself was engaging in a taijutsu duel with the path. Even though she had only been a jonin for 3 years, she had proven that the 3rd Hokage's decision to promote her straight to a jonin without an exam was for a reason. The style of taijutsu she learned from Orochimaru, while being something she loathed so much because it reminded her of her past with the snake Sannin, was still something very effective and powerful. There was no opening for her enemy to exploit, and each strike coming from her was delivered with a precision and power more than enough to disable the enemy at any place she struck. But that was if she could manage to strike any place. The enemy she was facing was Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, ex-student of the Toad Sage Jiraiya, and the wielder of the legendary Rinnegan. According to legends, the Rinnegan allowed its wielder to easily master any jutsu, as the vision given by those eyes were so vast and clear it could see through all jutsu without any effort, even taijutsu. That might be the reason why none of her strikes could reach their target until now. While powerful and precise, her taijutsu style lacked speed comparing to Lee and Guy's strong fist. Her strikes were all dodged and blocked by her enemy quite easily. Have to try something else. From Anko's left sleeve, a snake lashed out and immediately coiled itself around the animal path. It bared its long, sharp fangs and tried to bite the path's neck. This snake was of a special species whose venom could completely stop the function of a human body in only 3 seconds after applying. If this attack could land, the animal path would definitely be disabled. However, the sudden attack couldn't land on its target. Right before the fangs could sink into the target's neck, they were stopped by some kind of armor suddenly forming from nothing around the animal path's neck and shoulders. What? A sharp steel blade formed behind the path like a tail, cutting the snake coiling around it to shred and allowing it to backtrack from Anko. She heard Karen exclaiming behind her. Forming weapons and armor from nothing. But how? That body is supposed to be the one which can summon animal, isn't it? So that's how it is. Right now, those bodies aren't just holding the abilities of one single path each. That body over there holds the animal and Azura paths, and who knows what the other two can do. It meant they were right now facing pain at full power, with each body possibly having both incredible defensive and offensive techniques from the Rinnegan, without any plan to hold back. They were screwed. Arg! A loud whoosh, and Itachi saw Guy being hurtled towards him, courtesy of a Shinra Tensei from the Deva path. He deftly caught Guy right before the flying taijutsu master could crash into him and bring both of them down. Damn, he is a youthful enemy indeed. He even managed to dodge my attacks with 5 gates opened. Itachi cursed under his breath. Guy was one of the fastest shinobi of Konoha, and with his gates opened, he might as well be the fastest. To think that Pain had improved himself to the point that he could dodge hits from Guy with 5 gates opened. All the plans they had made were going down the drain. Time to go with no plan at all. His irises morphed into the pinwheel shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The ribcage armor of his Susanoo appeared and in a blink of an eye, gained its complete form. The Deva path glared at the ethereal chakra body which was formed around Itachi without any hint of fear. This jutsu again. The ethereal soldier swung the Tatsuka sword downward. Even without using its sealing power, it was still a giant, very powerful weapon made solely of materialized chakra. The blade crashed on the ground, sending a gigantic shockwave at the Deva path, who immediately raised a Shinra Tensei shield to block. The attack couldn't harm Pain, but still left a trail of destruction when it ran past the path, forming a deep crack on the ground behind it. Finally, the shockwave died down, and the Deva path dropped its own jutsu, only to see Guy appearing right behind it in a blink of an eye. Shinra Tensei still hadn't finished cooling down, and Guy's fists were both glowing with chakra. Immediately, the Deva path thrust his right hand towards the taijutsu master, and Guy suddenly felt himself 50 times heavier. It was obvious that during the 3 years gap, Nagato had trained very hard himself, and had figured out quite a few more tricks with his Rinnegan. This trick is one of them, controlling the gravity of his enemy, making them heavier and slower, very effective against taijutsu users like Guy. But, you think that is enough to stop me? 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, open! A fist landed on the Deva path's lower jaw, sending him flying. Impossible. How could he still move that fast with his weight multiplied by 50 times? An advice for anyone who wants to use gravity to manipulate your enemy's weight during battle. It might slow your enemy down, but if, for some reason, he's not slowed down, there are chances you might eat a 50 times more powerful and painful punch to the face. The Deva path flew across the air, towards the tip of the sword of Tatsuka being held out menacingly by Itachi's Susanoo. This is going to be the end for the path. Yahiko's final memento, his body. Immediately channeling chakra, the Deva path manipulated gravity again, but this time, on his own body. Suddenly being 50 times heavier, the path lost his momentum on the air and fell to the ground, barely avoiding the incoming blade of the sword of Tatsuka. He crash-landed quite painfully, but something like that couldn't hurt him. Not to mention he couldn't feel pain at all. And the cooldown of his jutsu had also finished. Shinra Tensei! He bellowed, thrusting his hands to the sides. Itachi and Guy were thrown away brutally once again by the invisible force, much more powerful than they had faced before. Even Itachi's Susanoo armor was also cracked by the sheer pressure of the attack. KRGH. The battle, which had been in the Konoha shinobi's favor, now returned to a stalemate with just one single attack. The 3 shinobi just stood there and glared at each other. None of them dared to move a muscle. Then a sudden surge of chakra from the center of the island, together with a quake, drew their attention away from the fight. The 3 members of Team Guy were thrown away once again by another barrage of jutsu from the Preta path. Even though the jutsu Pain had used were just common low-ranked ones, the power coming from them was so great it could rival those with high ranks they had faced before. It was obvious that the leader of the Akatsuki had prepared himself for this battle for quite a long time. And this way of jutsu spamming reminded them about how people like Naruto usually fought. This guy is hard to play against, indeed. Neji grinned in a way that was very out of his stoic character. Just like Naruto himself. Had anyone been standing at Nagato's control place right now, they would have seen him developing a very large twitch on his forehead. Even if you're trembling before the might of God, we're not going to let you run away. Wind style, gale palm. The burst of wind once again lashed out from the Predapath's palm with the force of a truck. Niji tensed up, and he started building up chakra, preparing for his rotation. But before he could even launch the defensive jutsu, Lee had appeared in front of him and threw a punch. The power of the punch was so great it created a shockwave which clashed against Pain's jutsu and nullified it with an explosion. The taijutsu specialist stood tall before his teammates. Chakra was flowing out and crackling around his body like a blue flame, even stronger than before. He raised a hand at the Predapath. Before we continue, I want to ask you something. What are you fighting for? The sudden question made the Predapath halt his way. Isn't it clear already? He answered. We are the ones who are fighting for peace. With the power of the Rinnegan, the world will understand true pain, and only from that can true peace be created. That is a load of bullcrap. Even Tenten and Niji could only stare at their teammate in shock. They had never heard him curse before. You said you were fighting for peace, and yet you went and razed Kirigakure to the ground, killing hundreds of people in the process. That's the action of a mass murderer, not that of a peacemaker in any way. Pain scoffed. You are just like that Naruto Uzumaki. You of Konohagekure do not have the right to talk to me about peace. You were the cause of all the Shinobi World Wars. Hello? Tenten butted in. Sorry to burst your peace bubble, but as history recorded, none of the Shinobi World Wars were started by Konohagekure. The first Shinobi World War started because the 4 other great villages were afraid that Konoha would dominate the Shinobi world by having all 9-tailed beasts in our possession and decided to gang up on us, which led to the division of the tailed beasts to different countries in the world by the first Hokage in order to retain the balance of power. The second one was started from a conflict between Kumogakure and one of Konoha's allies, which forced Konoha to join the war to protect our friend. And the third war was started by the action of Iwagakure when they infiltrated Kusagakure to lay siege to the border of the Land of Fire. Konoha has more than enough rights and reasons to talk about peace, as we were always the ones who got invaded first. We only retaliated because it was the necessary thing to do if we didn't want to be destroyed. Pain seemed to be unnerved a little, but he immediately regained his confidence. It doesn't matter. What matters is, humanity cannot understand each other. They always strive for greater and greater power, and thanks to that, they are always afraid of someone becoming more powerful than them. They always oppress others out of self-interest. That is the reason for all conflicts in this world. The only way to stop that cycle was someone with absolute power, who can make humanity understand the true horror of war and conflict. And that someone was Pain, the one who holds the eyes of God. The more you explain it, the more stupid that reason of yours becomes, Niji pointed out. If that's the case, then you might as well go and kill off every single person in the world. Humankind develops themselves through their competitive spirit. It has been one of the traits that make a being human. The way to make peace is to stop humankind from causing pointless and useless bloodshed just for their own sick pleasure, to make them understand each other in a peaceful way, not to oppress them in a life full of fear, like you are trying to do. Those words actually managed to put Pain at a loss for word. I guess trying to convey my great plan to you is useless, finally, he said through the Predapath. You are already tainted too much by the darkness of this world, so I have no choice but to destroy you, here and now. You are welcome to try. Lee walked up. On his hands were the 2 sets of weights he always wore on his legs. He had taken them off since God knows when. I am just a normal shinobi without any talent. I cannot use ninjutsu or genjutsu, and not the best at taijutsu either. I don't know anything about those saving the world philosophy of yours. I just know that I have people who I cherish, and from your declaration, you are threatening not only theirs, but also the lives of many other people on your way to achieve your so-called peace. And that is something. The 2 sets of weights left his hands and fell to the ground. I will use all the power I have to stop. The ground shattered as if taking a full power punch from Tsunade. Debris and dust flew everywhere, and the Predapath had to jump back to avoid being buried in the collapsing surface he was standing on. He could wear this much weight on him and fight like nothing. Even though he could not show expressions through the pads, Nagato's mind still got numb in shock. Is he even human? From within the cloud of dust, everyone heard the voice of Lee, loud and clear. 6th Gate, Gate of view, open. Sixth Wa. Before the words could leave the path's mouth, his lower jaw had already been shattered thanks to a punch coming from Li, who had appeared in a blink of an eye in front of it without it being able to move a muscle to react. The body flew backward in a brilliant arc, but even before he could crash into the ground, the green abomination had already appeared behind him and sent him flying again, in another direction. Nagato snarled inwardly. He tried to send commands to the body to focus chakra for a jutsu, but to his horror, he couldn't do that at all. No, it's more like, the chakra was sent to the body, but whenever a little bit was built up, it was immediately dispersed when a punch from Li landed on the body. It was just like, the taijutsu user was punching so hard and fast the chakra was beaten out of the path. This is ridiculous. How can it be? Li's mouth formed a small smirk. Guy-sensei, please teach me how to fight against ninjutsu specialists. You are winning against Kakashi-sensei, who is a master in ninjutsu. You must have had some special art to deal with him. I need that to have a chance if I have to fight against specialists like Sasuke-san or Naruto-san. Guy laughed boisterously when he heard the request coming from his protege. A very youthful passion, Li. But if that is your reason, I am not going to teach you. That declaration took Li aback in surprise. Guy-sensei had almost never refused any request for learning from him. Why, Guy-sensei? The sensei of Team Guy looked at his student with a stern expression. Because such a thing isn't supposed to be used on your comrades. It is something you use for the sake of the ones you cherish, to protect them, to help them, not what you use to fight them for meaningless purpose. If you don't understand that, I will never teach it to you. Li's face brightened. I understand, sensei. I swear I will only use it to protect my friends and comrades. That's the spirit. The taijutsu master laughed again. Very well. The trick for this is that there is no trick. The answer coming from the taijutsu master was so unexpected Li could only blink. Eh? That's right. The best way to fight someone who specializes in ninjutsu and genjutsu is to attack them so fast and hard they don't have the time to mold chakra or form hand seals for their jutsu. Not even being able to do anything, the Pretapath could only raise his arms to try to block the relentless punches aiming at it as much as possible. The barrage of punches was getting fiercer and harder, to the point that the air around Li seemed to be caught on fire. Finally, Li's attacks managed to get past Pain's defense. The Pretapath was sent flying across the air, his back slammed into the ground painfully. Li rushed in, ready to deliver the final blow. And the Path's eyes gleamed dangerously. What? His instinct screamed at him that he was in danger. But he couldn't stop. He was moving too fast, in a straight line. Before Li's fist could land on the Pretapath, his head had already been seized by his two powerful hands. Immediately, he felt all his strength leaving his body. He tried to struggle, but everything was in vain. He couldn't move his body at all. It was just like his soul was trying to leave his body. Is it going to end for him, just like this? A flash of light blinded him. When he finally managed to look again, he was separated from his opponent. And both of the Path's arms were lying on the ground. Tenten was standing next to him, brandishing her sword of the Thunder God. There is an easier and better way to stop your enemy from using jutsu, Li, she glanced at him with a smirk. And that is not allowing it to have any hand to make hand seals. That's right, the voice of Niji appeared behind the Pretapath. And now, in a blink of an eye, 128 tenketsu of the Pretapath's body were shut down by the Hyuga's 8 trigram, 128 palms. He collapsed on the ground motionlessly and uselessly, unable to move anymore. Even though the Pretapath could absorb chakra by forming an absorbing barrier around himself, without being able to mold chakra, it is impossible for him to do that. It is ironic. A being which dominated others by rendering their chakra unusable was defeated by not being able to use chakra. All right, Tenten said cheerfully. I called dibs on the final blow. Saying that, she raised the sword of the Thunder God, ready to deliver the final impale on the Path lying on the ground. And a surge of chakra, followed by a quake, originated from the center of the island, thrown her off balance. All those time, Fu was also having trouble on the sky. The plan was, while the others were holding Pain back on the ground, Fu, with her ability to fly, would separate herself from the group and go straight to where the Akatsuki were performing the extracting ritual to rescue Yudakata. Right now, she was the most powerful member of the group. If she couldn't do that, no one could. The problem was, right now the flying enemies she was dealing with didn't want to let her do what she needed to do. She had been trained in how to fight while flying during the training trip with Jiraiya and Naruto. Unfortunately, either of them had any real experience in aerial combat, nor any summon which could fly to assist her during training. Therefore, the best they could do was training her in aerial maneuver and against anti-air attacks from the ground. She didn't have any real practice in dogfighting, especially against multiple enemies. And now, with the assault from the two giant eagles from both sides, she couldn't find any way to break away from them to go to her intended target. She twirled upward on the sky, twisting around to try to find a way to break away from her two hunters, but whenever she thought she had managed to gain a little distance between them, the two birds would also accelerate and close the distance immediately. This is just ridiculous. Birds aren't supposed to fly like that. One of the birds slammed into her waist hard, knocking her down from the sky. Fu was sent hurtling down the ground, but luckily for her, she managed to regain her balance before crash landing into the forest below. "You want to fight?" she growled. "I will give you a fight." "Fu-chan." The staff on her hand scolded her. "Magical girls do not growl like that. You have to keep calm and maintain your cuteness, focus on your goal to befriend all of your enemies." Fu really wanted to cry. What the hell did she do to deserve this? But this wasn't the time. If she didn't destroy these two creatures soon, it would be too late to go for Utakata-san and… "Here goes!" she yelled, and swung the staff on her hand forward. "Lightning style, thunder barrage!" the staff declared cheerfully. And around Fu, hundreds of daggers made of electricity appeared in a blink of an eye and started launching themselves in an incredible speed towards the two predators. They squawked angrily and swerved away, one upward and one downward, to avoid the incoming missiles, but the daggers suddenly changed direction in the air and kept following the two birds doggedly. Soon, the projectiles reached their targets, and one by one they lodged themselves into the body of the birds. They squawked in pain. One of them crashed into the ground and disappeared in a puff of smoke. "All right," she cheered. "Wide area protection." Fu blinked. "Huh?" Then she squeaked in surprise when a blade of wind crashed into the hastily raised chakra barrier in front of her. It didn't cause any harm, but had Hyperia not reacted promptly, she would have been cut in half by the wind blade sent from the wing of the remaining bird. Damn! So even that didn't work. She swerved in the air, avoiding another wind projectile coming from the bird. She knew that if she didn't manage to at least make this annoying creature disappear, it would be too late for her to stop the extraction ritual from being completed, ripping the poor six-tailed Psycho from Utakata and killing the Jinchuriki. Then she saw wind starting to gather around the body of the bird like a small typhoon. With a shiver, she knew what it was going to do. And an inspiration, no, a madness suddenly popped out in her head. Holding it with both hands, she pointed the sharp tip of Komiai's staff form at the monster bird. "Oh, I like your idea," the staff on her hands giggled. The bird let out a loud screech, and with the vortex of wind surrounding it, it charged at Fu with the speed of a jet fighter. If it managed to land a direct hit, no matter how durable the target might be, with the wind roaring around, she would be torn to shred. And Fu did something no one could ever expect. With the tip of the staff pointing forward at the incoming predator bird, she charged right at it in a similar speed. Pain's faces couldn't show expressions. But if they could have, the only expression they would have shown right now would be a WTF face, as the real Nagato could see everything his bodies and summons saw. The two flying objects were getting closer and closer. There was no way to avoid a direct collision now. Blossom Shield. A 5-petal blossom made of orange energy burst into life at the tip of the staff on Fu's hands right before the girl and the bird collided with each other. The bird crashed into the shield with a deafening explosion, but it didn't even budge. Behind the shield, Fu was also pushing forward, and the two forces with the same power gnarled and ground against each other. None of them even budged an inch. And Fu finally found what she was looking for. The best way to deal with the storm was to attack it in the eye. Shoot! The beam released from the staff tore through the shield and crashed right into the predator bird, which was staying right at the center of the tornado. It was so powerful that the tornado was dispelled, was blasted away, and the bird itself was sent crashing through the forest below into the ground at least 10 meters before dispelling itself in a puff of smoke. "All right." Fu pumped her fist in triumph. "Fu-chan, do you feel that?" Fu blinked. Why does Chomei of all people sound so scared? Then a humongous surge of chakra from the center of the island swept across them, nearly knocking Fu off the sky. Yo, Naruto! How is your arm? Naruto scowled at Jiraiya, who had just jumped into his hospital room through the window. Can't you just enter the room through the door, pervy sage? The Toad Sage just grinned cheekily. Nope. That would make Misa uncool. So, how do you feel about that arm? I heard that Tsunadeheim spent a lot of time and effort on it when we were gone training. Naruto looked at his right arm, in bandage, and was flopping around uselessly at his side. Well, yeah? But I still cannot do anything with it. Bachan said that it would take a lot of training to get used to it, just like before. Then he remembered something. Oh, by the way, this morning Gyuki told me that you had a plan in case Utakata got captured by the Akatsuki. What is it, pervy sage? Jiraiya's face hardened. So he told you about that, huh? Hey, don't blame him, Naruto quickly defended the tailed beast. He just told me that to stop me from being worried about that mission, you know. But seriously, what did you two do? The Toad Sage sighed. I guess it's no harm to tell you about that, actually. It's just that Utakata himself asked us not to tell anyone about that in case it reached the Akatsuki's ear. It was him who came to ask me about that in the first place, after all. Naruto's curiosity perked up. So what is it? Jiraiya sighed again. Well, it is... good. It is nearly completed. Only a few minutes left. Suddenly, Utakata's unconscious body started shaking. What's happening? Konan asked, startled when she saw the strange phenomenon. Is that supposed to be in the sealing process? No, Toby answered. It seemed he was just as surprised as her. Nothing like this is supposed to. Without any warning, a sudden surge of chakra burst out from Utakata's body. And to the Akatsuki's surprise and shock, it started to implode. No, it's just like, his body was absorbing chakra from everything around it, even from the Akatsuki members. The extraction process was also halted forcefully as the chakra started running backward into Utakata. The apparitions of the other members of the Akatsuki flickered and disappeared from the fingers. GGH. WH, what the hell is happening? Konan gasped in panic, struggling to keep the sealing jutsu from being disrupted while her chakra was being sucked out of her body. Do not stop. Toby barked. He was feeling both angry and afraid. We're nearly finished. Only a few more minutes. We cannot let this go to waste. Easy for you to say. Konan snapped back. How are we going to do that with only 2 people and having our chakra sucked out like that? It was the absolute truth. The extraction takes quite a lot of chakra to maintain. The less people synced with the statue, the longer it would take to complete it. With their chakra being drained constantly second by second like this, the sealing process would take forever to complete. That's if it were able to complete at all. They might be sucked dry of chakra before they could even do anything. Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki, once again, you threw a wrench into my plan. So, basically, you added a feature in Utakata's seal that locks up all access to Saikyo-chan when her chakra is drained out enough, and a seal that functions like a reverse 4-symbol seal which only drains out the chakra from the area around him? Naruto stared at the sage in disbelief. But that's too dangerous. Modifying a seal is one thing, but adding another seal on top of a seal that contains a tailed beast is reckless and might cause disastrous result. And not to mention the kind of damage it might cause to Utakata and Saikyo-chan if that even works out. His body might explode with that second seal activating. I know that, Jiraiya nodded. But Utakata himself insisted, and I couldn't find any way to refuse him. Besides, I asked Yuki-sensei about that too, and he also gave me some advices. The only reason it could succeed was because Utakata's seal was too simple, and his tailed beast was very docile. I also had to borrow your phoenix brush to complete it, so it might be considered one of my masterpieces in sealing. So that's the reason why my brush disappeared for a week. Naruto screeched in outrage. How dare you take it without telling me anything? I had to tear up our luggage looking for it. Hey, to save people's lives anything works, doesn't it? The perverted sage defended himself. Besides, you should be proud that your master managed to do something thought to be impossible like that. Well, you better hope that someone manages to stop them before things go too far, Naruto muttered. On the ground, the 3 pains suddenly halted their movement in just a fraction of a second. The Chunin might not, but the experienced Jonin and Itachi immediately realized the problem. Was that because of what Fu has just done? This is our chance to take the advantage. Anko immediately did a backflip, making some distance between her and the animal azure path. From both of her sleeves, dozens of snakes poured out and swarmed towards the path, which were forced to jump backward to avoid knowing that it couldn't destroy all of them, and falling right into her trap. Karen, now! From underground, chains made of chakra burst out and immediately wrapped themselves around the animal azure path, tying it up and locking it in place. Adamantine attacking chain, success? The Uzumaki girl declared triumphantly. During the 3-year gap, she had practiced a lot with her adamantine attacking chain technique, and had developed it to the point that she could create the chains to restrain targets anywhere within the radius of 10 meters around her. And those chains, made of chakra from a full-fledged Uzumaki, was nigh impossible to break. And Jugo was rushing towards the chained-down animal azure path, both of his arms morphed into cannons which were blazing with nature energy right now. Greya Waha! With a loud howl, he rammed both blazing cannons at the path's stomach. And a bright beam of light exploded out, tearing through the body and taking a vast of trees behind it away before continuing its way into the sky. The blast died down, leaving a pair of legs wearing a half-burnt cloak on the ground. Everyone in Team Anko held their breath. Did they do it? Then Anko's eyes widened when she saw what was inside the leftover. Completely nothing. It was just an empty shell. It was the empty cicada jutsu. She yelled. She had learnt about this technique during the time she was Orochimaru's apprentice, and only saw the snake Sannin performing it once or twice, as he preferred his special substitution jutsu more. The enemy can be anywhere around us now. You too, be careful and stay vigilant. The 3 shinobi immediately tensed up. What is going to happen now? Under them, the ground started shaking. Then, without warning, beams of energy erupted from the surface, and had it not been for Karen's Kagura Shingon and her reacting in time to pull them out of the way, the 3-leaf shinobi would have been vaporized. Underground, Jugo yelled, and slammed his hand cannons down on the surface. The ground underneath crumbled into a ton of debris, revealing the animal azure path hiding under, who leapt up and away from the 3 shinobi. Shit, this bastard is even more dangerous than I thought. And this is just one body. Something wrong seems to be happening with the extraction process, Fu said, directing her sage sensor ability towards the center of the island. For some reason, it seems like Yudakata-san's body is absorbing all the chakra in the radius of 10 meters around him, even the chakra from the sealing vessel, but I cannot sense Saikyo-chan's chakra inside his body. If this continues, his body might explode from chakra overload. There is no way we can get there in time before he drained out that vessel to the last drop. Chomei answered in a panicked voice. What should we do now? Drain to the last drop? Wait, that's it. Hyperia, get ready to go full power. The staff stopped her rant midway, and after a few seconds, Are you sure? She asked in a scarily happy voice. Fu nodded, and swung the staff upward before pointing her towards the mountain peak. I'm sure. Let's blast that vessel with an attack so powerful it has to dispel itself before Yudakata-san can suck it dry and destroy himself. All right, my master. Starlight BR. You are not raising heart, and you are not shooting starlight breakers, Fu cut her staff short in a very deadpan voice. She closed her eyes and started focusing. Around her, a series of mirrors appeared from nowhere and started recalibrating themselves in the air. The most powerful ability of Chomei is the power to control and manipulate nature chakra freely, and her Jinchuriki would also be able to get access to Sage mode more easily and efficiently. However, no matter how skilled the Jinchuriki is with Sage mode, there are still 3 steps necessary in order to enter the stage. First, absorbing nature chakra into the user's body. Second, combining nature chakra with the user's own chakra to form Sage chakra. Third, using the Sage chakra to use jutsu. Without all 3 steps, it would be impossible to use Sage mode for battle. However, the power of Komiai's regalia form had rendered all of those drawbacks void. With the tailed beast's inherent ability, it is not necessary for Fu to absorb nature chakra into her body to make Sage chakra anymore. Instead, the staff form of Chomei would manipulate and process pure nature chakra outside of her body. Because of that, and thanks to the perfect sync between the tailed beast and her Jinchuriki, the jutsu used by Fu were now formed and executed much faster and stronger than before, without even having to make hand seals, giving her maximum advantages against enemies on the battlefield. Another advantage is she can take nature chakra from any source around her. From the land, the sea, the air. And the most powerful source of nature energy anyone living in the planet could find is, obviously, the sun. And the technique she was going to perform was going to use that very same source of power. Hyperia, the spear of light, named after Hyperion, the titan of heavenly light, is naturally the best weapon to utilize this technique. Some light started gathering at a point in the exact center where the mirrors faced each other into a ball of bright, yellow light. The ball kept growing and growing, until it became a humongous sphere the size of a house made of pure sunlight. Floating right next to it, the Jinchuriki could feel the intense heat coming out from the sphere of light, and the power contained within it. Fu directed her sage sense towards the cavern within the mountain, where the ceiling statue and Yudhakara's unconscious body were playing chakra tug-of-war. The mirror system disappeared, and she pointed the sharp tip of Hyperia at the sphere of light towards the direction of the mountain peak. Target acquired. Firing lock is cancelled. Ready to fire. Feel the mighty power of the sun. Hyperion. Blaster. The beam of pure, undiluted sunlight shot out upon Fu and Komiai's chorus towards the cavern with the power of a wave motion cannon blast. It pierced through the rock like a piece of butter, and hit the demonic statue of the outer path right at the chest. The statue, while not completely destroyed, still took a severe burn mark at the chest and toppled over, crashing into the ground and made half of the chamber collapse before disappearing in a huge burst of smoke, dropping Toby and Conan from its fingers. Being the only targets left, the sealing jutsu on Yudhakara's body immediately switched to the two Akatsuki members, who were the only people in the chamber now. Gah! Gasping when she felt her chakra being drained at a much faster rate than before, Conan collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Toby snarled. He jumped at the woman and grabbed her before disappearing in a vortex, pulling her with him. Without a target, the absorbing jutsu died down, leaving Yudhakara's body on the ground, unconscious but definitely alive. The three paths of pain suddenly stopped fighting. They turned their heads towards the direction of the ceiling cavern simultaneously. Then, without a word, the animals/Azura path abandoned the fight and made a dash towards the Deva path, who raised his hand and with a Banzho Tenin, pulled the other body towards him much faster than anyone could react. Reaching the Deva path, the animals/Azura path did a backflip and landed on the ground before slamming his hand on the ground, summoning the human path before Tenten's sword could pierce through it. The sword of the Thunder God only stabbed the ground harmlessly. I will accept defeat this time, the Deva path growled at the Konoha shinobi, who were preparing to charge him once again. But the next time, you will all suffer defeat under my hand. And you are not going to leave this place without a scratch, either. Itachi's eyes widened. Everyone! Get behind my Susanoo, quick! Hearing Itachi's voice made the Konoha shinobi understand what was going to happen without even having to think. They barely made it behind the chakra construct before Pain could unleash his jutsu. Shinra Tensei. A third of the island was wiped off in an instant. Even Itachi's Susanoo, a powerful construct made of pure chakra, couldn't completely withstand the force of the blast and started crumbling. Only with his pure willpower did the Uchiha manage to hold it together until the attack stopped. And when the jutsu finally stopped, Pain was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Enoichi removed his hand from the white Zetsu's head and opened his eyes with a sigh. Nothing? Hiruzen looked at him questioningly. The Yamanaka man shook his head. Nothing. I couldn't find any memory at all, except for ones about the battle at Sunagakure yesterday. They have everything of a normal human, except for the fact that they don't have a soul. It's just like they have just been born for one single day, and their purpose in life was to fight in that battle. Not even a glimpse about the Akatsuki? The Hokage pressed on. And just as before, Enoichi shook his head. What a waste of time, Aoba Yamashiro clicked his tongue in annoyance. Now what should we do about these two? He looked at the two white Zetsus. Keeping them here would just be a waste of resources. Actually, I found something kinda intriguing when I poked around inside their mind. Hiruzen looked at Enoichi. Like what? I don't know if it's something worth mentioning or not, but when I was wandering around their minds, I found really small traces of memories that I know do not belong to them. They were just some vague images, but they were completely different from anything I know, like things which are out of this world. Tall buildings that reached the sky, machines which could fly like giant eagles, and many other things. But I don't know if I was just hallucinating or not, because those memories disappeared as quickly as they appeared. And they don't seem to have anything related to what we're looking for, so. The Hokage frowned. That was indeed something intriguing. Unfortunately, they don't make any sense to me. What does that even? Suddenly, the door to the TNI department snapped open. The ANBU member wearing the cat mask burst into the room, breathing heavily under her mask. Hokage-sama. Trouble. The chamber of the sealing scroll. It was broken into, by Orochimaru. Everyone's eyes widened. What? Chapter 37 Past, Present and Future. What do you mean Orochimaru attacked the chamber of the sealing scroll? Hiruzen looked at the ANBU who was running next to him, while sprinting to the aforementioned chamber himself in full speed. There is no alarm from the barrier team. How did he even get into the village? I don't know, Hokage-sama, the ANBU member wearing the cat mask answered in a nervous tone. But it was Orochimaru who attacked. I was there when he came, but Tiger and Wolf told me to go get you when they tried to hold him back. I don't know what happened to them after that. The Hokage grimaced. If Orochimaru really came for what he thought the bastard was aiming for. Go find Jiraiya at the hospital and tell him to go to the chamber of the sealing scroll immediately, he ordered Kat. Do not tell him why, and do not let anyone else know about this, especially Naruto Uzumaki. The ANBU answered with a yes sir, and changed her direction towards the hospital. Hiruzen himself also sped up towards the chamber, his stomach twisted in a sudden dread. Jiraiya-sama, Lord Hokage wants to see you in the chamber of the sealing scroll immediately. Please depart as soon as possible. The Toad Sage looked at the female ANBU who had just entered Naruto's hospital room and laughed. Ah, Kitty-chan. How is Hate these days? Is he still good in bed? Naturally, she kicked him in the shin. Please go immediately. This is an urgent problem. Jiraiya's face turned serious. He turned back to Naruto. Right, if that's the case, it seems I have to go now. Take care, brat. Good luck on getting used to your new arm. Then he disappeared together with Kat with a body flicker. I wonder what happened, Naruto thought. It is rare for Gigi to summon Pervy's sage so urgently. And why the sealing scroll anyway? Maybe it has something to do with Orochimaru. Naruto jerked up in surprise. What? What does Orochimaru have to do with this? Who else can be so obsessed with that sealing scroll? Kurama answered him with a snort. There are gazillions of powerful destructive jutsu written in there, and even secrets from the beginning of Konoha. Besides, he already tried to get his hand on it once, remember? Well, if you say so, there are still a lot of other people who would trade everything for a chance to get their hand on that scroll, Matatabi pointed out. Besides, even if it was actually Orochimaru, there is nothing we could do about it with Naruto in this state, right? That's true, Koko agreed. And to be honest, it's too late to prevent what that person whoever the hell he is wanted to do anyway. Let's just leave it to the adults. What you need to do right now is resting and getting familiar with that arm. We are going to need you at your full power as soon as possible. Well, yeah, Naruto mumbled. Hope there won't be anything bad happen when I'm locked up in here. Ugh, seriously, I hate sitting around uselessly like this. What the hell happened, sensei? Jiraiya asked while walking across the corpses of the two ANBU members on the floor into the chamber of the sealing scroll. The Hokage looked up from the sealing scroll on the ground, which he was looking at. Orochimaru attacked. The Toad Sage's eyes widened. What? How is that even possible? How could he even get into the village anyway? That's what I'm wondering, Hiruzen answered him. It might be possible that there are hidden pathways in his old hideouts within and at the border of the village. I already sent ANBU to check all the hideouts known to us. Hope there will be some clue. Right on cue, an ANBU body flickered into the chamber. Sir, we found a hidden pathway in the collapsed hideout a kilometer to the northeast of the village. It reaches very deep underground and leads to the main sewer system of the village. It is possible that Orochimaru used this route to go into the village without being seen or tracked by the barrier. There were also very new traces of Orochimaru's chakra in the pathway. He must have passed through it to enter the village and escape. Did you destroy that hidden pathway? The Hokage asked sharply. When the ANBU nodded, he ordered. Good. Send word to the other divisions to check clearly, and destroy every other found pathways like that just in case. Also, contact the barrier team and tell them to extend the barrier down to at least 20 meters underground. We cannot let something like this to happen again. Dismiss. After the ANBU had departed, Jiraiya shook his head. Well, at least Orochimaru didn't manage to steal anything important. Actually, he did manage to steal something important, Jiraiya. Those words actually sent Jiraiya into a stupor. What? Yes, Hiruzen looked at him and answered in a grim tone. What he managed to steal was the mask of the Shinigami. For a while, there was only silence in the room. Then, what the hell is that? Hiruzen sighed. I forgot that you don't know about that. Remember, during the Sound Invasion, we prepared the Reaper Death Seal as the last resort against Orochimaru, due to the fact that it was a dangerous but effective sealing jutsu which no way to unseal it exists. When Jiraiya nodded, the Hokage continued. Right. During the time you went and trained Naruto and Fu, I dug deeper into the jutsu itself, and found out a very interesting information. There actually is a way to unseal something sealed by the Reaper Death Seal, and only the Uzumaki clan knew about it. No document ever writes about that at all, except for a very small footnote I accidentally found when reading through a basic sealing book on the bookcase in the first old house. It was seemingly written by Mitosama herself. Had I not wandered into the house and took that book out by chance, I wouldn't have found it. The best way to keep a secret is to leave it out in open air, it seems. And that way was that mask thing you talked about? The Hokage nodded. Yes. That mask was stored in the mask shrine of the Uzumaki clan at the border of the village. After finding out about it, I immediately took action and moved all of the masks in the shrine here, and put 3 ANBU members guarding it all the time. He waved his hand towards a corner of the chamber, where Jiraiya could see a case with about 20 masks lying on. There was an empty slot. It must have been where the mask of the Shinigami had been lying on prior to the theft. I don't know how Orochimaru found out about that secret, but from his action today, I think he is planning to do something with the Reaper Death Seal. Jiraiya's face started paling. If he manages to unseal the Reaper Death Seal, you don't think he's going to? Yes, Hiruzen nodded with a deathly grimace. If what I guess isn't wrong, he is planning to bring back the old Hokages, and this time, all of them. Then suddenly he snapped the scroll of sealing close and started walking out of the chamber. Where are you going, sensei? The Hokage answered while disappearing behind the entrance of the room, not even turning his head back. Going to do what I need to do. This time I'm definitely not going to let Orochimaru summon all the old Hokage back again. Utakata groaned. He knew that he was saved. If he weren't, he wouldn't be alive by now. And the light which was piercing his eyelids right now was too bright to be in a cave. And if he was dead, there was no way his body could feel this tiring and painful. He groaned again, and cracked open his eyes. Ah, he's awake, the voice of a woman rose next to him. Where am I? He croaked. His eyes still couldn't see anything because of the harsh light. He blinked a few times, and finally, when his vision was clear, he saw a red-haired girl standing next to where he was lying, looking tired but triumphant. You are back at Kirigakure, Utakata, the familiar voice of Zabuza rose next to him. It was thanks to Konoha's help that we managed to rescue you from the Akatsuki. Konoha. Utakata tried to push himself up with his right arm, but the redhead standing next to his bed immediately pushed him back down. You have just barely come back from death. You must not force yourself until you are completely fine. Doctor's order, she scolded him with a voice he amusedly thought to be the voice of an annoyingly caring mother. Then he heard another voice, and this time he felt a wave of relief washing over him. Oh, Utakata-san is up? You are awesome, Karen-chan. I told you could do it. He chuckled. No wonder. Konoha really did send their best, after all. A few seconds later, the familiar face of Fu appeared above him. Morning, Utakata-san. How was the sleep? The male Jinchuriki gave her a slight smile, and this time, he pushed himself up, ignoring Karen's protest. Hello, Fu. I'm fine now, I guess, but somehow I feel my body to be a bit disturbed. But I guess that's normal, after what the Akatsuki did to me. And that's what I'm talking about, mister, Karen snapped in annoyance. Your body and overall is okay, but due to the sudden expansion of your chakra core from the intake of chakra thanks to the seal on your stomach, your chakra network is mostly ruined. You are not allowed to do any ninja work for at least 3 months, and don't you dare try to access your tailed beast chakra if you don't want your body to explode. Silence ensued. I didn't think it would be that bad when I asked Jiraiya-sama to apply that new seal on me. Finally, after a few seconds, Utakata uttered. Karen shook her head. I can't believe someone like Jiraiya-sama could even agree to help you do that to yourself. Oh well, since it was already done, there's nothing I can even do about that anyway. But remember, do not do anything related to using chakra at all for at least 3 months. Do you remember? Utakata's shoulders sagged in defeat. Fine. It's not like I can do anything about it anyway. After all, there is nothing I can do with my tailed beast without Jiraiya-sama unlocking the seal. Wow, Karen-chan has become such a scary medic, huh? Fu whispered to Tenten, who was standing next to her. Nah, this is nothing comparing to Sakura when she is at work, Tenten whispered back. Trust me, when she tells you that you have to rest, you'd better rest or else. Right at that moment, the voice of Haku, who was running towards where the group was at, broke the moody atmosphere. Everyone! Lady Mizukage has awakened. Thank you very much for coming to help us in this difficult time so promptly, Konoha Shinobi. I, as the Mizukage, would be honored to do anything within my power to repay you for this. Do not fret about it, Mizukage-sama, Anko waved her off. Hokage-sama told us not to ask for anything from you, at least for now, so you can just focus everything on fixing the damage coming from the assault. He would welcome it if Kirigakure send their assistance when Konoha gets into trouble, though. Mei Terumi smiled. That will do. Once again, thank you for giving us your help. Everyone looked at the female Mizukage. While awake and clearly alive, the wounds on her head, face and body still hadn't completely healed, and the bandage everywhere on her made the woman look like a mummy. Her face still held a tired expression from the exhausting battle with pain which nearly took her life. Hard to believe the beautiful and sultry Mei Terumi could someday look so pathetic. She narrowed her eyes at Itachi. Uchiha-san? I thought you are already forbidden from doing ninja missions? Why are you here? I'm not here for a ninja mission, Mizukage-sama, Itachi answered her, still utterly stoic. Hokage-sama only told me to deliver a bowl of ramen to Pain. This rescue mission was just something I happened to stumble upon on my way. Everyone facepalmed. Yeah, as if there was such an overpowered ramen deliverer in this entire shinobi world. Karen snarked. Itachi glared at the girl. This is serious business, Karen-san. That battle took away my chance of delivering the ramen successfully to Pain. There is no way I would get the tip from that failed delivery. Everyone facepalmed again. Right, so if everything's done here, Zabuza raised his voice, I have to go assist in the recovering of the village. Have a lot of work to do here. We can help with that, Fu offered. Karen-chan here is a very good medic, and I can use the shadow clone jutsu in a large scale. I think we can do a lot more to help. After all, Hokage-sama told us to provide assistance to Kirigakure as much as possible. Yash! Time to go out there and help. Lee pumped his fist enthusiastically and rushed out of the room, forgetting even his teammates, who were rushing after him in annoyance after giving a hasty apologize to the Mizukage. Guy was the last one who exited the room. However, after everyone else was already out, he suddenly stopped on his way and turned back to Mei. He looked at her with a serious face no one had ever seen on him before. Actually, there is one thing I want to ask from you, Mizukage-sama. This is not an official request from Konoha or something, it is more like a personal favor. But if you cannot fulfill it... Mei frowned in surprise. This is quite unorthodox, but if it is within my power, I would be more than glad to fulfill your request, Guy-san. What do you need me to do? Guy's sharp eyes met the opposite woman's. It is just some information I want to know. I want to know what happened to a kunoichi of Konoha, who was captured by Kirigakure during the Third Shinobi World War. Her name is Rin Noira. There you go. All done. Your arm is as good as new now. But remember, don't do anything too hard to hurt it again, alright? Thank you, pretty Nei-chan. Karen sighed pleasantly and stood up after the little boy she just healed ran away with a bright smile on his face. It had only been 3 years since she left Orochimaru to join Konoha. And yet, the village had changed her so much she couldn't even realize herself whenever she reflected on her own past. Before, she was a bratty girl whose sole purposes were to prove herself worthy of Orochimaru's attention. But now, living in Konoha, surrounded by comrades and friends, she realized that there are things that are more important than just stubbornly holding on the pride of a clan she barely knew about thanks to the words of Orochimaru. Things like love, friendship and family, and the joy of helping people, for example. Although, sometimes things like those were very tiring. Just like at this moment. Want a drink? She turned, and saw Jugo standing next to her, holding out a bottle of water. She smiled and took the bottle from the man's hand. Thanks, Jugo. How is the reconstruction? The man of Team Anko chuckled. Pretty good, actually. We managed to rescue all people stuck under the collapsed buildings at the west side of the village. Some of them, his face suddenly fell. Well, there was nothing we could do for them, but a lot were brought out safe and sound, and Kirigakure's medic team is tending to them right now. I guess they would be alright. Karen sighed and smiled. Well, guess there are still works for me too. She couldn't finish her sentence before starting to stagger forward. Fortunately, Jugo managed to catch her before she could collapse on the ground. You're running out of juice, he scolded her. Surely it won't be good if you collapse here before we can finish our mission. So just take a rest for a while first. Unable to refute, the girl had to sit down on a rock nearby, albeit a bit unwillingly. She weakly chuckled. Hey, it must be pathetic to see an Uzumaki run out of chakra, huh? Jugo chuckled back. Don't say that. Even though you are an Uzumaki, you are still a human, not a limitless tank of chakra. You can't blame yourself for getting tired, right? Sometimes you need to think about yourself before worrying about others, you know. Then he sat down next to Karen, relaxing himself. The two continued staring into the blue sky, on which clouds were floating across their view lazily. Even though they were in a battle zone right now, moments like this still managed to bring a soothing and calm feeling to their hearts. You know, before I didn't think I could ever see sunlight again, being with Orochimaru and things, Jugo suddenly said. I didn't think I would ever say this, but well, I'm kinda glad Orochimaru took me with him to the Konoha invasion 3 years ago. Living at Konoha actually changed me a lot. Karen laughed. Nah. You are always a good guy at heart. It's not like living in Konoha changes you, it's more like it brings out the true you which had been suppressed inside you living with Orochimaru. If there is someone who changes, I think it would be me. When I was still with Orochimaru, have to say that I was a bitch. I didn't care about anything other than what Orochimaru told me, that I was a member of the prestigious Uzumaki clan, and by serving him with all I have, I would prove myself to be worthy of that name. Now I have to say, even though it was the past already, I still feel embarrassed whenever I think about it. Everyone has their good and bad sides, you know, Jugo chuckled. You are a good girl too, it's just that you don't know it. You are better than a lot of other girls I've ever known. Are you flirting with me? The Uzumaki girl teased him with a grin. The man only chuckled. Nice try, but I already had a girlfriend. Besides, don't you also have someone who you're going for? Karen pouted. You're no fun. Right at that moment, a voice boomed behind them. Hey, the two over there. Are you going to help, or just sit there like a couple of lazy asses and watch clouds all day? Ugh, what kind of jerks? Karen muttered in annoyance. She snapped her head back, preparing to deliver a torrent of insults to the face of the one who had just spoken. And her eyes met a pair of violet eyes. The eyes of a certain Sujetsu Hazuki. Silence filled the air for a few seconds. Then, Yuh! The next thing Karen saw was a huge black iron blade coming down on her head. Now, Naruto, try to flex your index finger. Gently. Naruto tried. But just like before, it was useless. The only thing he could do right now was to twitch the finger a little bit. Ugh, this is hopeless, he complained loudly. This is even more difficult than with the fake arm. At least the fake arm could still move around. You still haven't changed at all, Naruto, Sakura shook her head, her face frowned up in annoyance. You should be glad that you already managed to twitch your finger. You've just received the arm for a single day, for Kami's sake. Just be a little bit patient, will you? Easy for you to say, Naruto muttered. You're not the one who had to do everything with a fake arm for 3 years and then got it cut off to replace with something which is no better than a piece of wood at the moment. Naruto, I swear to God, if you say another word I will. Sakura's threatening was cut off when someone knocked on the door. Naruto-kun? Are you in there? Naruto glared at Sakura. You really did that, didn't you, Sakura? Sakura snickered. Now let's see if you dare acting like that in front of your girlfriend. Come in, Hinata. Don't worry, we're both dressed properly. A squeak of protest could be heard outside. A few seconds later, the door opened, and Hinata poked her head in. Her face was blushing like crazy. I heard that you are having a surgery, so I'm here to visit you. If I'm interrupting something, I'll leave. No, Hinata-chan, no. Naruto hastily waved his working hand. Sakura is just helping me practice with this new arm. Seriously. We're not doing anything bad. The Hyuga heiress couldn't help but letting out a small giggle at the antic of the boy she loves. Only now did Naruto notice what the girl was holding. What are you carrying in that box, Hinata? Hinata's cheeks turned pink again. She placed the steel box on the table next to Naruto's bed, opened it, and took out a bowl of ramen. It's nearly lunchtime already, and from what I heard, your arm might not be able to work properly after the surgery, so… Naruto shot a glare at Sakura. The pinkette just grinned back at him cheekily. So, do you want me to feed you? Naruto stared dumbly at Hinata, whose face was getting redder and redder by seconds. Sakura's snicker was also getting louder and louder. Oh, the Hyuga girl looked down dejectedly when she saw Naruto's reaction. If you don't want me to. No. Naruto panicked. I really want you, oh god, that came out wrong. I mean, I would be glad, what? Sakura couldn't hold herself back anymore. She collapsed on the ground, laughing her ass off while the couple's faces became two giant cherries. Screw you, Sakura! Naruto yelled at her in embarrassment. Just get out of here and leave us alone for a while, will you? Sakura retreated from the room, still laughing like a mad woman. The couple turned back to each other, now that the annoyance had been kicked out of the room. The bowl of ramen was steaming innocently in front of the two blushing faces. So, Naruto swallowed, let's do it. Hinata nodded meekly. This is my first time, so… If anyone standing outside of the room right now managed to hear this without looking into the room, there's no doubt a very indecent rumor would break out about the princess of the Hyuga clan and the Uzumaki brat. And unfortunately for them, there was someone standing outside of the room right now. Naruto, you bastard! What the hell are you doing to Hinata? Kiba kicked the door down and burst into the room, yelling furiously. Meep! The poor girl yelped, and the bowl of ramen on her hands flew upwards into the air in her attempt to hide her embarrassment. Naruto's eyes widened. His precious ramen's gonna be… No! He yelled, leaping up from his bed. His hand reached out towards the falling bowl. But it's too far from his left hand's reach. There's no way he could get it in time. What the hell is going on here? Sakura ran into the room upon hearing the screams. Then she blinked when she finally realized what was going on. Naruto was lying face down on the ground. His hands were holding the steaming bowl of ramen she saw Hinata brought him earlier. Hinata was sitting like a statue on the bed, mortified, and next to her, Kiba was fuming and snarling, and Shino had to do his best to hold him back from tearing Naruto apart. Wait a minute. His hands? You, after so much effort we spent in vain, managed to use your new arm to save a bowl of ramen? 5 minutes later, the group was sitting in Tsunade's office, while the legendary medic checked out Naruto's arm. Interesting, Tsunade mused. So basically, when Naruto felt that his ramen was in danger, he somehow unconsciously used his new hand to catch it without even knowing how. Yeah, basically that, Naruto reluctantly admitted. But it's kinda useless. I cannot do it again after that. Tsunade walked around the room, pondering something. Then she walked towards Hinata and whispered something into her ears. Naruto didn't know what she told the girl. He only saw Hinata's eyes widening after hearing it. Tsunade left Hinata, then started to walk around Naruto again, this time stopping at his right side. Then without any warning, she cocked her fist back and sent a punch at Naruto's face. The strike was too fast and powerful. No one around him was able to react in time. Naruto felt his life flashing through his eyes. Nothing's gonna stop his head from being pulverized by that monstrous punch. And the punch stopped right before it could land on his right arm, which was now being raised in front of his face, just 1 single centimeter. No one could even say anything for a few seconds. Then, Naruto exploded. What the hell is that, Bachan? Are you trying to kill me? Ignoring Naruto's angry shout, Tsunade turned back and asked. So, Hinata, have you found the problem? I think I did, Tsunade-sama, hesitantly, the Hyuga girl answered. It seems there is a problem with the nerves inside Naruto-kun's arm. At the moment, they are all lying dormant without any activity, but when you punched him, there seemed to be some forced action from his body which made the nerves active for just a few seconds. If there is a way to jumpstart those nerves, I think it might be possible for the arm to work properly. Tsunade smiled in satisfaction. I knew I didn't make a mistake saying that you would make a promising medic in the future. Alright, now that you have found the cause of the problem, I guess you would want to be the one who solves it. And me? Hinata was startled. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not as good as you or Sakura-san. I believe you can do it, Hinata. Sakura grasped her on the shoulder. Besides, she added with a cheeky grin, this is your chance to show your Naruto-kun what you can do, isn't it? Hinata turned beet red at these words. However, she took a deep breath and nodded confidently. Yes. I will do it. Luckily for Karen, Jugo had reacted in time. The black blade of Shibuki was stopped dead on its way by a blade formed on his arm right before it could cleave the Uzumaki girl in half. What is wrong with you? Karen tried to protest, but before she could even push herself up, she had fallen flat onto the ground. Her effort in healing as many people as she could had drained her body completely, and in her thrill, she hadn't even realized it. Karen! Jugo glanced back at her, but that was the only thing he could do, because the swordsman in front of him was not only skilled, but was also coming at them with the intent to kill. Did Orochimaru send you two here to take me back to him? He heard the opposing swordsman growl. Well, too bad. You are not going to bring me back, or at least, you are not bringing me back alive. He thought we're still with Orochimaru. Wait, he hastily said. We're not with Orochimaru. We're here too. Suigetsu didn't even let him finish. Bullshit, he snapped. I know who you are, Jugo of the Scales. And that bitch Karen over there. I will never go back to Orochimaru again. Water style, waterfall barrage. Crap. Jugo immediately raised his arms, and a pair of shields formed around them right before the jutsu slammed into his body like a torpedo. He staggered back, his arms trembling like crazy. And that opening was enough for Suigetsu to push on his assault. In a blink of an eye, he appeared at the left side of Jugo and Karen, his sword raised high. Die! Exploding tags poured out of the scroll and the blade and swirled around on the air like a dragon. Jugo's eyes widened. If this hit, then not only he and Karen, but the whole section of Kirigakure which had just been fixed behind them would be blown into smithereens. He started gathering all of his chakra into his palms. There is no other choice. Countering the move with an attack of the same level would just make things worse. He needs to shield everyone from it with everything he has, or else. But before he could even do anything, something else had already stopped the incoming attack. It was a giant needle with a very thin, but sharp string of ninja wire at the end, one of the legendary swords of Kirigakure, Nuabari, the long sword. It cut through the dragon made of exploding tags easily, and wherever it passed through, the tags were frozen immediately into cubes of ice. What? That's enough, Suigetsu. The voice of Zabuza cut through the air, immediately stopping Suigetsu on his way. The commander of the new 7 swordsmen walked towards him, with the usual bandage off his face. Everyone could see the stern, scolding expression on him right now. Next to him was Haku. It was obvious that she was the one who launched the sword to save them. What is going on here? The sword master demanded. I didn't teach you to attack guests of the village on sight like that. Guests of the village? Suigetsu pointed his sword at the two opposing shinobi angrily. They are Orochimaru's lackeys. What the hell did you think to let them walk around the village like this? Zabuza immediately understood the situation just from those words. He shook his head. I don't know whether they used to be Orochimaru's minions or not, but right now, I can assure you that they are not. They are Konoha shinobi now, and they're here to help us save Utakata. Suigetsu's eyes narrowed. What? That's what we're trying to tell you, Karen groaned. She had managed to push herself up. See this? She pointed at the Hittite around her neck. I'm a full-fledged Konohagakure shinobi now. I don't have anything to do with Orochimaru anymore. Me too, Jugo nodded and pointed at his own Hittite, tied around his left bicep. And thanks to Konoha, I'm not the mad monster I was before, and I'm serving them willingly without any regret. Suigetsu was taken aback at this development. He looked back and forth at the two ex-Oto, now Konoha shinobi, unable to say anything. Then he clicked his tongue in annoyance, and jumped away without even a word. Everyone looked at Suigetsu's retreating back for a few seconds. Then, Zabuza turned to Karen and Jugo. As the leader and commander of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, I humbly apologize to you for this trouble my subordinate caused you. Anything related to Orochimaru, Suigetsu always took very seriously. The time he was captured and locked up at Orochimaru's place was a very hard time for him. To his surprise, Jugo waved his hand. It's alright. After all, I know how it is to be under Orochimaru's grip. I used to be one of his victims too. Had he not brought me together with him to the invasion of Konoha 3 years ago, I might have never been able to see sunlight again, to be honest. Yeah, Karen agreed. I knew him during the time I was with Orochimaru. He was one of the experiments who suffered the most in the hand of that snake. I didn't pay much attention to him at that time, but now that I think about it. The 4 people didn't say anything for a while. Then, Zabuza sighed heavily. I've never known being a leader would bring so much headache. I can't believe it. So this is what you mean when you said that you won't let Orochimaru summon the 3 previous Kage? The 3rd Hokage answered his student's question, while not even lifting his eyes from the scroll he was working on. Yes, there is no other way. I really don't want to do this, but it is something I must do if we don't want things to go pear-shaped. He finished the final line on the scroll, then put something inside it and snapped it close. He turned his eyes towards the 2 other figures in front of them, the 2 white Setsu which had been captured by Naruto and his team in the previous mission. Ready, Jiraiya? The Toad Sage grumbled. Even if I'm not ready, there's no way to stop now. I swear, you're getting crazier and crazier by days. I really don't know if that's a compliment or an insult anymore. Now. Hiruzen flashed through a series of hand seals and slammed the scroll on his hand to the ground. Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. Naruto nearly jumped when he felt the sudden emotion surging from inside his head. What's wrong, Saikyo-chan? Is someone attacking us? No. Naruto was startled. The voice of the normally timid-tailed beast was now full of joy and excitement. I remember this chakra. It's him. What? Who is him? Suddenly, Kurama butted in. Naruto, this is a big problem, she said urgently. That chakra signature Saikyo has just felt, it was of the 1st Hokage. Someone has brought him back from the death again. Naruto's eyes widened in horror. He jumped out of the chair he was sitting on, and forgetting about his currently useless right arm, and the fact that he was wearing a hospital gown, he dashed out of the room before anyone could even stop him. What the? Who dares summon us back using my forbidden jutsu again? The voice of Tobirama Senju shook the room. Chakra and killing intent flooded the air. If the people in the room were not extremely powerful shinobi themselves, they would have choked to death from the sheer pressure. Even Hashirama Senju, the one who was considered nicer and more cheerful than his brother, was also exuding malicious killing intent. His eyes glanced around the room, looking for someone who seemed to be bad enough to have dared using the wicked jutsu to summon him back from the death. But in front of him, there were only 2 people, who were his student Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, whom he had met a few years ago during the invasion of Konoha. Saru, you'd better give me a good explanation for this before I kill you and your student. He cracked his knuckles threateningly after knowing for sure no one else could have done the work. To his surprise, the expression of his old student didn't change. Lord First, Lord Second, I'm really sorry for summoning you 2 back using this vile jutsu, the 3rd Hokage bowed and said in a gravely tone. But I can assure you that I didn't summon you for any malicious reason. I summoned you to prevent Orochimaru from laying his hand on you again, and if you want to ask, yes, he is alive, and is definitely stronger than ever, as there are not only 1, but 6 of him right now. If he manages to get you under his hand, I'm afraid it won't be as easy for you to break away as before. The eyes of Tobirama narrowed. How could that ever happen? I remember seeing this guy blasting him to shred with my own eyes. He pointed at Jiraiya, who unconsciously took a step back. Hiruzen shook his head. We thought so too, at first, but turned out Orochimaru knows a jutsu which can split his soul into parts, and hide those parts in different vessels for him to take over when a part dies. After he was killed by Jiraiya, the other parts of his souls awoke and turned into copies of him with all of the original's memories, skills and jutsus. And those vessels he had were also his loyal servants with powerful Kekkei Genkai of their own. We tried to stop him, but... Noticing the 2 elder Hokage still looking at him with suspicion in their eyes, the 3rd Hokage continued. I didn't summon you for any reason other than preventing Orochimaru's action, so you're completely free to do anything you want, as long as they're not immoral. The only thing I want to request from you is that you are not going to dispel yourself until after Orochimaru is killed or captured. I cannot risk him calling you back from the dead again. The three Kage and Jiraiya glared at each other for a few more seconds. Then, Tobirama sighed. Humph, if you had to go that far just to bring us back, I guess I would give you the benefit of a doubt this time. But if I find out you were lying, then you are welcome to do anything you want to me. I won't fight back, Hiruzen answered smoothly. Well, now that every problem has been solved, can we start talking about why that boy over there contains the chakra signatures of not only Saikyo and Kurama, but also those of the other seven-tailed beasts? Hiruzen and Jiraiya snapped their heads towards the direction Hashirama's finger was pointing at. Naruto was standing right at the entrance of the room, mortified by what he was seeing. Well, the third Hokage said awkwardly, this is a long story. That is actually the most absurd story I've ever heard in my life. And death. Naruto looked at Hiruzen upon hearing those words from the second Hokage. Deja vu much, huh? Right now, the group was sitting in the secured Hokage chamber. I mean, who the hell can believe that? The white-haired Hokage continued his rant. Madara was brought back. Sure, maybe it was possible, but soloing an alliance made up of all 5 great villages by himself? And time travel? It is scientifically impossible. No living thing in the world could survive it, even if there actually was a way to do that. Don't ask, he's always like that, Hiruzen shook his head. Naruto sighed. Well, maybe you will believe me if you meet these guys. In 2 puffs of smoke, 2 other figures appeared in a room. And Hashirama was immediately tackled by a blur of white. Yep, this is Saikyo, indeed, the first Hokage nodded while absently rubbing the hair of the bawling girl on his lap. That girl is always like this when she's with you, huh? Kurama, the second appearing figure, chuckled in amusement. Tobirama suddenly made a strange movement of his body, as if someone had just shocked him with hundreds of volts of electricity. Wait a minute, he said with a strained voice. You mean, this woman, she is… Yep, Hashirama nodded before Naruto could open his mouth. She is Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. The second Hokage's mouth flapped open and closed like a fish. He glanced at his brother, who was smirking, and to Naruto, who just looked confused, then to his student, who was scratching his head. Finally, his eyes landed on the woman, who had just been revealed to be the tailed beast of Konoha. Hi, dear, she waved at him cheerfully. Tobirama fainted. Naruto blinked. What's wrong with him? Well, let's just say he kinda had a very big crush on Kurama here when he was still alive, Hashirama chuckled. Well, that was awkward, Jiraiya, the one who hadn't said anything for a while, gave his opinion. I can't believe it. My own brother, tricking me into falling for a tailed beast. Hey, what's wrong with falling for a tailed beast anyway? Kurama complained indignantly. We have feelings too, you know. But you are you, isn't it, ugh? Whatever, the tailed beast in human form waved her hand dismissively. I've never said you're good enough for me anyway. Ugh, that burns, you know. Ignoring the couple in front of them, Hashirama turned to Naruto while still petting Saikyo on the head, making the slug girl mew in bliss. So, Madara came back, huh? Naruto nodded solemnly. Yes. He was so powerful even the whole shinobi world couldn't leave a scratch on him. How did you even defeat him before anyway? The first Hokage chuckled. Well, if you asked me, I have to say that I was lucky, I guess. He was incredibly powerful even in my time, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan and everything. Comparing firepower, he might have exceeded even me in that aspect. I had to use all the skills and experience I had just to survive against him. But sometimes, even a lucky hit would make all the differences in the world. Naruto's spirit deflated like an empty bag. If someone like the first Hokage himself cannot be sure that he could defeat Madara, how can he do it? Then something popped up in his head. Can you teach me, old man? If I want to stop Madara, I need to be stronger. As strong as you, believe it. Hashirama blinked. That catchphrase. Heh, so he is an Uzumaki, just like her. No, I cannot. Before Naruto could protest, he continued. At least with you at this condition, he pointed at Naruto's slacked right arm. I could feel a little bit of my chakra mixed in that arm. Did someone who made that arm for you use my cells or something in it? Naruto nodded. Yeah. Tsunade Bachan did it, she said that there was no other way to make the arm work, so she had to do that. Suna-chan has really become a great medic as she wished, huh? The eldest Hokage chuckled. But anyway, that arm is not working right now, so you are not in any condition to train or work as a ninja. Come back to me when you manage to get it work, then I will consider. Now, he stretched on the chair he was sitting on. It's time to enjoy my undead life again. The three living people in the room's sweat dropped. He's really weird, huh? Jiraiya nudged his teacher. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. Yes, he is. And during the whole conversation, Kurama and Tobirama had still been bickering non-stop. Hayashi Hyuga blinked when he saw his eldest daughter sitting in the clan library, reading what looked like a bunch of scrolls about the usage of gentle fist in battle. He knew that his daughter didn't like fighting, and she preferred to use her gentle fist skills in ways that allow her to disable her opponents in non-lethal ways. That's why he encouraged her to become a medic, knowing that she wouldn't have to use her power to harm people if they didn't attack her first. And she was very happy with that choice, too. So why was she in the library now, researching about techniques of gentle fist that could only murder people in the goriest ways? What are you doing, Hinata? The poor girl nearly had a heart attack when she heard her father's voice right next to her. Father. Hayashi looked at his daughter sternly. You don't have anything to fear. I already told you not to be afraid of everything like that. Besides, why are you researching battle techniques? I thought you don't like fighting. Hinata lowered her head. It's actually not for fighting, father. When she saw Hayashi raising his eyebrow, she hastily added. It's just. Naruto-kun has just received his new right arm from Tsunade-sama. But it isn't working at the moment, so Tsunade-sama assigned me to find a way to make it work. And I thought, since the gentle fist can be used to shut down tenketsu and nerves, maybe there would be a way to reverse that effect, to jumpstart dormant nerves instead. The Hyuga patriarch nodded. I see. So it is for the sake of the boy you like. Surprisingly, Hinata shook her head. Naruto-kun's arm is just one thing, father. I'm hoping that if it's possible, I want to make it a way to heal people. If it could help Naruto-kun, then it could also help other paralyzed people, bring them back to normal lifestyle. If I can do it. That answer took Hayashi by surprise. Even though Hinata had advanced so far during those 3 years, he still didn't expect his daughter to be able to give him such mature and incisive words. For a moment, he felt like he was seeing, in place of his daughter, the image of his beloved deceased wife. You're not going to find anything like that here, finally, after a moment of silence, he said. Follow me. Hinata blinked when instead of leading her to a hidden chamber or a vault, her father just led her to his room. Hayashi opened his wardrobe and took out something from the top shelf. It was a book titled Gentle Fist for Medical Purposes. The book looked very old. Even without activating Byakugan, Hinata could still see dust and spider webs clearly on the cover. Gentle Fist is an art developed by the ancestors of the Hyuga clan for battle, not for healing, Hayashi said, throwing the book towards Hinata, and she hastily caught it. Therefore, when anyone proposed the idea of using it as a way to heal people, they are usually laughed at by other members of the clan, and most of them gave up before they could even do anything to develop their ideas, except for one person. Who? Hayashi stared into Hinata's eyes with a strange look. She could somehow feel a hint of grief and sadness in his eyes. Your mother. Hinata looked at the book on her hands in awe. So this is? Yes, the Hyuga patriarch nodded. This is all of your mother's research about the use of gentle fist in medical treatment. When she, died, I moved it here, since I thought no one could, or was worthy of following what she wanted to achieve. I have to say that I was selfish. But now, I think I found the one who is worthy of inheriting her achievement. Hinata couldn't even say a thing. Her father walked towards her, and clapped his hand on her right shoulder. I'm proud of you, Hinata. She could swear that she saw a ghost of a smile crept across his face when he said those words. You had some problem in the past with that Sujetsu guy, don't you, Karen? Karen looked up at Jugo in surprise. How do you know that? Anyone can see that with just a glance. The shinobi of Ryuta clan shook his head. There's no way anyone would try to cut your head off in just a glimpse if you didn't do anything to them in the past. Jugo's statement hit bullseye. Karen had no other choice but to sigh. I did. It was a story of 6 years ago, when I was still Orochimaru's underling. The white-haired, purple-irised boy was thrown to the ground in front of Karen. He looked up at her with an expression full of hatred. Orochimaru-sama? Who is this? Orochimaru answered her with a smirk. This is a prisoner we captured in the mission. He is a pretty famous shinobi of Kirigakure, and he has quite an interesting ability. And since you are practicing that sealing jutsu, he would be the perfect vessel for you to practice on. Soijetsu's eyes widened in horror. In contrast, Karen's eyes glinted menacingly. Really, Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru's smirk widened. Of course. But I expect you to have results in a week or… Karen giggled giddily. Oh, I promise, Orochimaru-sama. And yeah. Karen finished with a deep sigh. You know I wasn't a very good seal user at that time. And I kinda got his body stuck in his own jutsu. Jugo blinked. Like how? Well, the Hozuki clan has a special jutsu which can liquidify their body to make it immune to all physical attacks, as well as increase their strength and everything. Karen sighed again. And you know what happens if you mess with seals without knowing what they do. He ended up being a blob of water, and couldn't stay in human shape until a few years later. Jugo winced. Yeah, I can understand that. So, I guess you didn't manage to do anything to him afterwards. Karen shook her head. Nope. I deserted Orochimaru before I could even do anything. You know how bad Orochimaru's teaching was. I couldn't learn anything much from him besides a few basic seals. Besides, you know how bratty and Orochimaru worshipping I was before. Even if I'd had the necessary skills, I wouldn't have thought of doing that to a guy I barely knew. So basically, you ruined a person's life without even bother trying to do anything to fix it. Both Jugo and Karen nearly jumped out of their skin. Neither of them even knew when Itachi arrived behind them. Itachi-san? The newly arrived Uchiha just looked at her with an expression of someone looking for confirmation. Karen sighed. I know, but at that time, we were at war and… Itachi raised his hand to stop her. You don't need to explain. I understand you. Karen blinked. You do? The Uchiha nodded. I, too, had a time when I acted like nothing else mattered, that my way of thinking was the only thing right in this world. I didn't care anything about other people who might get hurt on my way of achieving the greater goal. But now I realize that the world doesn't just revolve around me. And I found that instead of just sit around mourning about what we did in the past, it is better to find a way to fix what we did using what we have at present. Karen looked at him in surprise. You think it might work? Whether it works or not, I don't know. But considering your past with him, I think that is the best thing you can do right now. After all, countries aren't built in a day with words alone. Karen bit her lips in silence for a few seconds. Then she stood up, bowing at Itachi. Thank you for your wise words, Itachi-san. Another tree exploded under the rain of exploding tags coming from Shibuki. Damn it. Soijetsu leaned on his sword, breathing heavily. No matter how they insisted, and what other people in the village said, he could never believe it. He would never believe that those two would stop being Orochimaru's lackeys. Whenever he saw Karen's face, the terrifying past always came back and struck him like a giant hammer. He could never forget that face. That accursed girl. Even thinking about it made rage boiled inside of him. That little bitch, abandoning Orochimaru and switching side? Like hell he could believe that. Soijetsu Hozuki. He lashed out without even thinking. That voice which had just rose, it was by no doubt the voice of that bitch. He had listened to it for years. There's no way he could mistake it for anything else. The torrent of exploding tags rushed towards the target, aiming to turn her into a bunch of chunky salsa. However, the attack couldn't land at the intended target. Chains had sprouted from the ground and formed a dome around her, effectively stopping the exploding tags and the incoming explosions from reaching her. You! Soijetsu snarled and lowered his stance, ready to leap forward. Please stop. I'm here to talk to you, not to fight you. Soijetsu couldn't believe what he was hearing. Talk? Talk! He screamed. After what you already did to me? Well, too bad. I don't have anything to say to you. Eat my blade and die. He jumped forward, and his blade once again descended down Karen's head. The Uzumaki girl tensed up, ready to launch her chains again to defend herself. But this time, he didn't even have a chance to touch her. A green blur suddenly appeared from nowhere, and before Soijetsu could even react, had kicked the blade of the sword so hard it was ripped from his hand and wedged itself deep into the body of a tree nearby. Karen's eyes widened. Li-kun, no matter how deep your hatred towards her is, I cannot let you harm Karen-san, the taijutsu specialist of Konoha said in a low voice no one had ever heard from him. There was no hint of anger or hatred in his voice, but for some reason, Suigetsu felt himself involuntarily taking a step back. But he recovered almost immediately. You don't know what you are doing, Konoha, he snarled. Back off before I. Before you do what? Lee cut him short in a sharp voice. Killing both of us? That would be a gigantic violation of our alliance, especially after we saved your Jinchuriki from the hand of the Akatsuki. And Karen-san is our precious comrade. There is no way I can allow her to be murdered by the hand of anyone if I can help it. Precious comrade? Ha! Suigetsu sneered. Once Orochimaru's minion, forever Orochimaru's minion. Just wait until that bitch stabs you in the back. I believe that Karen-san will never do that to us or to anyone, Lee said in such a confident tone that even he had to feel surprised. Suigetsu's eyes narrowed. Oh yeah? And why are you so sure about that? Because I'm here to ask you for a chance to redeem myself. The two men turned towards Karen, who had just said those words. She continued, solemnly but confidently. I know what I did before were hideous and unforgivable, and I'm definitely not looking for your total forgiveness. But I want to ask you to let me do something to fix what I did before. I was a terrible person in the hand of Orochimaru, but after leaving him for Konoha, I understood a lot of things I couldn't even imagine about before, and I have also learned a lot of things. I'm confident that now I can even fix the faulty seal which put you in your misery. If you allow me, I will try my best, no, everything I can to fix it. Silence filled the air in a few seconds. Then Suigetsu laughed. Not a happy, cheerful laughter, but a cold one, full of maliciousness and hatred. Even if you might really want that, he said in a tone Karen could feel the venom dripping out of it, why do you think that I would let you do it? Jiraiya-sama already fixed my body years ago. There is no place for a bitch like you to lay your hand on. Just take your grief and uselessness with you to the grave. Then he snatched his sword off the tree trunk and walked away, not even throwing back a glance at the two Konoha shinobi. Disappearing from Karen and Lee's view, he nearly jumped when a voice rose right next to his ear. That's not a nice thing to do, Suigetsu. He turned. The one who had just said was his teammate and fellow swordsman, Shiro Ichigaki. He scowled. You don't understand anything. Probably, Shiro nodded, leaving the tree he was leaning on. But humans are better than animals because they can change. If I could change from a loser of the village into a member of the prestigious Seven Swordsmen, then there is nothing saying that other people cannot. What matters of a person is how they will be in the future, not how they were in the past. You should think about it before doing anything I know you will regret. Then the white-haired man walked away, leaving Suigetsu alone with his thoughts. Tsunade-sama, I found it. Tsunade looked at the Hyuga girl who had just run into her room with a bright smile full of hope and confidence. Excellent, Hinata. So when are we going to start? Hinata answered her with a similar smile. As soon as possible, my lady. All right, Naruto, I have to warn you that this might hurt a little bit. Naruto looked at Tsunade with terrified eyes. What do you mean, a little bit? Tsunade waved him off. Oh, you'll see. Just remember to brace yourself first. It can't be as bad as when you had your arms chopped off, can it? Hinata? The aforementioned girl gulped. Why yeah. And Naruto-kun, it will hurt a bit, so can you try to endure it for a while? Naruto looked at Hinata, his fear started fading away under the girl's gaze. If you're here with me, I'm sure I can do it, Hinata-chan. Ugh, this is so sweet, I'm sure I'm gonna get diabetes later. Sakura, who was standing next to them, wrinkled her nose in mock disdain. Can we start it already? Naruto took a deep breath, then nodded. Okay, I'm ready. Tsunade looked at Hinata. Then, the Hyuga girl nodded meekly but confidently. Then, she raised her right hand, and delivered swift pokes to 10 exact points on Naruto's right arm. Huh! That's it! Naruto blinked. I thought it would be. Then pain. Naruto screamed when utter agony wrecked his right arm, coursing through his body and piercing his brain. The pain was so intense, so terrifying, he couldn't breathe anymore. Thousands of tiny sparks ignited in front of his eyes like a storm of fireworks. He couldn't see anything. He tried to say something, but words seemed to stick in his throat. Not a single sound was uttered out of his mouth except for choked screams of agony. Then everything went black. A few seconds later, or that's what he thought, Naruto groggily opened his eyes. Ugh, what hit me? Technically it was Hinata who hit you, Tsunade's voice answered him from above. But it seems everything was a success. Sit up, will you? Naruto groaned. He pushed himself up from where he was lying, now confirmed to be the sofa in Tsunade's office. My body feels so sore, was that supposed to happen? It was supposed to happen, Naruto-kun. Hinata, who was standing right next to the sofa, smiled apologetically. She sat down next to him and reached out her hand, squeezing his right hand. Naruto's eyes widened. He could feel Hinata's warm hand with his new hand. It seemed Tsunade also realized it, because she smirked and said in a mirth voice, Naruto, try moving your right arm. Hesitantly, Naruto tried to lift his arm up. And to his surprise, the new arm shot up to the sky upon his command. While still too much comparing to before, at least it was much better than the useless state it had been just a few moments ago. He could now move it around freely without any restriction. Yash! Now I have both of my arms again. I feel stronger than ever now. Naruto-kun, actually, even though you can move it now, you still need some time to get accustomed to your new arm. Since it used to be an alien object, you need time to learn how to channel chakra properly into Kaya. Hinata couldn't finish her sentence. Naruto had engulfed her in a big, hearty embrace. Thank you, Hinata-chan. I owe you a big time. Then, he kissed her on the cheek. Tsunade sighed and rubbed her nose bridge when the poor girl went out cold in Naruto's arms. Hiashi is gonna make a gigantic fuss about this, isn't he? Sakura waved her off. Nah. I heard that he already approved of Hinata and Naruto. Hell, now I can even say that he's one of the biggest shippers of them, to be honest. Hinata-chan. The task force of Konohagakure was standing in front of the main gate of Kirigakure, ready to leave. Together with them was the Mizukage, and the members of the new 7 swordsmen. We wish you good luck on your way home, the female Mizukage said with a smile. Anko took the hand Mei was reaching out with her own cheerful smile. Thank you. We also wish you good luck on your effort to rebuild the village. Oh, and by the way, Mei suddenly remembered. About what you asked me, Gai-sen, here is all the documentation I could find about Rin Noira in the currently salvaged documentation chamber of Kirigakure. She gave him a folder she was holding on her hand. According to them, the prisoner named Rin Noira was captured during the event of the Third Shinobi World War, and was held in custody of the village for 3 years. However, she was released at the end of the war when the 4th Mizukage, Yugura Karatachi, took over the hat, and whatever happened to her after that was unknown. Guy took the folder from the Mizukage's hand with a grimace. I see. Thank you very much, Mizukage-sama. Meanwhile, a heated glaring battle was breaking out between the members of the 7 swordsmen and the Konoha team. No, more like. Suigetsu was throwing a glare full of seething anger at every member of the Konoha task force. It seemed he was losing his trust on Konoha for taking in Karen as well. Don't bother with him. Before words could escape her mouth, a voice already rose. Not from Suigetsu, but surprisingly from Haku. Letting him become like that is our fault as his teammates and superiors. The girl bowed apologetically. I assure you we will reprimand him for that behavior. No, please don't do that. What Karen said surprised everyone. Why? Haku blinked. What happened to him was my fault, and after a night of thinking, I realized that it won't be that easy for him to forgive me for what I did, the girl answered confidently, but her eyes weren't focused on the person she was answering, but on Suigetsu himself. So please, you don't have to punish him for what he righteously did. I will do everything I can to gain his forgiveness on my own, and I won't stop until I reach it by myself. Believe it. Even Suigetsu was taken aback by those words. Therefore, you'd better prepare, Suigetsu, she continued, now looking straight into his eyes. Someday I will make you see that I have changed, that I am not the person who obsessed with Orochimaru, and would do anything for him anymore. I will show you that I deserve your forgiveness, no matter how you think of me right now, and you should prepare for that day to come. Then she turned and walked away. Zabuza stared at her back, which was becoming smaller and smaller on the dirt road. Wow, that girl could even turn an apology into a death threat. That's actually a talent. Don't encourage her, Dad, Haku deadpanned. So, Anko coughed, I guess it's time for us to depart. Hope we'll see each other again in the future. Yeah, the Mizukage answered her with a smile. Good luck on your trip back, friends. Please give Lord Hokage our thanks and best wishes. The goodbye waves of the Kirigakure citizens still followed the Konoha shinobi even after they disappeared at the horizon. Another crisis was averted, and the bond between Kirigakure and Konohagakure had become tighter and closer than ever. The village hidden in the mist would need quite some time to recover fully, but with what they had just experienced, they knew that it is possible for them, as well as the shinobi world, to overcome anything which might be waiting for them in the future. But that's a story of the future. Right now, it's time for them to rebuild and reborn. Chapter 38, Hashirama's Test. The dark, humongous shape of the statue of the outer path loomed over the walls of the cavern. How is the statue? Damaged quite badly. It seems we are not going to store any tailed beast into it at least for a month or two. The Akatsuki members looked at the statue. While still intact, the vessel had suffered quite a lot of damage, thanks to Fu. There were numerous scratches and chips along the body of the statue, and a huge scorch mark could be seen at the belly of the statue, where Fu's final attack landed. Even though the statue was repairing itself, it would take quite some time before it could fully recover. So, we have suffered another loss. Everything we did, showing ourselves to the world, waging war with two of the great villages, only to fail horribly, losing half the force we have, and not only unable to capture any Jinchuriki, but also got the vessel damaged, Deidara sneered. What a way to give the villages a war they would remember, yeah? The Mad Bomber didn't speak about anyone exactly, but the implication behind his words were too clear to ignore. Everyone standing in the chamber cringed. Surely there's going to be a rage burst from Pain, and the fool would be murdered in a blink of an eye. But before Pain could do anything, who said that this is a loss? Deidara blinked. This isn't? Even though we failed to extract the six tails completely, we still managed to gather most of its chakra in the statue, Toby answered in place of Pain. The Jinchuriki of the six tails is not going to be able to use his tailed beast for a while. Moreover, we also managed to cripple two of the great villages. The balance between the great villages is now lower than ever before. That's an advantage for us to exploit when going for the other tailed beasts. But that also means we're now the number one enemies of the world, Sasori pointed out. It would make our activities from now on way more difficult than before. And now with all the other tailed beasts either dead or in the hand of the great villages, what are you planning to do? Conan glanced at Toby. The masked Uchiha, since the assault of the third Hokage and Jiraiya at Amigakure, had been trying further and further to take over the Akatsuki from Pain's hand. And Conan knew that not only her, but the other members of the Akatsuki also realized that problem. But the problem is, there was nothing she or anyone could do about that right now. Even though Toby hadn't shown anything that could be considered dangerous since his appearance except for his teleporting ability, there was still something in him that made everyone wary. Maybe it was his mysteriously alluring, manipulative charisma, or maybe it was his intimidating inner aura that any powerful shinobi could feel standing near him. This was actually the first time anyone raised their voice against him. What matters right now is, Toby was saying, we need more people. Not the kind of useless cannon fodders. We need skilled people with great power in their possession. Our loss of Kakuzu and Haiden under the hand of the Nine Tails really took us back a lot. And this mission has shown that it is impossible to fight the Nine Tails with sheer number alone. We should hold back on tailed beast hunting for a while and try to recruit more people first. At least we need to wait until the statue finishes repairing itself, he added, seeing the expression of the other members. Just do what you think is the best. Pain waved his hand towards Toby, then turned away and walked out of the chamber without saying anything else. When the back of Yahiko's body disappeared from her view, Conan knew. It was time for her to do something about Toby, or if the worst thing happened, she needed to save Nagato. Taking him away, abandoning the Akatsuki, whatever, there's no way she could leave her friend in the hand of Toby. Outside of his missions and his time with his family, it is rare for Naruto not to spend all his time training. Usually he could be found in Training Ground 7 all days, practicing jutsus, or doing battle strategy training with Sasuke and Sakura during their breaks, or things like that. So it was a surprise for his teammates to see an empty Training Ground 7 when they walked into the clearing. Especially in a free day for everyone like this. Huh, that's weird, Sasuke raised an eyebrow. It's so unlike Naruto asking us here and then ditching us. That Naruto, Sakura growled. Making us waste a whole day off like this. If I get my hand on him. Wait a sec, Sasuke suddenly said. Do you hear something? Sakura blinked. There was some voice coming from afar. It sounded like screams? And it was from above. She looked up. And gasped. Oh shit. Ayahahaweya. Get away from there. No, scratch that, catch me please. Ayahaweyaha. Sasuke nimbly stepped aside, right before Naruto's face crashed painfully on the hard ground of the training field at the very same place he had been standing on just 1 second ago. Ow. What the heck happened, Naruto? Sakura asked in concern, kneeling down next to her teammate. Why did you fall from the sky? Answering her was just a groan of pain. The medic sighed, and reached down to pull Naruto up. Oh, stop that, you big baby. It's not even that painful to you. Yeah, just crash your face to the ground falling from the height of 20 meters and say that to me again. I dare you, Naruto snarked grumpily. So what happened? Sasuke asked, looking down at him. If you're learning how to fly, then crashing your face to the ground is not the way to do it. Naruto glared at his best friend. Don't you have anything nicer to say? No, I'm trying to create a new jutsu. That was just a side effect. That piqued Sasuke's interest. Oh? New jutsu, you say? What is it? I'm trying to make a kind of armor with wind chakra, Naruto explained. You know, wind chakra can cut everything it touches, right? So if I can create an armor made purely of wind chakra, nothing would be able to touch me at all. And it would also help me gain a lot of awesome abilities, too. The only problem is, well, whenever I tried to use it, it always blew me up to the sky, just like before. He trailed off. Sasuke and Sakura winced at the same time. Naruto, do you know how dangerous your idea is? Sakura croaked out in a strained voice. Wind chakra is incredibly potent in cutting power. Covering yourself in a tornado made purely of wind chakra is just like throwing yourself into a giant mixer. One single slip of control and you will turn into minced meat. Even I wouldn't dare thinking of covering my whole body with that kind of chakra, and you know how good I am in chakra control already. Naruto blanched. I actually didn't think about that. Well, luckily you didn't lose control on any of your test run, Sasuke snorted. It would be bad for Konoha's appearance if the most powerful Jinchuriki of the village were turned into chunky salsa by his own stupidity. Well, there goes another idea into the trash bin, Naruto muttered. I actually thought I could do something with what I just found out about wind chakra. Sakura blinked curiously. What did you find out? Naruto grinned, and pulled out a flying thunder god kunai. Watch. Before Sakura and Sasuke's surprised eyes, the kunai started disappearing from their view. What? Where did it? Naruto's smile spread even further. That's not all. Watch this. Then he made a swift throwing motion with the hand the knife had been on just a moment ago. A surge of wind suddenly blasted out from his place, and in a blink of an eye, the bark of a tree nearby exploded with a violent force and toppled over with a sickening crack. And when Sasuke and Sakura looked closer, they gaped when realizing that the cause of the destruction was the very same kunai on Naruto's hand earlier. Wow, Sakura could only utter that single word. I actually didn't think of that, Sasuke stated, rubbing his chin in interest. Wind is actually just the shift and movement of air particles, so it might be possible to distort the refraction of light and make things hidden under it completely invisible if you use multiple layers of wind on top of each other. Yup, Naruto said happily. And the application of wind on weapons makes them way more powerful and destructive, just like turning them into mini tornadoes, I guess. What should I name it anyway? Invisible air? Nah, already used. Empty wind? Meh, too generic, But it would take a lot of chakra just to create and maintain that kind of barrier, the Uchiha pointed out, and the weapons need to be strong enough to be able to handle such large amounts of chakra to be channeled into them. And wind element is very rare, too. So the only person who might have a chance to use it effectively is you. Damn it. Why do you only create jutsu that only you can use? He pouted. I don't see why not. After all, a shinobi needs to understand his own abilities, and devise a way to effectively use them on their own, doesn't he? The three shinobi snapped their heads back. Standing at the other side was a familiar black-haired man with an ear-splitting grin. Lord First. Sasuke and Sakura immediately bowed, while Naruto just shrugged. Man, the first Hokage walked into the training ground. Training ground 7 is still the same as ever, eh? Just like I remember it during my time. I don't know if I should ask this or not, but… Naruto asked hesitantly, "What are you doing here, old man first?" Sasuke and Sakura cringed from their teammates' language, but their worries were for nothing. The first Hokage gave Naruto a cheerful smile. "Oh, it's for your test. Finally, after some thinking, I decided to give you a chance." "Test?" Naruto blinked. "What kind of test are you going to give me?" The Hokage's smile didn't change. If anything, it just spread wider. "A fight against me, of course." Silence in 5 seconds. Then, away it? I should have been envy of Naruto, but right now, I can only say that I'm more worried for him than thinking about that. Of course Sasuke should be worried. Naruto's opponent was going to be one of the greatest, no, the greatest legend of all time, the first person who brought peace to this land, and the one who defeated Madara Uchiha not once, but a lot of times in the past, even at the rogue Uchiha's strongest. And now Naruto had to face him alone. Even though Naruto was way more powerful than he used to be before, comparing to someone like the first Hokage, he was just like an ant. What could he even do against someone like that? But Naruto didn't even seem to faze. In fact, he was smiling. "You ready, old man first?" he called to the other side. "I'm going in with all my power." "Good." The undead Hokage also answered excitedly. "I also want to see how strong you actually are." The two fighters glared at each other in exactly 5 seconds. Then at the 6th, Naruto was the one who moved first. 5 kunai were launched from his hands towards the first Hokage, covered in his newly created jutsu, just like 5 invisible bullets made of wind. But, to Naruto's shock, the undead Hokage raised his hands and slapped away the wind-enhanced kunai like nothing. That technique might be powerful to half-assed shinobi, but to people with abilities, especially someone with sensor power, it is just some kunai being thrown with more force, nothing else, he said with an amused chuckle, catching the last one with his hand. Naruto answered him with a smirk, and appeared in front of the undead Hokage in a blink of an eye. Around him, 4 more Naruto also appeared, each holding a Rasengan, all charging at the first Hokage, aiming to obliterate him in one attack. But, with an extremely quick movement, the first Hokage grabbed the real Naruto's wrist with his left hand before he could even land his attack. And with his other hand, which was holding the kunai, he formed a tiger hand seal. One-handed hand seal? Oh crap. The ground around them exploded violently. Naruto's shadow clones were immediately engulfed in a torrent of rock, dirt, and debris before they could even reach Hashirama. Naruto could only widen his eyes in shock when the memories from the clones rushed back to his head, before the undead Hokage released his hand and delivered a brutal kick to his stomach, sending him flying. Arg! Don't forget, the one who created that flying thunder god jutsu is my brother. Hashirama wagged his finger mockingly while throwing the kunai back at Naruto, which embedded itself in front of him. Half-hearted moves like that won't let you touch me. Be careful, Naruto, Kurama warned him from inside. He is the first Hokage, the one who tamed every tailed beast and defeated Madara not once, twice, but a lot of times. You can't afford to hold back against him, even in a mock battle. So what? Continued the first Hokage, still with the mocking tone. Do you have anything else to offer, or should we conclude it here? No, not yet. Naruto had crawled up from the ground. On his face, there was a big grin, full of determination. I know you are powerful, more powerful than anyone I've met, he said, the grin still not leaving his face. But that doesn't mean I'm going to give up here. I and my partner will show you the power of our bond. Our full power. Sync with me, Kurama. Vibrant orange chakra exploded from Naruto's body. It swirled around him, forming a tornado around the blonde Jinchuriki which spread even to the clouds above, but somehow, the chakra was still calm and gentle. Everything it made was a gentle breeze sweeping across the training ground. Soon, the tornado died down, forming the usual glowing chakra cloak around Naruto. Seeing Naruto's transformation, Hashirama couldn't help showing a big grin. Impressive. I've never seen anyone able to control Kurama's chakra to that extent, even my wife, or Madara. The bond between you two must be incredibly deep. Then, his grin suddenly turned into a slasher smile. I guess it's time for me to get serious. He clapped his hands together into a snake hand seal. From the ground, giant tree roots with sharp tips erupted and launched themselves towards the glowing Jinchuriki with incredible speed, with the clear intention of skewering him to death, or at least ensnaring him to the ground. And Naruto started moving. With Kurama's chakra enhancing his body to its very limit, he nimbly danced around the sea of tree, leaping up and down, left and right, dodging every root aiming for him. His pair of swords were unsealed in a burst of smoke, and with a powerful battle cry, he slashed through the last roots like they were made of butter. With the way cleared, he dashed forward with a burst of chakra, his swords aiming at Hashirama. But to his horror, the swords enhanced to the max with wind chakra were stopped dead on their way by a blade made of wood forming along his right forearm. "Good swords," the undead Hokage grinned. With those words, he thrust his other free arm at Naruto. The Jinchuriki's eyes widened. With that sound and pressure he felt, as well as the blur Naruto could see at where the arm was supposed to be, there was no doubt it had been covered in wind chakra, something the other members of Team 7 had just outright declared to be impossible. Naruto immediately threw his body to the left, and it was incredibly fortunate for him that he did just that, because the left arm of the first Hokage exploded forward with a loud bang of sheer pressure. Even though the attack didn't hit, Naruto was still tossed violently away. His head once again collided with the ground. Even with his chakra cloak activated, he still felt his brain ringing dangerously. Glancing back at the first Hokage, he saw the undead man grinning cheerfully when his destroyed left arm started regenerating. "Damn, you're right. That kind of technique isn't something you should use if you don't want to lose half of your body. Luckily I have an indestructible body, eh?" Naruto and the other members of Team 7 could only gape. "Lord First is so strong," Sakura murmured in awe. No wonder why he was called the Tailed Beast Conqueror, the one who defeated Madara Uchiha. No, his strength is just one thing. What is so fearsome about him is that he exuded all that power without even a change in his expression. Sasuke grimaced. His Sharingan never left the battle in front of them. Even though he was fighting someone like Naruto, he's still all smile and goofy, just like that, just like he's toying with Naruto himself. Who the hell in the world could? Actually, that's just him being him. The two Jonin snapped their heads back to see the third Hokage, together with the second Hokage walking towards them. They immediately bowed. "My lords. My brother actually always despises the idea of fighting to the death," the second Hokage said. "He always thought that taking a life is a big sin that would bring forth the cycle of hatred to the poor souls related to the dead. Therefore, in his life, whenever he thought he could spare the lives of his enemies, he always did his best to do just that, and treated all of his fights as practice spars no matter how powerful his opponents might be. He only started fighting seriously when he felt that he had no other choice but to go all out against true enemies, ones who threatened his precious people, ones like Madara, for example." Hearing the name Madara made Sasuke grimace a bit. "Don't worry about Naruto, though," the third Hokage raised his voice. "He has grown enough to know how to take care of himself. After all, in a battle like this, with the two combatants people with the same mindsets and ideas of life, they are the ones who should be able to understand each other the best just by trading blows." Naruto jumped back a few steps while reasserting the situation. He had tried different ways to engage the first Hokage in direct close combat. However, the defense of the undead Hokage was too solid and had absolutely no hole for him to exploit at all. Even if he considered what the second Hokage had just said to be true, this man was still so ridiculously strong to the point he could consider toying around in a battle with a full-fledged Jinchuriki who had the deepest bond and complete control over his tailed beast's power, like him. Time to change tactic. With a sudden movement no one in the training ground could expect, Naruto threw his twin swords at Hashirama. The two swords flew in two beautiful curves towards the reincarnated Hokage, who deflected them easily with his arm blade. But that was enough distraction for Naruto to do what he needed to do. He spread his hands, and water chakra started gathering and spinning around his palms. In 3 seconds, two swirling water Rasengan with the shape of two small shuriken formed in his palms. Water was the element Naruto was the most efficient with beside wind, and he actually preferred it more than other elements in a fight which didn't require massive destruction. Still, the power of the Rasengan enhanced with water chakra was still something that could not be underestimated. With a yell, he threw the two little Rasen shuriken at the first Hokage, and this time, the reincarnated man had to throw up a wall made of tree roots to block the attack. The two shuriken collided with the wall and detonated into two violent whirlpools, which tore apart the wall with a sickening ripping noise, to the surprise of the Hokage. With the route opened, Naruto dashed through the gap. With the element of surprise on his side, he's definitely gonna land the first hit this time. His right fist was glowing brightly, much more brightly than the cloak of chakra surrounding him. A lot of chakra had been focused into that fist, and he sent a vicious uppercut at Hashirama, aiming for his chin. If the attack landed, it's going to hurt for sure, zombie Hokage be damned. It seemed the first Hokage also realized this, because he immediately leaned backward. Naruto's body was lifted up by the momentum, and the punch only scratched the skin of the Hokage's chin a bit. "Heh, missed me," Hashirama grinned. And Naruto answered him with his own grin. "Nope, think again." On the air, the blonde Jinchuriki spun. His chakra-filled fist stopped midair and slammed down on the first Hokage's head with a force which, while not as powerful as before due to the lack of movement, was still enough to potentially cave the reincarnated Hokage's face in if he didn't do anything to stop it. And naturally, the Hokage did just that. He raised his arms, hiding his face from Naruto, and the Jinchuriki's fist collided with the undead Hokage's arms. The force coming from the punch was so great it sent Hashirama crashing into the ground of the training field, making a rather large crater. Naruto exhaled. He had landed the first hit. But his eyes immediately widened when the first Hokage's hands moved into the snake hand steel again. From his lessons with Saikyo, he already knew that the wood style of the first was unique in that he could launch attacks from anywhere near him, not just from the front. So this incoming jutsu would be from above? From the left? The right? The low? Or wood style, razor storm. A shower of razor-sharp leaves bombarded Naruto from everywhere around him. Not from the left, not from the right, not from above, not from below. The leaves sprouted from every branch and root Hashirama had created earlier, and now Naruto was feeling the deepest regret of not cleaning all of them up as soon as possible. The chakra cloak was protecting him from the worst effect of the razor leaves, but he knew it wouldn't be long before one of them found its way through. "Haoa!" he yelled, and chakra exploded around him. The force blasted all the leaves coming for him away, and taking that opportunity, he backed away from the barrage. A Kurama head made of chakra formed around him, and shot a beam of chakra at the root forests below, obliterating all of them in one hit. Naruto landed on the ground, breathing heavily. And this time, Hashirama was the one who took the lead. Blades sprouting from both of his arms, he dashed towards Naruto and swung at the Jinchuriki's head. "No, not yet!" Naruto immediately swung his hands to the side. And to everyone's surprise and shock, the pair of twin swords which were lying at the side of the battlefield disappeared in 2 flashes of light and reappeared on Naruto's hands, who used them to block the slash of the first Hokage. Naruto winced when he felt the force of the clash. Even though the arm blades were made of wood, they were just as strong and hard as genuine steel. The blades clashed against each other once, twice, many times, leaving deafening sounds of collision in the air with each blow. Naruto's swords made of refined steel against the first Hokage's crude, but incredibly powerful wooden blades, none of them budged a single inch. After a particularly nasty clash, the two combatants jumped away from each other. Naruto breathed out. Never before in his life had he ever fought a battle like this. The first Hokage was, he had to say, peerless, but for some reason, he didn't feel scared or overwhelmed like the time he fought Madara. Instead, he felt excited. But he didn't have the time to feel good about that, because at the other side, Hashirama had already finished another set of hand seals. Where he even got the time to undo his arm blades and perform the hand seals from, Naruto didn't know. The only thing he could do was bracing himself, ready for the incoming jutsu. Earth style, Justice Bringer. Dirt rose from the ground, and to Naruto's horror, they gathered up and formed hundreds of hovering rock fists. He knew immediately what he must do. He clapped his hands together. Hundreds of blades, all types, appeared hovering around him. But he knew that wasn't enough to counter the first Hokage's jutsu, no matter how many normal blades he could produce. Then what he needed to do was... He flared up his chakra, and as the barrage of rock fists rained down on his head, the blades around him, overcharged with chakra, flew up and met the fists in the air. The multiple explosions nearly deafened all people standing there, pushing the two combatants back and sending shrapnel everywhere, forcing the spectators to raise walls of dirt to avoid being skewered. From behind their barriers, they heard Hashirama laughing. "Good, very good. You managed to stop my barrage. But let's see what you can do against this. A gigantic fist, thousands of times bigger than the ones raining down before, hovered above Naruto's head. OCRA. Before the Jinchuriki could even finish his thought, the giant fist had launched itself down at him. Without thinking, Naruto threw himself backwards desperately, and fortunately for him, the fist missed him and slammed hard on the ground. The shockwave from the punch was strong enough to send the Jinchuriki flying. Ugh! That's not the end. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. The ground exploded again, and this time, not only roots, but giant wooden vines erupted, and launched themselves at Naruto, who was flailing helplessly in midair. Naruto winced when they started whipping him furiously. He could feel the sharp pain even through his protective chakra cloak. A particularly big vine slammed hard at Naruto's exposed torso, throwing him into the air. Not wasting a single second, the other vines rushed up, obviously trying to tie him up and squeeze the life out of him. Or at least, that is what would happen during a real battle to the death. These were of the most powerful plant created from the first Hokage's wood-style chakra, not the ones pulled out and grown from underground before. There's no way normal blades could help him escape now. He needs a better sword. Something powerful. A sword which spent all of its history taking the head of powerful enemies. One which was strong enough to spend more than 100 years fighting in the battlefield without even a crack or chip. A legendary sword which has reached its hilt to the realm of phantasm. And he knew what he needed, right before the sharp tips of the vines pierced through his body. Sakura held her breath. Is that it? Is it over? Sasuke answered her with a confident smile. His eyes didn't leave the battlefield for a second. No, not yet. Naruto is going to make a comeback right now. Everyone turned towards the Uchiha. How can you be so sure? Sakura asked incredulously. Her boyfriend only answered her with a mysterious smile. Just watch. The vines collided with Naruto, flying in midair, just as Hashirama expected. But... Whoosh! To the first Hokage's surprise, the vines were ripped apart in 3 loud swinging noises. And there appeared Naruto, completely unharmed. On his hand was the familiar shape of a sword all people in the training field could realize with just a glance, especially Sasuke and Sakura, the ones who had seen and struggled against it in the first real mission of their shinobi life. Kubikuribocho, the beheading sword, one of the legendary swords of Karigakure. Watch this, old man first. Naruto yelled, landing on the branch of a vine. This is when we are going to make a comeback. Then he dashed down the vine. More roots erupted from the ground, aiming for him, but they were all slashed apart with just single swings of the giant's sword, covered in wind chakra. For the first time since the beginning of the battle, the first Hokage showed a hint of change in his expression. Wood style, wood dragon. Instead of trees, a whole dragon made of wood burst out. With a mighty roar that shook the ground, it rushed Naruto like a train, its gaping maw threatening to swallow the Jinchuriki with one gulp. But Naruto didn't even halt his advance. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 100 Naruto copies appeared in a huge burst of smoke and threw themselves on the charging way of the dragon. You cannot stop my jutsu with that trick, the first Hokage said, amused. But Naruto just smirked. When the wooden dragon rammed into the horde of the Naruto clones, they all exploded violently at the same time. The force of the explosion tossed the creation upward. It flailed in midair, but couldn't regain its balance. And Naruto knew this was his opportunity. Overcharging the copy of Kubikuribocho on his hand with chakra, he threw it into the mouth of the wooden creation. The explosion coming from the overcharged giant sword was much, much greater than that of the Naruto clones just 1 second ago. A ball of fire erupted from the jaws of the dragon, melting its head like a cube of ice thrown into a blast furnace. The force of the explosion was enough to send Sakura and Sasuke down on their butts. Without the head, the body of the dragon also fell down the ground, catching fire and slowly burning away. From inside the smoke cloud, Naruto rushed out. On his hand was the largest Raisin Shuriken everyone had ever seen him use. Watch this, old man first. This is our full power. The Jinchuriki yelled and tossed the massive Raisin Shuriken at the undead Hokage. Naruto's most powerful jutsu tore apart everything on its way, and it seemed even the mighty Hashirama Senju couldn't do anything to stop it now. Then Naruto felt it. No, it couldn't be. A gigantic amount of nature chakra was gathering up at where the first Hokage was standing. Sage art wood style, true several thousand hands. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Take cover, everyone! The gigantic wooden Buddha statue appeared on the way and took the whole force of Naruto's jutsu. The tornado it created when the jutsu collided with the statue was so great it tossed both Naruto and the first Hokage away. The whole forest around Training Ground 7 was uprooted violently by the force of the wind, and a gaping spherical hole formed at the center of the training ground, right where the two jutsu collided. Two human figures fell to the ground at two opposite sides of the hole with two loud thuds. What the hell is that? Sakura gasped, climbing out of the makeshift shelter she had just hastily dug for everyone to jump down right before the two techniques clashed against each other, which is now filled with debris of all sizes. Armageddon? Ragnarok? Wait, what the hell is Ragnarok anyway? Lying on the ground, Naruto groaned. Even with all of his power spent, that's everything he could do. Hashirama Senju really deserved the moniker God of Shinobi. He was the most powerful opponent he had ever met in his life. The power he had just shown could rival even that of Madara with all the modifications made by Kabuto. Had he arrived at the battlefield a little bit earlier, before the reincarnated Madara could have regained both of his Rinnegan, the war might have had a completely different conclusion. How do you feel? Giving a tired groan, Naruto pushed himself up from the ground. Like my body had just been put into a freaking mortar, slammed through and through, smashed up and down, and then tossed to the garbage dump for dogs to chew on. This is just too much for me, even with everything I got. The first Hokage grinned, and reached out a hand for Naruto to grab to stand up. You did a good job, actually. No one before had ever given me a battle which I enjoyed as much as this one. However, Naruto's stomach tensed up. He had been dreading this answer since the beginning of the fight, and... You won't accept me as your apprentice, will you? The undead Hokage shook his head. I'm afraid I can't. Naruto let go of the first Hokage's hand. He had expected that answer, but for some reasons, he still felt a mix of anger, sadness, and disappointment boiling inside him. Why? He asked bitterly. Is it because I am too weak? What the first Hokage answered him with completely took Naruto aback. No. In fact, it is because you are already too powerful. Seeing the Jinchuriki and everyone else's flabbergasted look, the Hokage laughed. I'm serious. I have to say, if I hadn't had this indestructible body, I would have gotten a very difficult time fighting against you. You don't actually need to learn anything from me, at least, anything that is compatible with your fighting style, unpredictable and full of surprises. From now on, you have to develop your ability in your own ways. That's the best advice I can give you for now. Although, he suddenly grinned, if you need a sparring partner, I'm always ready. Then he turned away, stretching his back in the process. Now, time to go back and have some ramen. You're right, Saru, the ramen of Ichiraku is the best thing I've ever tasted. Even though I don't actually need to eat. He disappeared in a whoosh. So, who is going to clean this mess up? Everyone groaned when looking at the uprooted forest behind them. Sasuke took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Gripping his weapon, now in bow form, tightly, he tensed up and let his senses reach out to the surrounding. Everything around him appeared vividly in his mind. The empty field, the wind blowing across the field, the sound of squirrels running on the branches, the sound of something whizzing through the air, aiming at him. There! Arrows flew, and struck the kunais flying at him in the middle of the air at their tips, one by one. The last arrow was even shot with so much power that it split the kunai made of very good steel in half. Finally finished, the Uchiha allowed himself to exhale in relaxation. Good shot. Instinctively, the Uchiha raised his weapon again when he heard the voice, but immediately stopped when he realized who its source was. He bowed. Lord Second. Tobirama Senju walked into the training ground in the Uchiha compound and grumbled while looking around. This place still hasn't changed after all those years, huh? How did you get here? Sasuke asked, a little bit more rudely than he intended to. This is the private training ground of the Uchiha clan. The second Hokage looked at Sasuke with an amused eye. Think I spied on you to find the way to get here? No, some of my old friends and students were Uchiha, and they invited me here sometimes, either for visiting or training. I knew the way to get here a long time ago. Hearing that, Sasuke didn't ask any further. He just turned away and started gathering the kunai scattering on the ground, which he had just used for target practice. Seems someone took note of my research on materializing chakra, the second Hokage noted, picking up the kunai that was split in half by Sasuke's chakra arrow. Never seen any weapon that was made with so much love and skills before. Thank you very much. I am really flattered, the weapon answered, much to Tobirama's interest. Lord Second, can I ask you a question? The undead Hokage didn't even blink before such a sudden request from Sasuke. As long as it is within what I can answer, sure. What do you want to know? Why did you decide to isolate the Uchiha clan by assigning them to the police force? Tobirama stopped dead on his track. He turned back to the Uchiha and looked at him with a calculating stare. Finally, he spoke, but not with an answer. Before I answer you, I want to ask you something first. Do you truly believe that by assigning the Uchiha clan the police force of the village, I isolated them from everyone else? The question took Sasuke aback. He didn't even think about this before. Finally, after a few seconds contemplating, he answered honestly. I've never thought about that before. I mean, that was what we were told by most people in our family, so I used to believe it. Personally, I think I can now understand why some people in my clan thought so. The Uchiha clan is a warrior clan. They surely won't appreciate being restricted inside the village with a dull job. Maybe that's why they thought that you were trying to isolate them. Stopping a few seconds, he added. And Madara's influence too. He was the first one who said that, after all. Tobirama didn't give a response for a while. Finally, he closed his eyes and chuckled. I have to say that you are one of the wisest Uchiha I've ever met. Most of the Uchiha I know always jump to the worst conclusion about someone even though they only hear one single sentence that person said. For some reason, hearing that from you doesn't cheer me up any little bit, Sasuke snarked in his head. However, I have to say that using the position to somewhat restrain the Uchiha during my time was a part of my intention. Seeing Sasuke's face, he continued with a serious expression. From my research, I found out that the reason the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan could manifest and evolve is the extreme feeling in the wielder's heart. The deeper, more intense the feeling in their heart is, the more powerful their Jujutsu would become. I think you also knew that, didn't you? Sasuke nodded. Before, I thought that the problem with the Uchiha was something of genetic nature, that awakening the Sharingan somehow released some kind of malignant stimulation on the wielder's brain, damaging their brain in the process, and make them lose all restraint in their emotion, causing the bloodlust and power hunger we saw in most of the Uchiha clan members. However, after meeting that one person, I had to conclude that my hypothesis was wrong. Sasuke blinked. Who? My subordinate, Kagami Uchiha. He was a very powerful Sharingan user, and one of the rare people in the Uchiha clan who managed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan during my time. The name Kagami startled Sasuke. That name was so familiar, but at that moment he couldn't remember whose name it was. Kagami was a model Uchiha, I have to say, the undead Hokage continued. He was extremely devoted to his clan, but at the same time, his dedication to the peace and safety of the village was more than that of anyone I can remember. Even though he had the Mangekyo Sharingan, he didn't have the bloodlust or power hunger most of the Uchiha clan had. And don't get me wrong, he didn't even need the Mangekyo Sharingan to be strong. In fact, he tried to avoid using the power of his advanced Jujutsu as much as possible, unlike his fellow Uchiha, and yet he was still an incredibly skilled shinobi on his own. He was actually one of my first choices for the position of Hokage before I passed the title to Hiruzen, not only because he was powerful, but also because of his righteous heart. After I met Kagami, I did some secret research on the Uchiha clan myself, and I found that not only Kagami, but there were also a lot of other Uchiha who were just like him. Thanks to that, I realized that the real problem wasn't caused by any kind of damage to the Uchiha's brains by the Sharingan, because if that had been the case, every Uchiha who awakened their Sharingan should have had the same symptoms. Then, Sasuke actually didn't need Tobirama to respond. He already realized what the answer would be. The problem was simply that thanks to the power the Sharingan bestowed them, the Uchiha clan gradually developed a superiority complex towards everyone else in the village. While they were still a prestigious clan of Konoha, they were feared not only by shinobi, but also by civilians because of their bloodlust and thirst of power, made worse by their pride of the power from the Sharingan itself. Leaving them in charge of positions with power in the shinobi force was not a wise idea, especially with the tension in the village at that time towards the clan itself. Therefore, I had to resort to assigning them to the Konoha police force, not only to ease the tension, but also to restrain the ever-growing bloodlust and power hunger of a generation who relied solely on hatred and pain for strength, channeling their power into something beneficial. The police force, while not having a lot of works related to the shinobi force, is still a very prestigious position in the village with great control over the security and safety of the village. I had hoped that the following generations would ease up and become wiser about abusing their Sharingan, but Sasuke didn't have anything to say about that. What the second Hokage had just said made sense. Even Sasuke himself had to agree that the Uchiha clan was too proud of their power. However, Lord Second, if it was you who possessed power instead of the Uchiha clan, what would you do in that case? Tobirama snapped his head back with a speed that Sasuke thought his head was going to be ripped off his neck. The Uchiha tensed up. He knew that he had just slipped his mouth. He braced himself, waiting for disaster to strike. But then, the undead Hokage laughed. A heartfelt, satisfied laughter, with absolutely no anger hidden inside. You are interesting, kid. Very interesting. This is the first time an Uchiha, no, scratch that, anyone dares asking me that question. Very interesting. I like you, kid. Sasuke was dumbstruck by the reaction. What is your name? Sasuke Uchiha, sir, Sasuke answered hesitantly. All right, Sasuke. Tobirama sat down on a log nearby and looked straight at Sasuke's face. To answer your question, first, I have to say that someone not born with power can never fully understand someone who is given power from birth, and vice versa. Therefore, I can't tell you exactly what I would do had I been given powers like the Uchiha from birth, because even if I do, it will just be a theory that would never happen. However, there is still something else I learned during the time I lived in this world. With great power comes great responsibility. If you have incredible power but no moral, you will just be a tyrant, no more, no less. You would just end up destroying yourself together with the people you're supposed to rule over. If I had been born with great power like the Uchiha, I might not have learned that lesson and would have ended up isolated and destroyed by someone, maybe by the Uchiha clan themselves. Who knows? Sasuke was stunned. So you mean? Yes, the Hokage nodded with a serious face. I admit that if I were in the Uchiha's place, I might have been as bad as them when it comes to power. But if that had actually been the case, I wouldn't have become Hokage, that's for sure, and I wouldn't have any right to talk about this with you right now. In this world, there is no if, and as the leader of the village, it's my duty to choose the best way not only for the Uchiha clan, but also for everyone else in the village. Everyone can become a king, but only people who truly care about the benefit of all their subordinates deserve to become leaders. That was the reason why Madara wasn't chosen to be Hokage, even though Hashirama himself nominated for him. He didn't care about anything else but himself. If someone like him were allowed to lead the village, it would just lead to her ruination. There was only silence while Sasuke digested this. The silence was only broken by the appearance of another person on the training ground. Sasuke, have you finished? Oh, excuse me. It's all right, Tobirama answered, standing up from where he was sitting. I think this is enough for today, anyway. He stood up from where he was sitting, and started walking away. However, before leaving, the Hokage turned back and looked at Sasuke. I am thinking of continuing the researches I left behind when I died. You seem to be someone who is interested in integrating technology into ninja techniques. If you want, I would like you to be my research partner. Feel free to come to the Senju estate to meet me if you accept, Sasuke Uchiha. With those words, the second Hokage left. The Uchiha could swear that he saw a small smile at the corner of the white-haired man before he disappeared in a white flash. What happened? Itachi asked, walking into the training ground. Did something happen between you and him? The younger Uchiha shook his head. No, it's nothing. He just came to talk to me about things related to the Uchiha clan in the past, that's all. I see, Itachi nodded with a slight smile. In a split second I thought you were going to pick a fight with him, or something. I'm all over that age already, you know, Sasuke glared at his brother. And then he remembered something he was going to ask. Itachi, do you know who Kagami Uchiha is? I thought that name was familiar, but I couldn't remember. Ah, Kagami-san, Itachi closed his eyes with a chuckle. That's a name I haven't heard for quite a while. It's not strange that you remember him. After all, he's someone quite close to our family. Really? Who is he? Itachi opened his eyes again, and stared into the sky with a look full of nostalgia. He was Shursei's grandfather. Sakura ducked right before Lee's rolling kick soared over her head, strong enough that it caused a ripple in the air and a loud wheezing noise. Not stopping a beat, she used the momentum to spring herself back up, sending a nasty uppercut at the other taijutsu specialist. But Lee only needed to lean back to avoid the attack. Landing on his hand, he delivered a low sweep at Sakura's unprotected right heel. It hit, sending the kunoichi on her back. Before she could touch the ground, however, Sakura had reached out her hands and launched a jet step with her palms. The jet propulsion pushed her upwards and allowed her to regain balance in midair. Now, another jet step shot out from her left foot, and with the momentum, she sent her own spinning kick back at Lee, who had just stood up. The kick tore the air apart, aiming for the taijutsu specialist's head, but he only needed to raise his arm to block it. The two combatants landed on the ground a few steps away from each other. Without a word, they launched themselves at each other again, fists lashing out. All right, that's enough. Sakura's fist stopped just an inch from Lee's face upon Guy's command. At the same time, Lee's fist was also only an inch away from the girl's chin. I guess it's time to call it a day here, Sakura-chan. The taijutsu specialist gave the medic a thumb up with a blinding smile. You have become much better in taijutsu than before, indeed. Training with you is my greatest pleasure. You are awesome too, Lee-kun, Sakura answered with her own sincere smile. Even training with the wolves wasn't as effective as sparring with you. I learned a lot just through trading blows with you and Guy-sensei. You don't have to be so modest, Sakura-kun, Guy said, slapping her back so hard she nearly choked from the sheer force of the hit. Learning a taijutsu style is one thing, but learning it then using it to improve your own taijutsu style is a completely different thing, much more difficult to do. And you managed to combine with the speed of the Wolf Fang fist and the power of the strong fist with the flexibility of your own taijutsu style. You should be proud of that. Besides, to think you managed to master the use of 5 of the 8 gates in just 3 months of training, you really are a genius among geniuses, Sakura-kun. I don't regret ever teaching you my signature technique. Sakura beamed hearing those words from the taijutsu master. Thank you, Guy-sensei. To be honest, I didn't think I would be able to make it this far either. Then she remembered something. Oh, about the thing I told you the other day. Absolutely not. Sakura was taken aback with the abrupt declaration of the taijutsu master. But why? I think I already figured out all the necessary condition and requirements. If I have a chance to. I strictly forbid you from even thinking about that, Sakura-kun. Guy looked at the medic with a stern gaze. I respect your wish of becoming stronger, but destroying yourself in the process is just not worth it. Even if you actually manage to do it, it would still take you everything you have just to make it work, a self-destructing technique. Not only is it dangerous, it is also inefficient. Don't even think about it, Sakura-kun. Anoki, one of the very rare masters of the Kekkei Toda particle style, also one of the oldest shinobi who are still active in the world, and the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, looked up in annoyance from his paperwork when Jiraiya of the Sannin walked into his chamber. What do you want, Jiraiya? While I enjoy your stories, I would appreciate it if you notice me in advance before barging into my village like this. The Toad Sage just gave him a cheeky grin and plopped down on the chair in front of the Tsuchikage's desk. Come now, old man. It's not like this is the first time I arrive here in that fashion, right? Surely you can ignore that, just like the other times I was here. Not after you and your 2 Jinchuriki brats came and made a mess out of my village a year ago, Anoki exploded. A whole month with no ramen and ice cream for the whole village, just because those brats came and ate everything of every store we have here. And the pranks. Do you know how hard it was to get the pink paint off every building in the village? Not to mention Rashi and the quirks he suddenly developed after meeting you and that Naruto brat. Rashi. The one used to be famous for being the most level-headed and collected shinobi of Iwagakure even in battle. What do you have to say about that, huh? Somewhere outside the office, screams which could vaguely be heard as "Eek! Pervert! And come here, baby! Let me purge you of the evil inside your body!" echoed through the air. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I guess that might be my fault. Damn right it is, the Tsuchikage grumbled. So what business do you have here? If it's just for your own fun, go away because I don't have time for any kind of shenanigan you are going to make at the bathhouse or anywhere in the village. Of course I have my own business, the Toad Sage grinned. He pulled out a scroll from his pocket and placed it on the Tsuchikage's desk. This is a letter from the Hokage to you. Read it, and you will understand. Inoki opened the scroll with a wary look still fixated on Jiraiya's face. Upon reading the letter, he frowned. A Kage summit about the upcoming international Chunin exam? What is the meaning of this? It is exactly what you have just read, old man. Jiraiya looked at the older man with a serious expression. You remember that Kirigakure was attacked a month ago by the leader of the Akatsuki, don't you? They are not in the shape to hold the Chunin exam at the moment, so they passed the duty of holding the exam to Konoha. And so? The Tsuchikage scoffed. We are not in your so-called alliance. There is no reason for the Hokage to invite our village to your exam. We don't have the precedent of promoting a Chunin through an international exam, anyway. Then, isn't this the chance for you to have something else for a change? Jiraiya answered cheerfully. It is your opportunity to show off the power of your shinobi to every other country in the continent, as well as a way to lead Iwagakure out of the long era of isolation. These days, doing everything alone is not a wise choice, you know. The Tsuchikage leaned over his desk. And what would we gain from doing that? Jiraiya shrugged. Well, a lot of things, I guess. This is an opportunity to strengthen the relationship between the 5 great villages, as well as between the great villages and the minor villages in the continent. My sensei intended for this Chunin exam to be the greatest in history, after all. Besides, if your village manages to give a good performance in the exam, it will probably bring your village quite a flow of new missions, just like how it did to Konoha and other villages who took part in the exam before. And trust me, I know your village has been craving for missions for quite a long time. Inoki bristled. What my village wants isn't your concern. I know, the Toad Sage answered smoothly. But it is your concern, isn't it? What Jiraiya said struck the Tsuchikage bullseye. Finally, he grumbled. Fine. I will humor myself with your exam for once. But what's with the Kage summit? If the reason is just the Chunin exam, a formal invitation and someone with your convincing skill are enough. Jiraiya chuckled. Well, this summit is actually not about the exam. There is something Konoha wants to tell all the leaders of the great villages related to the security issues of the continent at the moment. It is not wise to write it in a letter or something like that, so I'm here to tell you about that personally, under the order of our Hokage. Inoki's eyes gleamed. So the Chunin exam is just an excuse, huh? When have I ever said that? Jiraiya smirked while standing up and walking out of the office. First, as the current Hokage, I would like to extend our welcome to all of you, the Kage of every great village in the continent, to our humble village. The Kage of the 5 great villages were now standing in the council chamber of Konoha, now refurbished for the 5 Kage meeting. It's our pleasure, Lord Hokage, Mei Terumi said pleasantly. After what happened to our village, it's a good thing to finally be able to escape from all the repair work for a while. More like, we have to thank Konoha for your timely assistance. It is also our pleasure to assist our allies, Lady Mizukage. Hiruzen also smiled back. Cut to the point already, Sarutobi. Everyone turned towards Inoki, who had just growled out those words. Jiraiya told me that there is a reason you call all of us here today, other than just for the Chunin exam. I think it's time for you to spill it. What do you actually want from us? The voice full of hostility from the Tsuchikage made everyone turn towards Hiruzen again. The Hokage had stopped smiling. On his face there was now a grim, but not hostile, expression. Finally, it was Gaara who spoke up first. Lord Hokage, is there anything you are hiding from us? The Hokage sighed. I was hoping to hold this until after we finished discussing about the incoming Chunin exam, but it seems I have to talk about it now. First, I want all of you to meet 2 people. I think some of you already knew them. The Kage's eyes narrowed. Who? So these are the current 5 Kage? Have to say, I'm not that impressed. Everyone, except for Hiruzen, snapped their heads back towards the voice. You shouldn't say that, Tobirama. They saw Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, scolding his brother. No matter what, they are still Kage of great villages, and we have to show them respect. Silence filled the air for exactly 5 seconds. Then the meeting room broke into chaos. I knew it! The 4th Raikage bellowed, jumping out of his chair. Lightning chakra immediately covered his body and formed his signature lightning armor jutsu. This is just a ploy. You invite all of the Kage here, using that so-called Chunin exam as an excuse, gathering us in one place in order to deal with all of us once and for all? Well, too bad. I'm not going to let you win without a fight. That's right. Anoki also growled, floating upward from his seat. His hands formed the necessary seals for his particle style. Even though we are no match for all three of you here, we are not going to let you do whatever you want. All of the two Kage's guards also jumped up and brandished their weapons, ready for a fight to the death. Then suddenly all of them felt their bodies being covered in sand. They struggled, but the sand had bound them up too tightly they couldn't even move a muscle. Kazekage! Screamed, glaring at Gaara, who had just commanded his sand to restrain them. What is the meaning of this? The young Kazekage answered him calmly, not even moving from where he was sitting. You should calm down, Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Raikage. This is a meeting room, not a place to make a fight. Anoki gritted his teeth. So you are on Konoha's side. Look, you are making a fuss for no reason at all, even though his expression was still as stoic as possible. In Gaara's voice, the hint of annoyance was starting to show very clearly. If they really wanted to kill us, do you really think that they needed to go this far and arrange a Kage summit for it? They have two legendary Sannin, two Jinchuriki who have total control over their tailed beasts, the two last remaining Uchiha with fully powered Sharingan in their rank, the whole Hyuga clan, and as we can see now, three most powerful Kage in existence ever. They could have just ganged us up and beat our asses back and forth 100 times right when we set foot into the village if they had really wanted to do something to us. Gaara's reasoning was so convincing the other two male Kage couldn't do anything but growling in defeat. Seeing them relaxing, Gaara released them from their sand cages, but his sand still hovered around to be able to immediately act if something else happened. I like that Kazekage boy already, Hashirama nudged his brother, who glared at him in annoyance. I agree with Lord Kazekage, Mei said, narrowing her eyes at the two undead Hokage warily. It's obvious she still couldn't forget the titanic battle in Konoha years ago, which she had been a participant of. But if that's the case, I would like an explanation from you, Lord Hokage. Why are the first and second Hokage here now? A few days ago, Orochimaru broke into our secret vault and stole the only way to unseal the Reaper Death Seal. The familiar name made Anoki blink. Isn't that the unbreakable sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan which took the fourth Hokage's life years ago? Yes, Hiruzen nodded grimly. And I don't see why Orochimaru would want anything with that other than to unseal the content inside it. The only thing that has been sealed with that jutsu in history is the soul of the fourth Hokage, together with half of the nine-tailed fox he managed to bring with him. Those words sent a chill to the spines of everyone else in the room. So, croaked out in a strained voice, you think that Orochimaru is going to revive the fourth Hokage with that? Not only the fourth Hokage, but also the other half of the nine-tailed fox, the third Hokage answered with a nod. And as we already knew about Orochimaru's proficiency with the impure world reincarnation jutsu, we cannot know for sure how many other legendary shinobi he managed to bring back from the death. We only managed to take back the control of two of the most powerful shinobi he can possibly summon. At least under our hand, they won't destroy anything within their lines of sight, as Lady Mizukage here already experienced 4 years ago, he added, carefully choosing the words. And that means, Mei said slowly, another Shinobi World War might be coming. Yes, Tobirama finished the sentence for her. Silence once again filled the room. Then, what a load of bullcrap. Everyone turned towards A, who had just snarled those words. Everything you have just said is just conjectures based on the words of Konoha alone, the Raikage growled. What proof do you have to show that it was the same as you said? From what we know, this might as well be a trick of Konoha to force us into doing their dirty works. You might actually have been the one who summoned the two weapons of mass destruction over there as a leverage to force us into submission, not Orochimaru. How dare you speak of our Lord Hokage like? One of Hiruzen's ANBU guards raised his voice angrily, but the third Hokage immediately shut him up with a meaningful glare. Then he felt a hand grabbing his shoulder. You must let little Sara deal with this. The voice of the first Hokage rose next to his ears. He knows better than all of us here what to do. From the table, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with a calm, but serious and full of authority, voice. I know that, considering our relationship in the past, you are not going to believe our words immediately. Therefore, I would like to make a proposal. As the Hokage of Konohagakure, the Hidden Leaf Village, and the current controller of the first and the second Hokage, I am going to swear an oath that they will not, in any circumstances except for a direct attack into Konohagakure from one, or a group of invaders, join any military activity, or take any shinobi mission from Konoha, or any other villages. And after Orochimaru is completely killed, the jutsu will be undone and they will return to the Pure Land immediately, without any question. In exchange for that, the other great villages will assist Konoha in finding and capturing Orochimaru, as quickly as possible. The proposal of the third Hokage stunned everyone in the room. No one could even think that Konoha would give up a power so great in their possession so easily without even a thought like that. Only a still sneered. Big talk. An oath, at the end, is still simply empty words. How can we know that you will keep your word after everything is done? It's true, Hiruzen nodded without even skipping a beat. That is why the oath would be signed in the form of a blood oath, with me as the one under its bound and all 4 other Kage as the oath keepers. Now even the boisterous Reikage was shocked into silence. He just slumped back into his chair, unable to speak a word. We will need some of your blood to write the oath and sign it, Kage of the 4 great villages, Hiruzen continued as if nothing had happened. He pulled out a kunai and calmly sliced his palm. Blood dripped into a bowl placed under his hand. The bowl was then passed to the other Kage, who added their own blood into the mixture. When the bowl arrived in front of he scowled and was actually hesitating a little bit before asking. Why are you doing this, Hokage? This doesn't give you or your village any benefit. Why forcing yourself to do something like this just because of a mere missing nin? Because I don't have any other goal except for the lasting peace of Konoha as well as the world, Hiruzen only answered simply. When Orochimaru gets his hand on the necessary tool he needs, it will be a war Konoha alone cannot face. It will require the unification of all the great villages' power in order to deal with the incoming war. Not to mention the Akatsuki are still out there, with a leader holding the legendary Rinnegan, who has just destroyed Kirigakure a few weeks ago. Therefore, the only thing I need right now is your trust, and your assistance. The Reikage grunted, but after a few seconds of hesitation, he pulled out a kunai and cut his own hand to add his blood into the bowl. Once all the blood of the 5 Kage had been added into the bowl, Hiruzen took it, and started using the mixture as ink to write into a large scroll. The blood oath is not simply a way to record an oath, it is also a very advanced sealing jutsu, Hashirama explained with a smirk. It is impossible to break an oath signed that form unless you want to die in a horrible way. Very useful if you want to force someone to make an unbreakable promise, or keep a very important secret forever a secret. Finally, the scroll was completed, and now it was laid bare in front of the 5 Kage. There were 5 spiral-shaped seals surrounding the lines of text. Please place your right hand on top of those seals, the Hokage instructed. When all the 5 Kage were in their places, he said, on the count of 3, please pump your chakra into the seals. 1, 2, 3. The room immediately glowed. Chakra poured out of the Kage's bodies into the scroll and swirled around the room, creating a small typhoon blowing the unexpecting people down their butts. Each word written in the scroll was also glowing in an eerie light, and the Kage felt like their hands were stuck on the scroll. They struggled, but couldn't seem to even move their fingers. Their chakra was drained from their body in an absurdly quick pace. Then suddenly, just like it started, everything stopped. The Kage immediately moved away from the scroll, panting. What is that? Mei gasped in her breaths. The contract is established. Now, the blood oath is in effect. Hiruzen lifted the scroll, now filled with dark red, still slightly glowing words written from their blood. Starting from now, I hope that the great villages would do their best to help us find and capture Orochimaru. The 4 Kage didn't say anything. They were still in a daze after such an astounding experience. It wasn't like they hadn't heard about the blood oath before, but to actually be a part of one, not to mention one in such a large scale, was a completely different thing. It felt like they had just been a part of some magically binding grand contract which decided the fate of the whole world. Then again, it's not too far-fetched to say that they had just decided the fate of the world by signing the blood oath. So that's everything, huh? Now can we get out of here? Anoki growled, starting to rise from his seat. But Hiruzen stopped him with a smile. Don't be so hasty, Lord Tsuchikage, the Hokage said. Now that we have all agreed about the Orochimaru problem, I have one more proposal to make. It is about the formation of an international Chunin exam between every village and nation in the continent. No way in hell. Tobirama grimaced in disdain. Well, just like expected. I have tolerated your disrespect for quite some time, but this is the end of the line, Hokage. The 4th Reikage slammed his fist on the table angrily. How dare you suggest that after everything you did to us in the past? The Third Shinobi World War, the Hyuga incident. Actually, the Hyuga incident was actually your village's fault, Lord Reikage Kakashi, who was standing next to Hiruzen, pointed out lazily. How dare you? The Reikage glared at him. His hair started rising and his fist clenched up. Spark flared up from his skin. Everyone in the room tensed, ready for a fight to break out. Enough! The surprisingly sharp voice coming from the Tsuchikage turned everyone's heads again. Inoki floated up from his seat, and ignoring the fuming Reikage, he glided towards Hiruzen, who was calmly looking at him without a single hint of wavering. What exactly is your intention when you think about that idea, Sarutobi? He stared straight into the eyes of the other man. You know that the great villages don't have good relationship in history. Do you really think just with your words, you can erase nearly 100 years of hostility between our villages? I know that doing something like that is impossible with just empty words, Hiruzen nodded. That is why I want to do it with action. Hostility between the great villages has lasted for too long, and I think we all know that our future generations are not going to end well if that goes on. So why shouldn't we take a step forward and try to solve it on our own? The Chunin exam was proposed by our first Hokage in the past to strengthen our bonds with our allies, so I want to take it further and make it a way to mend the relationship between Konoha and the ones we waged war against in the past, as well as allowing other villages to form good relationships against each other. This is also a way to prepare for the incoming war against Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. With the Chunin exam, all villages would be able to find the most potential shinobi and give them proper training in order to make them more powerful, bolstering their village's rank. Isn't that a win-win situation for you? To hell with this. Snapped. It seemed he couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Kumogakure is never going to take part in any alliance, or any kind of activity that involved Konohagakure in it. And mark my words, you are never going to change my mind about this. Never. Then he stormed out of the chamber without even looking back. His guards looked at each other nervously, then followed him out, but not before throwing back an apologetic glance. Now that's just rude, Mei commented after the Kumogakure shinobi had all left the chamber. Just like the first Reikage I know, Tobirama shook his head. He never wanted to listen to anyone. I'm surprised that the village still managed to survive until this day. So what about you, Lord Tsuchikage? Hiruzen turned towards Inoki. I have explained everything about the incoming plan. I hope you already reached your decision. The old Tsuchikage stayed silent for a while. Then, he said in a careful tone, a Wagakure will think about it. We will send some of our shinobi to join your Chunin exam, but don't ever think that we will enter any kind of alliance or cooperation with you after that. After all, the Wagakure still owes Konoha a favor when your shinobi brought back our Jinchuriki. Consider this a repayment. Hiruzen smiled. That's everything we need to hear. Why do you agree to the Hokage's proposal so easily, grandfather? Kuratsuchi, one of Inoki's special guards, asked when they left the meeting chamber on their way back to their hotel. Even though they helped us, the two villages have never been on good terms in the past. Why do you suddenly decide to do something that we never had precedent before like that? The old Tsuchikage chuckled. Honestly, I don't know. Probably because all the years full of constant wars are starting to exhaust me. Wars taught me that I cannot trust anyone, but a certain brat has taught me that maybe I should start opening my heart a bit. Kuratsuchi grinned. It's Naruto Uzumaki, isn't it? Yeah, Inoki chuckled again. Maybe it's time to put all of the past aside and start thinking of a new future with you youngsters as the ones who lead us. Might be better for all of us than letting old guys like myself dictate your future. Two shadows flickered on the walls of a dark chamber. So, the summons of the first and second Hokage were a failure, Orochimaru-sama. The other shadow, now identified as Orochimaru, frowned. That's right. This shouldn't be happening, unless Sarutobi-sensei decided to summon those two before us. I didn't expect someone like that old monkey could go that far just to stop us. Suddenly his face twisted into a sinister smile. But there is no need for them anymore. These two alone are enough for us to take down a great village already. And with the army I'm building, soon, my ambition will be fulfilled. Inside the two caskets in front of him, it was possible to see a glimpse of red and blonde hair.